The Egyptian Book of the Dead, translated by E. A. Wallace Budge. An adult brain audiobook production, read by Graham Dunlop. Preface. The Papyrus of Ani, which was acquired by the trustees of the British Museum in the year 1888, is the largest, the most perfect, the best preserved, and the best illuminated of all the papyri which date from the second half of the 18th dynasty, about BC 1500 to 1400. Its rare vignettes and hymns and chapters, and its descriptive and introductory rubrics render it of unique importance for the study of the Book of the Dead, and it takes a high place among the authoritative text of the Theban version of that remarkable work. Although it contains less than one half of the chapters which are commonly assigned to that version, we may conclude that Ani's exalted official position as Chancellor of the ecclesiastical revenues and endowments of Abydos and Thebes would have ensured a selection of such chapters as would suffice for his spiritual welfare in the future life. We may therefore regard the Papyrus of Ani as typical of the funeral book in vogue among the Theban nobles of his time. The first edition of the facsimile of the papyrus was issued in 1890 and was accompanied by a valuable introduction by Mr. Lapaz Renouf, then keeper of the Department of Egyptian and Assyrian Antiquities. But in order to satisfy a widely expressed demand for a translation of the text, the present volume has been prepared to be issued with the second edition of the facsimile. It contains the hieroglyphic text of the papyrus with interlinear transliteration and word-for-word translation, a full description of the vignettes, and a running translation. And in the introduction, an attempt has been made to illustrate from native Egyptian sources the religious views of the wonderful people who more than 5,000 years ago proclaimed the resurrection of a spiritual body and the immortality of the soul. The passages which supply omissions and vignettes which contain important variations either in subject matter or arrangement, as well as supplementary texts which appear in the appendices, have been as far as possible drawn from other contemporary papyri in the British Museum. The second edition of the facsimile has been executed by Mr. F. C. Price. E. A. Wallace Budge, British Museum, January 25th, 1895. The versions of the Book of the Dead. The four great versions of the Book of the Dead. The history of the great body of religious compositions which form the Book of the Dead of the ancient Egyptians may conveniently be divided into four of the periods, which are represented by four versions. 1. The version which was edited by the priests of the College of Anu, the On of the Bible and the Heliopolis of the Greeks, and which was based upon a series of texts now lost, but which there is evidence to prove had passed through a series of revisions or additions as early as the period of the 5th dynasty. This version was, so far as we know, always written in hieroglyphics and may be called the Heliopolitan version. It is known from 5 copies which are inscribed upon the walls of the chambers and passages in the pyramids of the kings of the 5th and 6th dynasties at Saqqara, and sections of it are found inscribed upon tombs, sarcophagi, coffins, stelae, and papyri from the 11th dynasty to about AD 200. 2. The Theban version, which was commonly written on papyri in hieroglyphics and was divided into sections or chapters, each of which had its distinct title but no definite place in the series. 3. A version closely allied to the preceding version, which is found written on papyri in the hieratic character and also in hieroglyphics. In this version, which came into use about the 20th dynasty, the chapters have no fixed order. 4. The so-called Seit version, in which at some period anterior probably to the 26th dynasty, the chapters were arranged in a definite order. It is commonly written in hieroglyphics and in hieratic, and it was much used from the 26th dynasty to the end of the Ptolemaic period. Early forms of the Book of the Dead. The earliest inscribed monuments and human remains found in Egypt prove that the ancient Egyptians took the utmost care to preserve the bodies of their dead by various processes of embalming. The deposit of the body in the tomb was accompanied by ceremonies of a symbolic nature, in the course of which certain compositions comprising prayers, short litanies, etc., having reference to the future life, were recited or chanted by priests and relatives on behalf of the dead. The greatest importance was attached to such compositions, in the belief that their recital would secure for the dead an unhindered passage to God in the next world, would enable him to overcome the opposition of all ghostly foes, would endow his body in the tomb with power to resist corruption, and would ensure him a new life in a glorified body in heaven. At a very remote period, certain groups or sections or chapters had already become associated with some of the ceremonies which preceded actual burial, and these eventually became a distinct ritual with clearly defined limits. Side by side, however, with this ritual there seemed to have existed another and larger work, which was divided into an indefinite number of sections or chapters comprising chiefly prayers, and which dealt on a larger scale with the welfare of the departed in the next world, and described the state of existence therein and the dangers which must be passed successfully before it could be reached, and was founded generally on the religious dogmas and mythology of the Egyptians. The title of Book of the Dead is usually given by Egyptologists to the editions of the larger work which were made in the 18th and following dynasties. But in this introduction, the term is intended to include the general body of texts, which have reference to the burial of the dead and to the new life in the world beyond the grave, and which are known to have existed in revised editions and to have been in use among the Egyptians from about BC 4500 to the early centuries of the Christian era. Uncertainty of the history of its source. The home, origin, and early history of the collection of ancient religious texts which have descended to us are, at present, unknown, and all working theories regarding them, however strongly supported by apparently well-ascertained facts, must be carefully distinguished as theories only, so long as a single ancient necropolis in Egypt remains unexplored and its inscriptions are untranslated. Whether they were composed by the inhabitants of Egypt who recorded them in hieroglyphic characters, and who have left the monuments which are the only trustworthy sources of information on the subject, or whether they were brought into Egypt by the early immigrants from the Asiatic continent whence they came, or whether they represent the religious books of the Egyptians incorporated with the funeral texts of some prehistoric dwellers on the banks of the Nile, are all questions which the possible discovery of inscriptions belonging to the first dynasties of the early empire can alone decide. Its antiquity. The evidence derived from the enormous mass of new material which we owe to the all-important discoveries of mastaba tombs and pyramids by M. Maspero, and to his publication of the early religious texts, proves beyond all doubt that the greater part of the texts comprised in the Book of the Dead are far older than the period of Menes, the first historical king of Egypt. Certain sections indeed appear to belong to an indefinitely remote and primeval time. Internal evidence of its antiquity. The earliest texts bear within themselves proofs, not only of having been composed, but also of having been revised or edited long before the days of King Mene, and judging from many passages in the copies inscribed in hieroglyphics upon the pyramids of Unas, the last king of the 5th dynasty about BC 3333, and Teta, Pepi I, Meren Ra, and Pepi II, kings of the 6th dynasty about BC 3300 to 3166, it would seem that even at that remote date, the scribes were perplexed and hardly understood the texts which they had before them. The most moderate estimate makes certain sections of the Book of the Dead, as known from these tombs, older than 3,000 years before Christ. We are, in any case, justified in estimating the earliest form of the work to be contemporaneous with the foundation of the civilization, which we call Egyptian, in the valley of the Nile. To fix a chronological limit for the arts and civilization of Egypt is absolutely impossible, The oldest form or edition of the Book of the Dead, as we have received it, supplies no information whatever as to the period when it was compiled, but a copy of the hieratic text inscribed upon a coffin of Mentu-Hetep, a queen of the 11th dynasty about BC 2500, made by the late Sir J. G. Wilkinson, informs us that the chapter which, according to the arrangement of Lepsius, bears the number 64, was discovered in the reign of Hesepti, the fifth king of the first dynasty, about BC 4266. On this coffin are two copies of the chapter, the one immediately following the other. In the rubric to the first, the name of the king during whose reign the chapter is said to have been found is given as Mentu-Hetep, which, as Goodwin first pointed out, is a mistake for Men-Ka-Ra, the fourth king of the fourth dynasty, about BC 3633, but in the rubric to the second, the king's name is given as Hesepti. Thus it appears that in the period of the 11th dynasty it was believed that the chapter might alternatively be as old as the time of the first dynasty. Further, it is given to Hesepti in papyri of the 21st dynasty, a period when particular attention was paid to the history of the Book of the Dead. And it thus appears that the Egyptians of the Middle Empire believed the chapter to date from the more remote period. To quote the words of Shabbat, the chapter was regarded as being very ancient, very mysterious, and very difficult to understand, already 14 centuries before our era. Antiquity of Chapter 64. The rubric on the coffin of Queen Mentu-Hetep, which ascribes the chapter to Hesepti, states that this chapter was found in the foundations beneath the Hanu boat by the foreman of the builders in the time of the king of the north and south, Hesepti Triumphant. The Nebseni papyrus says that this chapter was found in the city of Kemenu, Hermopolis, on a block of ironstone written in letters of lapis lazuli under the feet of the god. And the Turin papyrus, 26th dynasty or later, adds that the name of the finder was Heru-Tetaef, the son of Khufu or Cheops, the second king of the fourth dynasty, about BC 3733, who was at the time making a tour of inspection of the temples. Birch and Neville consider the chapter one of the oldest in the Book of the Dead, the former basing his opinion on the rubric and the latter upon the evidence derived from the contents and character of the text. But Maspero, while admitting the great age of the chapter, does not attach any very great importance to the rubric as fixing any exact date for its composition. Of Heru-Tetaef, the finder of the block of stone, we know from later texts that he was considered to be a learned man, and that his speech was only with difficulty to be understood, and we also know the prominent part which he took as a recognized man of letters in bringing to the court of his father Khufu the sage Teteta. It is then not improbable that Heru-Tetaef's character for learning may have suggested the connection of his name with the chapter, and possibly as its literary reviser. At all events, as early as the period of the Middle Empire, tradition associated him with it. The Book of the Dead in the Second Dynasty. Passing from the region of native Egyptian tradition, we touch firm ground with the evidence derived from the monuments of the Second Dynasty. A bas-relief preserved at Aix in Provence mentions Asen and Ankaf, two of the priests of Sent or Senta, the fifth king of the Second Dynasty about BC 4000, and a stele at Oxford and another in the Egyptian Museum at Giza record the name of a third priest, Shera or Sheri, a royal relative. On the stele at Oxford we have represented the deceased and his wife seated, one on each side of an altar, which is covered with funeral offerings of pious relatives. Above, in perpendicular lines of hieroglyphics in relief, are the names of the objects offered, and below is an inscription which reads, "Thousands of loaves of bread, thousands of vases of ale, thousands of linen garments, thousands of changes of wearing apparel, and thousands of oxen." Now, from this monument it is evident that already in the Second Dynasty a priesthood existed in Egypt, which numbered among its members relatives of the royal family, and that a religious system which prescribed as a duty the providing of meat and drink offerings for the dead was also in active operation. The offering of specific objects goes far to prove the existence of a ritual or service wherein their signification would be indicated. The coincidence of these words and the prayer for thousands of loaves of bread, thousands of vases of ale, etc., with the promise, Anpu Kent Amenta, shall give thee thy thousands of loaves of bread, thy thousands of vases of ale, thy thousands of vessels of unguents, thy thousands of changes of apparel, thy thousands of oxen, and thy thousands of bullocks, enables us to recognize that ritual in the text inscribed upon the Pyramid of Teta in the 5th dynasty, from which the above promise is taken. Thus, the traditional evidence of the text on the coffin of Mentu Hetep and the scene on the monument of Shera support one another, and together they prove beyond a doubt that a form of the Book of the Dead was in use at least in the period of the earliest dynasties, and that sepulchral ceremonies connected therewith were duly performed. The Book of the Dead in the 4th dynasty. With the 4th dynasty we have an increased number of monuments, chiefly sepulchral, which give details as to the Egyptian sacerdotal system and the funeral ceremonies which the priests performed. The inscriptions upon the earlier monuments prove that many of the priestly officials were still relatives of the royal family, and the tombs of feudal lords, scribes, and others record a number of their official titles, together with the names of several of their religious festivals. The subsequent increase in the number of the monuments during this period may be due to the natural development of the religion of the time. But it is very probable that the greater security of life and property which had been assured by the vigorous wars of Seneferu, the first king of this dynasty about BC 3766, encouraged men to incur greater expense, and to build larger and better abodes for the dead, and to celebrate the full ritual at the prescribed festivals. In this dynasty the royal dead were honored with sepulchral monuments of a greater size and magnificence than had ever before been contemplated, and the chapels attached to the pyramids were served by courses of priests whose sole duties consisted in celebrating the services. The fashion of building a pyramid instead of a rectangular flat-roofed mastaba for a royal tomb was revived by Seneferu, who called his pyramid Ka, and his example was followed by his immediate successors, Khufu, Cheops, Khafra, Khephren, Menkaura, Mycerinus, and others. Revision of certain chapters in the 4th dynasty. In the reign of Mycerinus, some important work seems to have been undertaken in connection with certain sections of the text of the Book of the Dead. For the rubrics of chapters 30b and 148 state that these compositions were found inscribed upon a block of iron of the south in letters of real lapis lazuli under the feet of the majesty of the god in the time of the king of the north and south, Menkaura, by the royal son Heru-Tataf, triumphant. That a new impulse should be given to religious observances, and that the revision of existing religious texts should take place in the reign of Mycerinus was only to be expected if Greek tradition may be believed, for both Herodotus and Diodorus Siculus represent him as a just king, and one who was anxious to efface from the minds of the people the memory of the alleged cruelty of his predecessor, by reopening the temples and by letting every man celebrate his own sacrifices and discharge his own religious duties. His pyramid is the one now known as the 3rd Pyramid of Giza, under which he was buried in a chamber vertically below the apex and 60 feet below the level of the ground. Whether the pyramid was finished or not, when the king died, his body was certainly laid in it, and notwithstanding all the attempts made by the Mohammedan rulers of Egypt to destroy it at the end of the 12th century of our era, it has survived to yield up important facts for the history of the Book of the Dead. Evidence of the inscription on the coffin of Mycerinus. In 1837, Colonel Howard Vyse succeeded in forcing the entrance On the 29th of July, he commenced operations, and on the 1st of August, he made his way into the sepulchral chamber, where, however, nothing was found but a rectangular stone sarcophagus without the lid. The large stone slabs of the floor and the linings of the wall had been in many instances removed by thieves in search of treasure. In a lower chamber connected by a passage with a sepulchral chamber was found the greater part of the lid of the sarcophagus, together with portions of a wooden coffin, and part of the body of a man, consisting of ribs and vertebrae, and the bones of the legs and feet, enveloped in a coarse woolen cloth of a yellow color, to which a small quantity of resinous substance and gum adhered. It would therefore seem that, as the sarcophagus could not be removed, the wooden case alone containing the body had been brought into the large chamber for examination. Now, whether the human remains there found are those of Osiris or of someone else, as some have suggested, in no way affects the question of the ownership of the coffin, for we know by the hieroglyphic inscription upon it that it was made to hold the mummified body of the king. This inscription, which is arranged in 2 perpendicular lines down the front of the coffin, reads, King of the North and South, Menkara, living forever, born of heaven, conceived of Nut, heir of Seb, his beloved. Spreadeth she thy mother Nut over thee in her name of mystery of heaven. She granteth that thou mayest exist as a god without thy foes. O King of the North and South, Menkara, living forever. Now it is to be noted that the passage, Thy mother Nut spreadeth herself over thee in her name of mystery of heaven, she granteth that thou mayest be without enemies, occurs in the texts which are inscribed upon the pyramids built by the kings of the 6th dynasty, and thus we have evidence of the use of the same version of one religious text both in the 4th and in the 6th dynasties. Even if we were to admit that the coffin is a forgery of the 26th dynasty, and that the inscription upon it was taken from an edition of the text of the Book of the Dead, still the value of the monument as an evidence of the antiquity of the Book of the Dead is scarcely impaired. For those who added the inscription would certainly have chosen it from a text of the time of Osiris. The Book of the Dead in the 5th dynasty. In the 5th dynasty, we have, in an increased number of mastabas and other monuments, evidence of the extension of religious ceremonials, including the celebration of funeral rites. But a text forming the Book of the Dead as a whole does not occur until the reign of Unas, BC 3333. The last king of the dynasty, who according to the Turin papyrus reigned 30 years. This monarch built on the plain of Saqqara a stone pyramid about 62 feet high, each side measuring about 200 feet at the base. In the time of Paring and Vice, it was surrounded by heaps of broken stone and rubbish, the result of repeated attempts to open it, and with the casing stones, which consisted of compact limestone from the quarries of Tura. In February 1881, M. Maspero began to clear the pyramid, and soon after he succeeded in making an entrance into the innermost chambers, the walls of which were covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions arranged in perpendicular lines and painted in green. The condition of the interior showed that at the same time or other thieves had already succeeded in making an entrance, for the cover of the black basalt sarcophagus of Unas had been wrenched off and moved near the door of the sarcophagus chamber, and the paving stones had been pulled up in the vain attempt to find buried treasure. The mummy had been broken to pieces, and nothing remained of it except the right arm, a tibia, and some fragments of the skull and body. The inscriptions which covered certain walls and corridors in the tomb were afterwards published by M. Maspero. The appearance of the text of Unas marks an era in the history of the Book of the Dead, and its translation must be regarded as one of the greatest triumphs of Egyptological decipherment, for the want of determinatives in many places in the text, and the archaic spelling of many of the words and passages presented difficulties which were not easily overcome. Here, for the first time, it was shown that the Book of the Dead was no compilation of a comparatively late period in the history of Egyptian civilization, but a work belonging to a very remote antiquity. And it followed naturally that the texts which were then known and which were thought to be themselves original ancient texts proved to be only versions which had passed through 2 or more successive revisions. The Book of the Dead in the 6th dynasty, evidence of the text of the Pyramid of Teta. Continuing his excavations at Saqqara, M. Maspero opened the Pyramid of Teta, king of Egypt, about BC 3300, which Weiss thought had never been entered, and of which, in his day, the masonry on one side only could be seen. Here again it was found that thieves had already been at work and that they had smashed in pieces walls, floors, and many other parts of the chambers in their frantic search for treasure. As in the case of the Pyramid of Unas, certain chambers, etc., of this tomb were found covered with inscriptions in hieroglyphics, but of a smaller size. A brief examination of the text showed it to be formed of a series of extracts from the Book of the Dead, some of which were identical with those in the Pyramid of Unas. Thus was brought to light a Book of the Dead of the time of the first king of the 6th dynasty. End of the Pyramid of Pepi I, Meron Ra, and Pepi II. The Pyramid of Pepi I, king of Egypt about BC 3233, was next opened. It is situated in the central group at Saqqara and is commonly known as the Pyramid of Sheikh Abu Mansur. Certain chambers and other parts of the tomb were found to be covered with hieroglyphic texts, which not only repeated in part those which had been found in the pyramids of Unas and Teta, but also contained a considerable number of additional sections of the Book of the Dead. In the same neighborhood, M. Maspero cleared out the Pyramid of Meron Ra, the 4th king of the 6th dynasty about BC 3200, and the Pyramid of Pepi II, the 5th king of the 6th dynasty about BC 3166. Summary of the monumental evidence. Thus we have before the close of the 6th dynasty 5 copies of a series of texts which formed the Book of the Dead of that period, and an extract from a well-known passage of that work on the wooden coffin of Mycerinus. We have also seen from a number of mastabas and stelae that the funeral ceremonies connected with the Book of the Dead were performed certainly in the 2nd, and with almost equal certainty in the 1st dynasty. It is easy to show that certain sections of the Book of the Dead of this period were copied and used in the following dynasties down to a period about AD 200. The Book of the Dead, a collection of separate works. The fact that not only in the pyramids of Unas and Teta, but also in those of Pepi I and his immediate successors, we find selected passages, suggest that the Book of the Dead was, even in those early times, so extensive that even a king was fain to make from it a selection only of the passages which suited his individual taste, or were considered sufficient to secure his welfare in the next world. In the pyramids of Teta, Pepi I, Meron Ra, and Pepi II, are found many texts which are identical with those employed by their predecessors, and an examination of the inscription of Pepi II will show that about 3/4 of the whole may be found in the monuments of his ancestors. What principle guided each king in the selection of his texts, or whether the additions in each represent religious developments, it is impossible to say. But, as the Egyptian religion cannot have remained stationary in every particular, it is probable that some texts reflected changes in the opinions of the priests upon matters of doctrine. The pyramid texts prove that each section of the religious books of the Egyptians was originally a separate and independent composition, that it was written with a definite object, and that it might be arranged in any order in a series of similar texts. What preceded or what followed it was never taken into consideration by the scribe, although it seems at times as if traditions had assigned a sequence to certain texts. Historical reference. The events of contemporary history were sometimes reflected in the Book of the Dead of the early dynasties is proved by the following. We learn from the inscription upon the tomb of Heru Kuf at Aswan that this governor of Elephantine was ordered to bring for King Pepi II a pygmy from the interior of Africa to dance before the king and amuse him. and he was promised that if he succeeded in bringing the pygmy alive and in good health, His Majesty would confer upon him a higher rank and dignity than that which King Asa conferred upon his minister Ba'ur-Tetet, who performed this much appreciated service for his master. Now Asa was the 8th king of the 5th dynasty, and Pepi II was the 5th king of the 6th dynasty, and between the reigns of these kings there was, according to M. Maspero, an interval of at least 64, but more probably 80 years. But in the text in the pyramid of Pepi I, which must have been drafted at some period between the reigns of these kings, we have the passage, "Hail, thou who, at thy will, makest to pass over to the field of Aru the soul that is right and true, or dost make shipwreck of it. Ra-Meri, i.e. Pepi I, is right and true in respect of heaven and in respect of earth. Pepi is right and true in respect of the island of the earth, whither he swimmeth and where he arriveth. He who is between the nights of Nut, i.e. Pepi, is the pygmy who danceth, like the god, and who pleaseth the heart of the god, Osiris, before his great throne. The two beings who are over the throne of the great god proclaim Pepi to be sound and healthy. Therefore, Pepi shall sail in the boat to the beautiful field of the great god, and he shall do therein that which is done by those to whom veneration is due." Here clearly we have a reference to the historical fact of the importation of a pygmy from the regions south of Nubia, and the idea which seems to have been uppermost in the mind of him that drafted the text was that as the pygmy pleased the king for whom he was brought in this world, even so might the dead Pepi please the god Osiris in the next world. As the pygmy was brought by boat to the king, so might Pepi be brought by boat to the island wherein the god dwelt. As the conditions made by the king were fulfilled by him that brought the pygmy, even so might the conditions made by Osiris concerning the dead be fulfilled by him that transported Pepi to his presence. The wording of the passage amply justifies the assumption that this addition was made to the text after the mission of Asa and during the 6th dynasty. Authorship of the Book of the Dead. Like other works of a similar nature, however, the pyramid texts afford us no information as to their authorship. In the later versions of the Book of the Dead, certain chapters are stated to be the work of the god Thoth. They certainly belong to that class of literature which the Greeks called Hermetic, and it is pretty certain that under some group they were included in the list of the 42 works which, according to Clement of Alexandria, constituted the sacred books of the Egyptians, as Thoth, whom the Greeks called Hermes, is in Egyptian texts styled Lord of Divine Books, Scribe of the Company of the Gods, and Lord of Divine Speech. This ascription is well founded. Influence of the priests of Anu on its compilation. The pyramid texts are versions of ancient religious compositions which the priests of the college or school of Anu succeeded in establishing as the authorized version of the Book of the Dead in the first 6 dynasties. Ra, the local form of the sun god, usurps the place occupied by the more ancient form Tmu, and it would seem that when a dogma had been promulgated by the College of Anu, it was accepted by the priesthood of all the great cities throughout Egypt. The great influence of the Anu school of priests, even in the time of Unas, is proved by the following passage from the text in his pyramid. O God, thy Anu is Unas. O God, thy Anu is Unas. O Ra, Anu is Unas. Thy Anu is Unas, O Ra. The mother of Unas is Anu. The father of Unas is Anu. Unas himself is Anu, and was born in Anu. Elsewhere we are told that Unas cometh to the great bull which cometh forth from Anu, and that he uttereth words of magical import in Anu. In Anu the god Tmu produced the gods Shu and Tefnut, and in Anu dwelt the great and oldest company of the gods, Tmu, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. The abode of the blessed in heaven was called Anu, and it was asserted that the souls of the just were there united to their spiritual or glorified bodies, and that they lived there face to face with the deity for all eternity, judging from the fact that the texts in the tombs of Heru, Hetep, and Neferu, and those inscribed upon the sarcophagus of Taka, all of the 11th and 12th dynasties, differ in extent only and not in character or contents from those of the royal pyramids of Saqqara, of the 5th and 6th dynasties. It has been declared that the religion as well as the art of the First Theban Empire are nothing but a Slavish copy of those of northern Egypt. The Theban version. The Theban version, which was used in Upper Egypt from the 18th to the 20th dynasty, was commonly written on papyri in the hieroglyphic character. The text is written in black ink in perpendicular rows of hieroglyphics, which are separated from each other by black lines. The titles of the chapters or sections and certain parts of the chapters and the rubrics belonging thereto are written in red ink. A steady development in the illumination of the vignettes is observable in the papyri of this period. At the beginning of the 18th dynasty, the vignettes are in black outline, but we see from the papyrus of Hunefer, British Museum number 9901, who was an overseer of cattle of Seti I, king of Egypt, about BC 1370, that the vignettes are painted in reds, greens, yellows, white, and other colors, and that the whole of the text and vignettes are enclosed in a red and yellow border. Originally, the text was the most important part of the work, and both it and its vignettes were the work of the scribe. Gradually, however, the brilliantly illuminated vignettes were more and more cared for, and when the skill of the scribe failed, the artist was called in. In many fine papyri of the Theban period, it is altered that the whole plan of the vignettes of a papyrus was set out by artists, who often failed to leave sufficient space for the text to which they belonged. In consequence, many lines of the chapters are often omitted, and the last few lines of some texts are so much crowded as to be almost illegible. The frequent clerical errors also show that while an artist of the greatest skill might be employed on the vignettes, the execution of the text was left to an ignorant or careless scribe. Again, the artist at times arranged his vignettes in wrong order, and it is occasionally evident that neither artist nor scribe understood the matter upon which he was engaged. According to M. Maspero, the scribes of the 6th dynasty did not understand the text which they were drafting. And in the 11th dynasty, the scribe of a papyrus now preserved at Berlin knew or cared so little about the text he was copying that he transcribed the 77th chapter from the wrong end, and apparently never discovered his error, although he concluded the chapter with its title. Originally, each copy of the Book of the Dead was written to order, but soon the custom obtained of preparing copies with blank spaces in which the name of the purchaser might be inserted. And many of the errors in spelling and most of the omissions of words are no doubt due to the haste with which such stock copies were written by the members of the priestly caste, whose profession it was to copy them. Theban Papyri. The papyri upon which copies of the Theban version were written vary in length from about 20 to 90 feet and in width from 14 to 18 inches. In the 18th dynasty, the layers of the papyrus are of a thicker texture and of a darker color than in the succeeding dynasties. The art of making great lengths of papyrus of light color and fine texture attained its highest perfection in the 19th dynasty. An examination of Theban papyri shows that the work of writing and illuminating a fine copy of the Book of the Dead was frequently distributed between two or more groups of artists and scribes, and that the sections were afterwards joined up into a whole. Occasionally, by error, two groups of men would transcribe the same chapter. Hence, in the papyrus of Ani, chapter 18 occurs twice. Selection and arrangement of chapters. The sections or chapters of the Theban version are a series of separate and distinct compositions, which, like the sections of the pyramid texts, had no fixed order either on coffins or in papyri. Unlike these texts, however, with very few exceptions, each composition had a special title and vignette which indicate its purpose. The general selection of the chapters for papyrus seems to have been left to the individual fancy of the purchaser or scribe, but certain of them were no doubt absolutely necessary for the preservation of the body of the deceased in the tomb and for the welfare of his soul in its new state of existence. Traditional selections would probably be respected, and recent selections approved by any dominant school of religious thought in Egypt were without doubt accepted. Change in forms. While in the period of the pyramid texts, the various sections were said or sung by priests, probably assisted by some members of the family of the deceased, the welfare of his soul and body being proclaimed for him as an established fact in the Theban version, the hymns and prayers to the gods were put into the mouth of the deceased. As none but the great and wealthy could afford the ceremonies which were performed in the early dynasties, economy was probably the chief cause of this change, which had come about at Thebes as early as the 12th dynasty. Little by little, the ritual portions of the Book of the Dead disappeared, until finally, in the Theban version, the only chapters of this class which remain are the 22nd, 23rd, 105th, and 151st. Every chapter and prayer of this version was to be said in the next world, where the words properly uttered enabled the deceased to overcome every foe and to attain to the life of the perfected soul, which dwelt in his spiritual body in the abode of the blessed. Theban title of the Book of the Dead. The common name for the Book of the Dead in the Theban period, and probably also before this date, is Per-em-Hru, which words have been variously translated manifested in the light, coming forth from the day, coming forth by day, la manifestation au jour, la manifestation et la lumière, etc., etc. This name, however, had probably a meaning for the Egyptians which has not yet been rendered in a modern language, and one important idea in connection with the whole work is expressed by another title which calls it the chapter of making strong or perfect the coup. Continuity of doctrine. In the Theban version, the main principles of the Egyptian religion which were held in the times when the pyramid texts were written are maintained, and the views concerning the eternal existence of the soul remain unaltered. Many passages in the work, however, show that modifications and developments in details have taken place, and much that is not met with in the early dynasties appears, as far as we know, for the first time. The vignettes, too, are additions to the work, but although they depict scenes in the life beyond the grave, they do not seem to form a connected series, and it is doubtful if they are arranged on any definite plan. A general idea of the contents of this version may be gathered from the following list of chapters. Theban version, list of chapters. Chapter 1, here begin the chapters of coming forth by day, and of the songs of praise and glorifying, and of coming forth from and going into the underworld. Vignette, the funeral procession from the house of the dead to the tomb. Chapter 1b, the chapter of making the mummy to go into the tuat on the day of the burial. Vignette, Anubis standing by the bier upon which the mummy of the deceased is laid. Chapter 2, coming forth by day and of living after death. Vignette, a man standing holding a staff. Chapter 3, another chapter like unto it, i.e., like chapter 2. Chapter 4, another chapter of passing along the way over the earth. When the vignette is not said, it means there is no vignette for that chapter. Chapter 5, the chapter of not allowing the deceased to do work in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased kneeling on one knee. Chapter 6, the chapter of making Ushabtiyu figures do work for a man in the underworld. Vignette, an Ushabti figure. Chapter 7, the chapter of passing over the back of Apep, the evil one. Vignette, the deceased spearing a serpent. Chapter 8, Another chapter of the Tuat and of coming forth by day. Vignette, the deceased kneeling before a ram. Chapter 9, the chapter of passing through the Tuat. Vignette, the deceased kneeling before a ram. Chapter 10, this chapter is now known as Chapter 48. Chapter 11, this chapter of coming forth against his enemies in the underworld. Chapter 12, another chapter of going into and coming forth from the underworld. Chapter 13, the chapter of going into and of coming forth from Amentet. Chapter 14, the chapter of driving away shame from the heart of the deceased. Chapter 15, a hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern horizon of heaven. Vignette, the deceased adoring Ra. Chapter 15b, 1, a hymn of praise to Ra when he setteth in the land of life. Vignette, the deceased adoring Ra. Chapter 15b, 2, a hymn of praise to Ra Harmakis when he setteth in the western horizon of heaven. Vignette, the deceased adoring Ra. Chapter 15b, 3, another hidden chapter of the Tuat, and of passing through the secret places of the underworld, and of seeing the disk when he setteth in Amentet. Vignette, the god or the deceased spearing a serpent. Chapter 16a, no text being only a vignette. Scene of the worship of the rising sun by mythological beings. Chapter 16b, without title or text, vignette, scene of the worship of the setting sun by mythological beings. Chapter 17, here begin the praises and glorifyings of coming out from and going into the underworld in the beautiful Amenta, of coming out by day and of making transformations and of changing into any form which he pleaseth, of playing at draughts in the Se chamber, and of coming forth in the form of a living soul, to be said by the deceased after his death. Vignette, the deceased playing at draughts, the deceased adoring the lion gods of yesterday and today, the bier of Osiris with Isis and Nephthys at the foot and head respectively, and a number of mythological beings referred to in the text. Chapter 18, without title, vignette, the deceased adoring the groups of gods belonging to various cities. Chapter 19, the chapter of the crown of victory. Chapter 20, without title and no vignette. Chapter 21, the chapter of giving a mouth to a man in the underworld. Chapter 22, the chapter of giving a mouth to the deceased in the underworld. Vignette, the guardian of the scales touching the mouth of the deceased. Chapter 23, the chapter of opening the mouth of the deceased in the underworld. Vignette, the Sem priest touching the mouth of the deceased with the instrument. Chapter 24, the chapter of bringing words of magical power to the deceased in the underworld. Chapter 25, the chapter of causing a man to remember his name in the underworld. Vignette, a priest holding up something before the deceased. Chapter 26, the chapter of giving a heart to the deceased in the underworld. Vignette, Anubis holding out a heart to the deceased in the underworld. Chapter 27, the chapter of not allowing the heart of a man to be taken from him in the underworld. A man tying a heart to the statue of the deceased. Chapter 28, not allowing the heart of a man to be taken from him in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased with his left hand touching the heart upon his breast, kneeling before a demon holding a knife. Chapter 29a, the chapter of not carrying away the heart of a man in the underworld. Chapter 29b, another chapter of a heart of a carnelian. Vignette, the deceased sitting on a chair before his heart which rests on a stand. Chapter 30a, not allowing the heart of a man to be driven away from him in the underworld. Vignette, a heart. Chapter 30b, not allowing the heart of a man to be driven away from him in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased being weighed against his heart in the balance in the presence of Osiris. the great God, the Prince of Eternity. Chapter 31. The chapter of repulsing the crocodile which cometh to carry the magical words. From a man in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased spearing a crocodile. Chapter 32. Coming to carry the magical words from a man in the underworld. Chapter 33. The chapter of repulsing reptiles of all kinds. Vignette, the deceased attacking 4 snakes with a knife in each hand. Chapter 34. A man not being bitten by a serpent in the hall of the tomb. Chapter 35. The chapter of not being eaten by worms in the underworld. Vignette, 3 serpents. Chapter 36. The chapter of repulsing the tortoise. Apse. Vignette, the deceased spearing a beetle. Chapter 37. Of repulsing the 2 Merti. Vignette, 2 uraei, which represent the 2 eyes of Ra. Chapter 38a. The chapter of living upon the air which is in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased holding a sail emblematic of air. Chapter 38b. Of living upon air and of repulsing the 2 Merti. Vignette, the deceased attacking 3 serpents, a knife in his right hand and a sail in his left. Chapter 39. The chapter of repulsing the serpent in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased spearing a serpent. Chapter 40. Repulsing the eater of the ass. Vignette, the deceased spearing a serpent which is biting the neck of all ass. Chapter 41. Of doing away with the wounding of the eyes in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased holding a knife in the right hand and a roll in the left. Chapter 42. Of doing away with slaughter in Suten Henen. Vignette, a man holding a serpent. Chapter 43. Not allowing the head of a man to be cut off from him in the underworld. Chapter 44. Of not dying a second time. Chapter 45. Of not seeing corruption. Chapter 46. Of not decaying and of living in the underworld. Chapter 47. Of not carrying off the place or seat of the throne from a man in the underworld. Chapter 48. Of a man coming against his enemies. Chapter 49. Of a man coming forth against his enemies in the underworld. Vignette, a man standing with a staff in his hand. Chapter 50. Of not going into the divine block a second time. Vignette, a man standing with his back to the block. Chapter 51. Of not walking upside down in the underworld. Vignette, a man standing. Chapter 52. Of not eating filth in the underworld. Chapter 53. Of not allowing a man to eat filth and to drink polluted water in the underworld. Chapter 54. Of giving air in the underworld. Chapter 55. Another chapter of giving air. Vignette, the deceased holding a sail in each hand. Chapter 56. Of snuffing the air in the earth. Vignette, the deceased kneeling and holding a sail to his nose. Chapter 57. Of snuffing the air and of gaining the mastery over the waters in the underworld. Vignette, a man holding a sail and standing in a running stream. Chapter 58. Of snuffing the air and of gaining power over the water which is in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased holding a sail. Chapter 59. Of snuffing the air and of gaining power over the water which is in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased standing with his hands extended. Chapters 60, 61, 62, of drinking water in the underworld. Vignettes, the deceased holding a lotus, the deceased holding his soul in his arms, and the deceased scooping water into his mouth from a pool. Chapter 63a, of drinking water and of not being burnt with fire. Vignette, the deceased drinking water from a stream. Chapter 63b, of not being boiled or scalded in the water. Vignette, the deceased standing by the side of two flames. Chapter 64, the chapter of coming forth by day in the underworld. Vignette, the deceased adoring the disk which stands on the top of a tree. Chapter 65, coming forth by day and of gaining the mastery over foes. Vignette, the deceased adoring Ra. Chapter 66, coming forth by day. Chapter 67, of opening the doors of the Tuat and of the coming forth by day. Chapter 68, of coming forth by day. Vignette, the deceased kneeling by the side of a tree before a goddess. Chapter 69, another chapter. Chapter 70, another chapter. Chapter 71, of coming forth by day. Vignette, the deceased with both hands raised in adoration kneeling before the goddess Merut. Chapter 72, of coming forth by day and of passing through the hall of the tomb. Vignette, the deceased adoring three gods. Chapter 73. This chapter is now known as Chapter 9. Chapter 74, of lifting up the legs and coming forth upon earth. Vignette, the deceased standing upright. Chapter 75, of traveling to Anu, on, and of receiving an abode there. Vignette, the deceased standing before the door of a tomb. Chapter 76, of a man changing into whatsoever form he pleaseth. Chapter 77, of changing into a golden hawk. The vignette, a golden hawk. Chapter 78, of changing into a divine hawk. Vignette, a hawk. Chapter 79, of being among the company of the gods, and of becoming a prince among the divine powers. Vignette, the deceased adoring three gods. Chapter 80, of changing into a god and of sending forth light into darkness. Vignette, a god. Chapter 81a, of changing into a lily. Vignette, a lily. Chapter 81b, of changing into a lily. Vignette, the head of a deceased rising out of a lily. Chapter 82, of changing into Thoth, of eating cakes, of drinking ale, of unloosening the body, and of living in Anu, on. Vignette, the god Ptah, in a shrine. Chapter 83, of changing into a phoenix. Vignette, a phoenix. Chapter 84, of changing into a heron. Vignette, a heron. Chapter 85, of changing into a soul, of not going into the place of punishment. Whosoever knoweth it will never perish. Chapter 86, the chapter of changing into a swallow. Vignette, a swallow. Chapter 87, of changing into a serpent, Sata. Vignette, a serpent. Chapter 88, of changing into a crocodile. Vignette, a crocodile. Chapter 89, of making the soul to be united to its body. Vignette, the soul visiting the body which lies on a bier. Chapter 90, of giving memory to a man. Vignette, a jackal. Chapter 91, of not allowing the soul of a man to be shut in. Vignette, a soul standing on a pedestal. Chapter 92, of opening the tomb to the soul and shadow of a man, so that he may come forth and may gain power over his legs. Vignette, the soul of the deceased flying through the door of the tomb. Chapter 93, of not sailing to the east in the underworld. Vignette, the hands of a buckle grasping the deceased by his arm. Chapter 94, of praying for an ink jar and palette. Vignette, the deceased sitting before a stand upon which are an ink jar and palette. Chapter 95, of being near Thoth. Vignette, the deceased standing before Thoth. Chapters 96, 97, the chapter of being near Thoth and of giving. Vignette, the deceased standing near Thoth. Chapter 98, the title of this chapter is incomplete. Chapter 99, of bringing a boat in the underworld. Vignette, a boat. Chapter 100, of making perfect the coup and of making it to enter into the boat of Ra together with his divine followers. Vignette, a boat containing a company of gods. Chapter 101, of protecting the boat of Ra. Vignette, the deceased in the boat with Ra. Chapter 102, of going into the boat of Ra. Vignette, the deceased in the boat with Ra. Chapter 103, of being in the following of Hathor. Vignette, the deceased standing behind Hathor. Chapter 104, of sitting among the great gods. Vignette, the deceased seating between two gods. Chapter 105, of satisfying the Ka. Vignette, the deceased burning incense before his Ka. Chapter 106, of causing joy each day to a man in Het Kapata, Memphis. Vignette, an altar with meat and drink offerings. Chapter 107, of going into and of coming forth from the gate of the gods of the west among the followers of the god and of knowing the souls of Amentet. Vignette, three deities, Ra, Sebek, and Hathor. Chapter 108, of knowing the souls of the west. Vignette, three deities, Tamu, Sebek, and Hathor. Chapter 109, of knowing the souls of the east. Vignette, the deceased making adoration before Ra Heru Kuti. Chapter 110, the beginning of the chapters of the fields of peace and of the chapters of coming forth by day and of going into and of coming forth from the underworld and of attaining unto the fields of reeds and of being in the fields of peace. Vignette, the fields of peace. Chapter 111. This chapter is now known as Chapter 108. Chapter 112. Of knowing the souls of Pi. Vignette, Horus, Mesti, and Hapi. Chapter 113. Of knowing the souls of Neken. Vignette, Horus, Tuamutef, and Kebsenef. Chapter 14. Of knowing the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis. Vignette, three ibis-headed gods. Chapter 115, of coming forth to heaven, of passing through the hall of the tomb, and of knowing the souls of Anu. Vignette, the deceased adoring Thoth, Sau, and Tamu. Chapter 116, of knowing the souls of Anu. Vignette, the deceased adoring three ibis-headed gods. Chapter 117, of taking away in Ristau. Vignette, the deceased holding a staff in his hand, ascending the western hills. Chapter 118, of coming forth from Ristau. Vignette, the deceased holding a staff in his left hand. Chapter 119, of knowing the name of Osiris, and of going into and of coming forth from Restau. Vignette, the deceased adoring Osiris. Chapter 120. This chapter is now known as Chapter 12. Chapter 121. This chapter is now known as Chapter 13. Chapter 122. Of the deceased going in after coming forth from the underworld. Vignette, the deceased bowing before his tomb, which is on a hill. Chapter 123. Of going into the great house, i.e., tomb. Vignette, the soul of the deceased standing before a tomb. Chapter 124. Of going in to the princes of Osiris. Vignette, the deceased adoring Meste, Hapi, Tuamatef, and Kebsenef. Chapter 125. The words which are to be uttered by the deceased when he cometh to the hall of Mati, which separateth him from his sins, and which maketh him to see God, the Lord of mankind. Vignette, the hall of Mati, in which the heart of the deceased is being weighed in a balance in the presence of the great gods. Chapter 126, without title. Vignette, a lake of fire at each corner of which sits an ape. Chapter 127a. The Book of the Praise of the Gods of the Kerti. Chapter 127b. Of the words to be spoken on going to the chiefs of Osiris, and of the praise of the gods who are leaders in the Tuat. Chapter 128. Of praising Osiris. Vignette: the deceased adoring three deities. Chapter 129. This chapter is now known as Chapter 100. Chapter 130. Of making perfect the coup. Vignette: the deceased standing between two boats. Chapter 131. Of making a man go into heaven to the side of Ra. Chapter 132. Of making a man to go round about to see his house. Vignette: a man standing before a house or tomb. Chapter 133. Of making perfect the coup in the underworld in the presence of the great company of gods. Vignette: the deceased adoring Ra seated in a boat. Chapter 134. Of entering into the boat of Ra and of being among those who are in his train. Vignette: the deceased adoring Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Horus, Hathor. Chapter 135. Another chapter which is to be recited at the waxing of the moon each month. Chapter 136a. Of sailing in the boat of Ra. Vignette: the deceased standing with hands raised in adoration. Chapter 136b. Of sailing in the great boat of Ra to pass around the fiery orbit of the sun. Chapter 137a. Of kindling the fire which is to be made in the underworld. Chapter 137b. Of the deceased kindling the fire. Vignette: the deceased seated kindling a flame. Chapter 138. Of making the deceased to enter into Abydos. Vignette: the deceased adoring the standard. Chapter 139. This chapter is now known as Chapter 123. Chapter 140. The book which is to be recited in the second month of Pert, when the Ut-Chat is full in the second month of Pert. Vignette: the deceased adoring Anpu, the Ut-Chat, and Ra. Chapters 141 to 143. The book which is to be recited by a man for his father and for his son at the festivals of Amentet. It will make him perfect before Ra and before the gods, and he shall dwell with them. It shall be recited on the 9th day of the festival. Vignette: the deceased making offerings before a god. Chapter 144. The chapter of going in. Vignette: 7 pylons. Chapter 150a. Without title. Chapter 150b. Of coming forth to the hidden pylons. Chapter 146. Knowing the pylons in the house of Osiris in the field of Aru. Vignette: a series of pylons guarded each by a god. Chapter 147. To be recited by the deceased when he cometh to the first hall of Amendet. Vignette: a series of doors each guarded by a god. Chapter 148. Of nourishing the coup in the underworld, and of removing him from every evil thing. Chapter 149. Without title. Vignette: the divisions of the other world. Chapter 150. Without title. Vignette: certain divisions of the other world. Chapter 151. Without title. Vignette: scene of the mummy chamber. Chapter 151a. Of the hands of Anpu, the dweller in the sepulchral chamber, being upon the Lord of life, i.e. the mummy. Vignette: Anubis standing by the bier of the deceased. Chapter 151b. The chapter of the chief of hidden things. Vignette: a human head. Chapter 152. Of building a house in the earth. Vignette: the deceased standing by the foundations of his house. Chapter 153a. The chapter of coming forth from the net. Vignette: a net being drawn by a number of men. Chapter 153b. The chapter of coming forth from the fishing net. Vignette: 3 apes drawing a fishing net. Chapter 154. Of not allowing the body of a man to decay in the tomb. Chapter 155. Of a tete of gold to be placed on the neck of the coup. Vignette: a tete. Chapter 156. Of a buckle of amethyst to be placed on the neck of the coup. Vignette: a buckle. Chapter 157. Of a vulture of gold to be placed on the neck of the coup. Vignette: a vulture. Chapter 158. Of a collar of gold to be placed on the neck of the coup. Vignette: a collar. Chapter 159. Of a scepter of mother of emerald to be placed on the neck of the coup. Vignette: a scepter. Chapter 160. Of placing a plaque of mother of emerald. Vignette: a plaque. 161. Of the opening of the doors of heaven by Thoth, etc. Vignette: Thoth, opening 4 doors. Chapter 162. Of causing heat to exist under the head of the coup. Vignette: a cow. Chapter 163. Of not allowing the body of a man to decay in the underworld. Vignette: 2 uchats and a serpent on legs. Chapter 164. Another chapter. Vignette: a 3-headed goddess, winged, standing between 2 pygmies. Chapter 165. Of arriving in port, of not becoming unseen, and of making the body to germinate, and of satisfying it with the water of heaven. Vignette: the god Min, or Amsu, with beetle's body, etc. Chapter 166. Of the pillow. Vignette: a pillow. Chapter 167. Of bringing the uchat. Chapter 168. Without title. Vignette: the boats of the sun, etc. Chapter 168b. Without title. Vignette: men pouring libations, gods, etc. Chapter 169. Of setting up the offering chamber. Chapter 170. Of the roof of the offering chamber. Chapter 171. Of tying the abu. Chapter 172. Here begin the praises which are to be recited in the underworld. Chapter 173. Addresses by Horus to his father. Vignette: the deceased adoring Osiris. Chapter 174. Of causing the coup to come forth from the great gate of heaven. Vignette: the deceased coming forth from a door. Chapter 175. Of not dying a second time in the underworld. Vignette: the deceased adoring an ibis-headed god. Chapter 176. Of not dying a second time in the underworld. Chapter 177. Of raising up the coup, and of making the soul to live in the underworld. Chapter 178. Of raising up the body, of making the eyes to see, of making the ears to hear, of setting firm the head, and of giving it its powers. Chapter 179. Of coming forth from yesterday, of coming forth by day, and of praying with the hands. Chapter 180. Of coming forth by day, of praising Ra in Amentet, and of ascribing praise unto those who are in the Tuat. Vignette: the deceased adoring Ra. Chapter 181. Of going into the divine chiefs of Osiris who are the leaders in the Tuat. Vignette: the deceased adoring Osiris, etc. Chapter 182. The book of stabilizing the backbone of Osiris, of giving breath to him whose heart is still, and of the repulse of the enemies of Osiris by Thoth. Vignette: the deceased lying on a bier in a funeral chest surrounded by various gods. Chapter 183. A hymn of praise to Osiris, ascribing to him glory, and to Un-Nefer adoration. Vignettes: the deceased with hands raised in adoration, and the god Thoth. Chapter 184. of being with Osiris. Vignette: the deceased standing by the side of Osiris. Chapter 185. The ascription of praise to Osiris and of adoration to the everlasting Lord. Vignette: the deceased making adoration to Osiris. Chapter 186. A hymn of praise to Hathor, mistress of Amentet, and to Me-urt. Vignette: the deceased approaching the mountain of the dead from which appears the goddess Hathor. The version akin to the Theban. Paleography. The version akin to was in vogue from the 20th to the 26th dynasty, i.e. about BC 1200 to 550, and was, like the Theban, usually written upon papyrus. The chapters have no fixed order and are written in lines in hieratic character. The rubrics, catchwords, and certain names, like that of Apep, are in red. The vignettes are roughly traced in black outline and are without ornament. But at the ends of the best papyri, well-painted scenes in which the deceased is depicted making adoration to Ra or Horus are frequently found. The names and titles of the deceased are written in perpendicular rows of hieroglyphics. The character of the handwriting changes in different periods. In the papyrus of the Princess Nessie Khonsu, about BC 1000, it is bold and clear, and much resembles the handsome style of that found in the Great Harris Papyrus. But within 100 years, apparently the fine flowing style disappears, and the writing becomes much smaller and is somewhat cramped. The process of reduction in size continues until the 26th dynasty, about BC 550. When the small and coarsely written characters are frequently difficult to decipher. The papyri upon which such texts are written vary in length from 3 to about 30 feet, and in width from 9 to 18 inches. As we approach the period of the 26th dynasty, the texture becomes coarser and the material is darker in color. The Theban papyri of this period are lighter in color than those found in the north of Egypt and are less brittle. They certainly suffer less in unrolling. The Sa'ite and Ptolemaic version, paleography. The Sa'ite and Ptolemaic version was in vogue from the period of the 26th dynasty, about BC 550, to probably the end of the rule of the Ptolemies over Egypt. The chapters have a fixed and definite order, and it seems that a careful revision of the whole work was carried out, and that several alterations of an important nature were made in it. A number of chapters which are not found in older papyri appear during this period, but these are not necessarily new inventions, for as the kings of the 26th dynasty are renowned for having revived the arts and sciences and literature of the earliest dynasties, it is quite possible that many or most of the additional chapters are nothing more than new editions of extracts from older works. Many copies of this version were written by scribes who did not understand what they were copying, and omissions of signs, words, and even whole passages are very common. In papyri of the Ptolemaic period, it is impossible to read many passages without the help of texts from earlier periods. The papyri of this period vary in color from a light to a dark brown and consist usually of layers composed of strips of the plant measuring about 2 inches in width and 14.5 to 16 inches in length. Fine examples of books of the dead of this version vary in length from about 24.5 feet. BM number 10,479, written for the Ut-Cheb Heru, the son of the Ut-Cheb Tekera, to 60 feet. Hieroglyphic texts are written in black in perpendicular rows between rules and hieratic texts in horizontal lines. Both the hieroglyphics and the hieratic characters lack the boldness of the writing of the Theban period and exhibit the characteristics of a conventional hand. The titles of the chapters, catchwords, the numbers which introduce a variant reading, etc., are sometimes written in red. The vignettes are usually traced in black outline and form a kind of continuous border above the text. In good papyri, however, the scene forming the 16th chapter, the scene of the Fields of Peace, chapter 110, the Judgment scene, chapter 125, the vignette of chapter 148, the scene forming chapter 151, the sepulchral chamber, and the vignette of chapter 161 fill the whole width of the inscribed portion of the papyrus and are painted in somewhat crude colors. In some papyri, the disc on the head of the hawk of Horus is covered with gold leaf instead of being painted red, as is usual in older papyri. In the Greco-Roman period, both texts and vignettes are very carelessly executed, and it is evident that they were written and drawn by ignorant workmen in the quickest and most careless way possible. In this period also, certain passages of the text were copied in hieratic and demotic upon small pieces of papyri, which were buried with portions of the bodies of the dead, and upon narrow bandages of coarse linen in which they were swathed. The legend of Osiris. The main features of the Egyptian religion constant. The chief features of the Egyptian religion remained unchanged from the 5th and 6th dynasties down to the period when the Egyptians embraced Christianity. After the preaching of St. Mark, the apostle in Alexandria, AD 69, so firmly had the early beliefs taken possession of the Egyptian mind. And the Christians in Egypt, or Copts as they are commonly called, the racial descendants of the ancient Egyptians, seem never to have succeeded in divesting themselves of the superstitious and weird mythological conceptions which they inherited from their heathen ancestors. It is not necessary here to repeat the proofs of this fact which Monsieur Amelinot has brought together, or to adduce evidence from the lives of the saints, martyrs, and ascetics. But it is of interest to note in passing that the translators of the New Testament into Coptic rendered the Greek Hades Amenti, the name which the ancient Egyptians gave to the abode of man after death, and that the Copts peopled it with beings whose prototypes are found on the ancient monuments. Persistence of the legend of Osiris and the belief in the resurrection. The chief gods mentioned in the pyramid texts are identical with those whose names are given on tomb, coffin, and papyrus in the latest dynasties. And if the names of the great cosmic gods, such as Ptah and Khnemu, are of rare occurrence, it should be remembered that the gods of the dead must naturally occupy the chief place in this literature which concerns the dead. Furthermore, we find that the doctrine of eternal life and of the resurrection of a glorified or transformed body, based upon the ancient story of the resurrection of Osiris, after a cruel death and horrible mutilation inflicted by the powers of evil, was the same in all periods, and that the legends of the most ancient times were accepted without material alteration or addition in the texts of the later dynasties. Plutarch's version of the legend. The story of Osiris is nowhere found in a connected form in Egyptian literature, but everywhere and in texts of all periods, the life, sufferings, death, and resurrection of Osiris are accepted as facts universally admitted. Greek writers have preserved in their works traditions concerning this god, and to Plutarch in particular we owe an important version of the legend as current in his day. It is clear that in some points he errs, but this was excusable in dealing with a series of traditions already some 4,000 years old. According to this writer, the goddess Rhea, Nut, the wife of Helios, Ra, was beloved by Kronos, Seb. When Helios discovered the intrigue, he cursed his wife and declared that she should not be delivered of her child in any month or in any year. Then the god Hermes, who also loved Rhea, played at tables with Selene and won from her the 70th part of each day of the year, which, added together, made 5 whole days. These he joined to the 360 days of which the year then consisted. Upon the first of these 5 days was Osiris brought forth, and at the moment of his birth a voice was heard to proclaim that the Lord of creation was born. In course of time he became king of Egypt and devoted himself to civilizing his subjects and to teaching them the craft of the husbandman. He established a code of laws and bade men worship the gods. Having made Egypt peaceful and flourishing, he set out to instruct the other nations of the world. During his absence, his wife Isis so well ruled the state that Typhon, Set, the evil one, could do no harm to the realm of Osiris. When Osiris came again, Typhon plotted with 72 comrades and with Aso, the queen of Ethiopia, to slay him, and secretly got the measure of the body of Osiris and made ready a fair chest, which was brought into his banqueting hall when Osiris was present together with other guests. By a ruse, Osiris was induced to lie down in the chest, which was immediately closed by Typhon and his fellow conspirators, who conveyed it to the Tanitic mouth of the Nile. These things happened on the 17th day of the month Hathor, when Osiris was in the 28th year either of his reign or of his age. The first to know of what had happened were the Pans and Satyrs, who dwelt hard by Panopolis, and finally the news was brought to Isis at Coptos, whereupon she cut off a lock of hair and put on mourning apparel. She then set out in deep grief to find her husband's body, and in the course of her wanderings she discovered that Osiris had been united with her sister Nephthys, and that Anubis, the offering of the union, had been exposed by his mother as soon as born. Isis tracked him by the help of dogs and bred him up to be her guard and attendant. Soon after she learned that the chest had been carried by the sea to Byblos, where it had been gently laid by the waves among the branches of a tamarisk tree, which in a very short time had grown to a magnificent size, and had enclosed the chest within its trunk. The king of the country, admiring the tree, cut it down and made a pillar for the roof of his house, of that part which contained the body of Osiris. When Isis heard of this, she went to Byblos, and gaining admittance to the palace through the report of the royal maidens, she was made nurse to one of the king's sons. Instead of nursing the child in the ordinary way, Isis gave him her finger to suck, and each night she put him in the fire to consume his mortal parts, changing herself the while into a swallow and bemoaning her fate. But the queen once happened to see her son in flames and cried out, and thus deprived him of immortality. Then Isis told the queen her story and begged for the pillar which supported the roof. This she cut open and took out the chest and her husband's body, and her lamentations were so terrible that one of the royal children died of fright. She then brought the chest by ship to Egypt, where she opened it and embraced the body of her husband, weeping bitterly. Then she sought her son Horus in Buto in Lower Egypt, first having hidden the chest in a secret place. But Typhon, one night hunting by the light of the moon, found the chest, and recognizing the body, tore it into 14 pieces, which he scattered up and down throughout the land. When Isis heard of this, she took a boat made of papyrus, a plant abhorred by crocodiles, and sailing about she gathered the fragments of Osiris's body. Wherever she found one, there she built a tomb. But now Horus had grown up, and being encouraged to the use of arms by Osiris, who returned from the other world, he went out to do battle with Typhon, the murderer of his father. The fight lasted many days, and Typhon was made captive. But Isis, to whom the care of the prisoner was given, so far from aiding her son Horus, set Typhon at liberty. Horus, in his rage, tore from her head the royal diadem, but Thoth gave her a helmet in the shape of a cow's head. In 2 other battles fought between Horus and Typhon, Horus was the victor. This is the story of the sufferings and death of Osiris as told by Plutarch. Osiris was the god through whose sufferings and death the Egyptian hoped that his body might rise again in some transformed or glorified shape. And to him who had conquered death and had become the king of the other world, the Egyptian appealed in prayer for eternal life through his victory and power. In every funeral inscription known to us, from the pyramid texts down to the roughly written prayers upon coffins of the Roman period, what is done for Osiris is done also for the deceased. The state and condition of Osiris are the state and condition of the deceased. In a word, the deceased is identified with Osiris. If Osiris liveth forever, the deceased will live forever. If Osiris dieth, then will the deceased perish. Hymn to Osiris.
Hail to thee, Osiris, Lord of eternity, King of the gods, thou who hast many names, thou disposer of created things, thou who hast hidden forms in the temples, thou sacred one, thou Ka, who dwellest in Tatu, thou mighty one in Sikkim, thou Lord to whom invocations are made in Anti, thou who art over the offerings in Anu, thou Lord who makest inquisition in twofold right and truth, thou hidden soul, the Lord of Kerut, thou who disposest affairs in the city of the white wall, thou soul of Ra, thou very body of Ra who restest in Sutenhenen, thou to whom adorations are made in the region of Nart, thou who makest the soul to rise, thou Lord of the great house in Kemenu, thou mighty of terror in Shas Hetep, thou Lord of eternity, thou chief of Abtu, thou who sittest upon thy throne in Tachesert, thou whose name is established in the mouths of men, thou unformed matter of the world, thou God Tum, thou who providest with food the Kaz, who are with the company of the gods, thou perfect Ku among Kus, thou provider of the waters of Nu, thou giver of the wind, thou producer of the wind of the evening from thy nostrils for the satisfaction of thy heart. Thou makest plants to grow at thy desire, thou givest birth to. To thee are obedient the stars in the heights, and thou openest the mighty gates. Thou art the Lord to whom hymns of praise are sung in the southern heaven, and unto thee are adorations paid in the northern heaven. The never-setting stars are before thy face, and they are thy thrones, even as also are those that never rest. An offering cometh to thee by the command of Seb. The company of the gods adoreth thee. The stars of the Tuat bow to the earth in adoration before thee. All domains pay homage to thee, and the ends of the earth offer entreaty and supplication. When those who are among the holy ones see, they tremble at thee, and the whole world giveth praise unto thee when it meeteth thy majesty. Thou art a glorious Sahu among the Sahus. Upon thee hath dignity been conferred, thy dominion is eternal. O thou beautiful form of the company of the gods, thou gracious one who art beloved by him that seeth thee. Thou settest thy fear in all the world, and through love for thee all proclaim thy name before that of all other gods. Unto thee are offerings made by all mankind. O thou Lord to whom commemorations are made both in heaven and in earth. Many are the shouts of joy that rise to thee at the Uak festival, and cries of delight ascend to thee from the whole world with one voice. Thou art thy chief and prince of thy brethren, thou art the prince of the company of the gods. Thou establishest right and truth everywhere, thou placest thy son upon thy throne. Thou art the object of praise of thy father Seb, and of the love of thy mother Nut. Thou art exceeding mighty, thou overthrowest those who oppose thee. Thou art mighty of hand, and thou slaughterest thine enemy. Thou settest thy fear in thy foe, thou removest his boundaries, thy heart is fixed, and thy feet are watchful. Thou art the heir of Seb, and the sovereign of all the earth. Seb hath seen thy glorious power, and hath commanded thee to direct the universe for ever and ever by thy hand. Thou hast made this earth by thy hand, and the waters thereof, and the wind thereof, the herb thereof, all the cattle thereof, all the winged fowl thereof, all the fish thereof, all the creeping things thereof, and all the four-footed beasts thereof. O thou son of Nut, the whole world is gratified when thou ascendest thy father's throne like Ra. Thou shinest in the horizon, thou sendest forth thy light into the darkness. Thou makest the darkness light with thy double plume, and thou floodest the world with light like the disk at break of day. Thy diadem pierceth heaven, and becometh a brother unto the stars, O thou form of every god. Thou art gracious in command and in speech. Thou art the favored one of the great company of the gods, and thou art the greatly beloved one of the lesser company of the gods. Thy sister put forth her protecting power for thee. She scattered abroad those who were her enemies. She drove back evil hap. She pronounced mighty words of power. She made cunning her tongue, and her words failed not. The glorious Isis was perfect in command and in speech, and she avenged her brother. She sought him without ceasing. She wandered round and round the earth uttering cries of pain, and she rested not until she had found him. She overshadowed him with her feathers. She made wind with her wings, and she uttered cries at the burial of her brother. She raised up the prostrate form of him whose heart was still. She took from him of his essence. She conceived and brought forth a child. She suckled it in secret, and none knew the place thereof. And the arm of the child hath waxed strong in the great house of Seb. The company of the gods rejoiceth, and is glad at the coming of Osiris' son Horus. And firm of heart and triumphant is the son of Isis, the heir of Osiris.
Osiris invested with the attributes of Ra. Later, in the 18th or early in the 19th dynasty, we find Osiris called the King of Eternity, the Lord of Everlastingness, who traverseth millions of years in the duration of his life, the firstborn son of the womb of Nut, begotten of Seb, the Prince of gods and men, the God of gods, the King of kings, the Lord of lords, the Prince of princes, the Governor of the world, from the womb of Nut, whose existence is for everlasting, Unefer, of many forms and of many attributes, Tamu and Anu, the Lord of Akert, the only one, the Lord of the land on each side of the celestial Nile. In the 26th dynasty and later, there grew up a class of literature represented by such works as the Book of Respirations, the Lamentations of Isis and Nephthys, the Festival Songs of Isis and Nephthys, the Litanies of Seker, and the like, the hymns and prayers of which are addressed to Osiris rather as the god of the dead and type of the resurrection, than as the successor of the great cosmic god Tumu-Ra. He is called the soul that liveth again, the being who becometh a child again, the firstborn son of unformed matter, the Lord of multitudes of aspects and forms, the Lord of time and bestower of years, the Lord of life for all eternity. He is the giver of life from the beginning. Life springs up to us from his destruction, and the germ which proceeds from him engenders life in both the dead and the living. The doctrine of eternal life. Egyptian belief in a future life. The doctrine of eternal life in the 6th dynasty. The ideas and beliefs which the Egyptians held in reference to a future existence are not readily to be defined owing to the many difficulties in translating religious texts and in harmonizing the statements made in different works of different periods. Some confusion of details also seems to have existed in the minds of the Egyptians themselves, which cannot be cleared up until the literature of the subject has been further studied and until more texts have been published. That the Egyptians believed in a future life of some kind is certain, and the doctrine of eternal existence is the leading feature of their religion, and is enunciated with the utmost clearness in all periods. Whether this belief had its origin at Anu, the chief city of the worship of the sun god, is not certain, but is very probable. For already in the pyramid text we find the idea of everlasting life associated with the sun's existence. And Pepi I is said to be the giver of life, stability, power, health, and all joy of heart, like the sun living forever. The sun rose each day in renewed strength and vigor, and the renewal of youth in a future life was the aim and object of every Egyptian believer. To this end, all the religious literature of Egypt was composed. Let us take the following extracts from texts of the 6th dynasty as illustrations. Hail Unas, not hast thou gone, behold, as one dead, thou hast gone as one living, to sit upon the throne of Osiris. O Ra-Tum, cometh to see thy son, cometh to the Unas, thy son is this of thy body forever. O Tum, this son is this Osiris, thou hast given his sustenance, and he liveth and liveth Unas this. Not dieth he, not dieth Unas this. setteth unas in life in amenta. He hath eaten the knowledge of God every. His existence is for all eternity and to everlasting in his saw this. What he willeth he doeth, what he hateth, not doth he do. Live life, not shalt thou die. The doctrine of eternal life in the 18th dynasty. In the papyrus of Ani, the deceased is represented as having come to a place remote and far away, where there is neither air to breathe nor water to drink, but where he holds converse with Tamu. In answer to his question, "How long have I to live?" the great god of Anu answers, "Thou shalt exist for millions of years, a period of millions of years." In the 84th chapter, as given in the same papyrus, the infinite duration of the past and future existence of the soul, as well as its divine nature, is proclaimed by Ani in the words, "I am Shu, the god of unformed matter. My soul is God, my soul is eternity." When the deceased identifies himself with Shu, he makes the period of his existence coeval with that of Tamu-Ra, i.e., he existed before Osiris and the other gods of his company. These two passages prove the identity of the belief in eternal life in the 18th dynasty with that in the 5th and 6th dynasties. But while we have this evidence of the Egyptian belief in eternal life, we are nowhere told that man's corruptible body will rise again. Indeed, the following extracts show that the idea prevailed that the body lay in the earth while the soul or spirit lived in heaven. Soul to heaven, body to earth. 5th dynasty. Thy essence is in heaven, thy body to earth. 6th dynasty. Heaven hath thy soul, earth hath thy body. Ptolemaic period. Constancy in the belief in the resurrection. There is, however, no doubt that from first to last the Egyptians firmly believed that besides the soul there was some other element of the man that would rise again. The preservation of the corruptible body, too, was in some way connected with the life in the world to come, and its preservation was necessary to ensure eternal life. Otherwise, the prayers recited to this end would have been futile, and the time-honored custom of mummifying the dead would have had no meaning. The never-ending existence of the soul is asserted in a passage quoted above without reference to Osiris. But the frequent mention of the uniting of his bones and of the gathering together of his members, and the doing away with all corruption from his body, seems to show that the pious Egyptian connected these things with the resurrection of his own body in some form. And he argued that what had been done for him who was proclaimed to be giver and source of life must be necessary for mortal man. The kat, or physical body. The physical body of man, considered as a whole, was called kat, a word which seemed to be connected with the idea of something which is liable to decay. The word is also applied to the mummified body in the tomb, as we know from the words, "My body, kat, is buried." Such a body was attributed to the god Osiris. In the 162nd chapter of the Book of the Dead, his great divine body rested in Anu. In this respect, the god and the deceased were on an equality. As we have seen above, the body neither leaves the tomb nor reappears on earth, yet its preservation was necessary. Thus the deceased addresses Tamu, "Hail to thee, O my father Osiris! I have come and I have embalmed this my flesh so that my body may not decay. I am whole, even as my father Khepera was whole, who is to me the type of that which passeth not away. Come then, O form, and give breath unto me, O Lord of breath, O Lord who art greater than thy compeers. Stablish thou me, and form thou me, O thou who art Lord of the grave. Grant thou to me to endure forever, even as thou didst grant unto thy father Tamu to endure, and his body neither passed away nor decayed. I have not done that which is hateful unto thee, nay, I have spoken that which thy Ka loveth. Repulse thou me not, and cast thou me not behind thee, O Tamu, to decay, even as thou doest unto every god and unto every goddess and unto every beast and creeping thing which perisheth when his soul hath gone forth from him after his death, and which falleth in pieces after his decay. Homage to thee, O my father Osiris. Thy flesh suffered no decay. There were no worms in thee. Thou didst not crumble away. Thou didst not wither away. Thou didst not become corruption and worms. And I myself am Khepera. I shall possess my flesh for ever and ever. I shall not decay. I shall not crumble away. I shall not wither away. I shall not become corruption. The Sahu, or spiritual body. But the body does not lie in the tomb inoperative, for by the prayers and ceremonies on the day of burial, it is endowed with the power of changing into a Sahu, or spiritual body. Thus we have such phrases as, I germinate like the plants. My flesh germinateth. I exist, I live, I germinate. Thy soul liveth. Thy body germinateth by the command of Ra himself without diminution, and without defect, like unto Ra forever and ever. The word Sahu, though at times written with the determinative of a mummy lying on a bier like cat, body, indicates a body which has obtained a degree of knowledge and power and glory, whereby it becomes henceforth lasting and incorruptible. The body which has become a Sahu has the power of associating with the soul and of holding converse with it. In this form it can ascend into heaven and dwell with the gods, and with the Sahu of the gods, and with the souls of the righteous. In the pyramid texts we have these passages. Rise up, thou Teti, this. Stand up, thou mighty one, being strong. Sit thou with the gods. Do thou that which did Osiris in the great house in Anu. Thou hast received thy Sa. Naught shall be fettered thy foot in heaven. Naught shall thou be turned back upon earth. Hail to thee, Teta, on this thy day, when thou art standing before Ra, as he cometh from the cast, when thou art endued with this thy Sa among the souls. His duration of life is eternity, his limit of life is everlastingness in his Sa. I am a Sa with his soul. In the late edition of the Book of the Dead, published by Lepsius, the deceased is said to look upon his body and to rest upon his Sahu. And souls are said to enter into their Sahu, and a passage extant both in this and the older Theban edition makes the deceased to receive the Sahu of the god Osiris. But that Egyptian writers at times confuse the cat with the Sahu is clear from a passage in the Book of Respirations, where it is said, Hail, Osiris, thy name endureth, thy body is established, thy Sahu germinateth. In other texts, the word germinate is applied only to the natural body, the ab, or heart. In close connection with the natural and spiritual bodies stood the heart, or rather that part of it which was the seat of the power of life and the fountain of good and evil thoughts. And in addition to the natural and spiritual bodies, man also had an abstract individuality or personality endowed with all his characteristic attributes. This abstract personality had an absolutely independent existence. It could move freely from place to place, separating itself from, or uniting itself to, the body at will, and also enjoying life with the gods in heaven. This was the Ka, a word which at times conveys the meaning of its Coptic equivalent, and of Greek eidolon, image, genius, double, character, disposition, and mental attributes. The funeral offerings of meat, cakes, ale, wine, unguents, etc. were intended for the Ka. The scent of the burnt incense was grateful to it. The Ka dwelt in the man's statue, just as the Ka of a god inhabited the statue of the god. In this respect, the Ka seems to be identical with the Sekhem, or image. In the remotest times, the tombs had special chambers wherein the Ka was worshipped and received offerings. The priesthood numbered among its body an order of men who bore the name of priests of the Ka and who performed services in honor of the Ka in the Ka chapel. In the text of Unas, the deceased is said to be happy with his Ka in the next world, and his Ka is joined unto his body in the great dwelling. His body having been buried in the lowest chamber, his Ka cometh forth to him. Of Pepi the First it is said, Washed is thy Ka, sitteth thy Ka, and it eateth bread with thee unceasingly forever. Thou art pure, thy Ka is pure, thy soul is pure, thy form is pure. The Ka, as we have seen, could eat food, and it was necessary to provide food for it. In the 12th dynasty and in later periods, the gods are entreated to grant meat and drink to the Ka of the deceased. And it seems as if the Egyptians thought that the future welfare of the spiritual body depended upon the maintenance of a constant supply of sepulchral offerings. When circumstances rendered it impossible to continue the material supply of food, the Ka fed upon the offerings painted on the walls of the tomb, which were transformed into suitable nourishment by means of the prayers of the living. When there were neither material offerings nor painted similitudes to feed upon, it seems as if the Ka must have perished, but the texts are not definite on this point. A prayer of the Ka. The following is a specimen of the Ka's petition for food written in the 13th dynasty. May the gods grant that I go into and come forth from my tomb. May the majesty refresh its shade. May I drink water from my cistern every day. May all my limbs grow. May Happy give me unto my bread and flowers of all kinds in their season. May I pass over my estate every day without ceasing. May my soul alight upon the branches of the groves which I have planted. May I make myself cool beneath my sycamores. May I eat the bread which they provide. May I have my mouth that I may speak therewith like the followers of Horus. May I come forth to heaven. May I descend to earth. May I never be shut out upon the road. May there never be done unto me that which my soul abhorreth. Let not my soul be imprisoned, but may I be among the venerable and favored ones. May I plow my lands in the field of Aru. May I arrive at the field of peace. May one come out with me with vessels of ale and cakes and bread of the lords of eternity. May I receive meat from the altars of the great, I the Ka of the prophet Amsu. The Ba, or soul. To that part of man which beyond all doubt was believed to enjoy an eternal existence in heaven in a state of glory, the Egyptians gave the name Ba, a word which means something like sublime, noble, and which has always hitherto been translated by soul. The Ba is not incorporeal, for although it dwells in the Ka and is in some respects like the heart, the principle of life in man, still it possesses both substance and form. In form it is depicted as a human-headed hawk, and in nature and substance it is stated to be exceedingly refined or ethereal. It revisited the body in the tomb and reanimated it, and conversed with it. It could take upon itself any shape that it pleased, and it had the power of passing into heaven and of dwelling with the perfected souls there. It was eternal. As the Ba was closely associated with the Ka, it partook of the funeral offerings, and in one aspect of its existence at least it was liable to decay if not properly and sufficiently nourished. In the pyramid text, the permanent dwelling place of the Ba, or soul, is heaven with the gods, whose life it shares. Behold, Unas come forth on day, this in the form exact of a soul living. Their soul is in Unas, standing thy soul among the gods. Hail, Pepi, this. Cometh to thee thy eye of Horus, it speaketh with thee. Cometh to thee thy soul which is among the gods. Pure is thy soul among the gods. As liveth Osiris, and as liveth the soul in Netat, so liveth Pepi this. It placeth thy soul Pepi this among the greater and lesser cycles of the gods in the form of the Uraei, which are on thy brow. Behold, Pepi, this. Thy soul is the soul of Anu. Behold, thy soul is the soul of Neken. Behold, thy soul is the soul of Pi. Behold, thy soul is a star living. Behold, among its brethren. The Kibit, or shadow. In connection with the Ka and Ba must be mentioned the kibit, or shadow of the man, which the Egyptians regarded as a part of the human economy. It may be compared with the Greek skia and umbra of the Greeks and Romans. It was supposed to have an entirely independent existence and to be able to separate itself from the body. It was free to move wherever it pleased, and like the Ka and Ba, it partook of the funeral offerings in the tomb, which it visited at will. The mention of the shade, whether of a god or man, in the pyramid texts is unfrequent, and it is not easy to ascertain what views were held concerning it. But from the passage in the text of Unas, where it is mentioned together with the souls and spirits and bones of the gods, it is evident that already at the early rate its position in relation to man was well defined. From the collection of illustrations which Dr. Birch appended to his paper on the shade or shadow of the dead, it is quite clear that in later times at least the shadow was always associated with the soul and was believed to be always near it. And this view is supported by a passage in the 92nd chapter of the Book of the Dead where it is said, "Let not be shut in my soul, let not be fettered my shadow. Let be opened the way for my soul and for my shadow. May it see the great God." And again, in the 39th chapter, the deceased says, "May I look upon my soul and my shadow." The Khu, or intelligence. Another important and apparently eternal part of man was the Khu, which, judging from the meaning of the word, may be defined as a shining or translucent, intangible casing or covering of the body, which is frequently depicted in the form of a mummy. For want of a better word, Khu has often been translated shining one, glorious, intelligence, and the like, but in certain cases it may be tolerably well rendered by spirit. The pyramid texts show us that the Khus of the gods lived in heaven, and thither wended the Khu of a man, as soon as ever the prayers said over the dead body enabled it to do so. Thus it is said, "Unas standeth with the Khus," and one of the gods is asked to give him his scepter among the Khus. When the souls of the gods enter into Unas, their Khus are with and round about him. To King Teta it is said, "He hath plucked his eye from himself, he hath given it unto thee to strengthen thee therewith, that thou mayest prevail with it among the Khus." And again, when the god Kent Menutef has transported the king to heaven, the god Seb, who rejoices to meet him, is said to give him both hands and welcome him as a brother, and to nurse him and to place him among the imperishable Khus. In the 92nd chapter, the deceased is made to pray for the liberation of his soul, shadow, and Khu from the bondage of the tomb, and for deliverance from those whose dwellings are hidden, who fetter the souls, who fetter souls and Khus, and who shut in the shadows of the dead. And in the 91st chapter is a formula specially prepared to enable the Khu to pass from the tomb to the domains where Ra and Hathor dwell. The Sekhem, or form. Yet another part of a man was supposed to exist in heaven, to which the Egyptians gave the name Sekhem. The word has been rendered by power, form, and the like, but it is very difficult to find any expression which will represent the Egyptian conception of the Sekhem. It is mentioned in the connection with the soul and Khu, as will be seen from the following passages from the pyramid texts. "Cometh to thee thy Sekhem among the Khus. Pure is thy Sekhem among the Khus. Thou art pure, pure is thy Ka, pure is thy soul, pure is thy Sekhem." A name of Ra was Sekhemur, the great Sekhem, and Unas is identified with him and called Great Sekhem, Sekhem among the Sekhemu. The Ren, or name. Finally, the name Ren, of a man, was believed to exist in heaven, and in the pyramid texts we are told that happy is Pepi, this with his name, liveth Pepi, this with his Ka. Thus, as we have seen, the whole man consisted of a natural body, a spiritual body, a heart, a double, a soul, a shadow, an intangible ethereal casing or spirit, a form, and a name. All these were, however, bound together inseparably, and the welfare of any single one of them concerned the welfare of all. For the well-being of the spiritual parts, it was necessary to preserve from decay the natural body, and certain passages in the pyramid texts seem to show that a belief in the resurrection of the natural body existed in the earliest dynasties. The texts are silent as to the time when the immortal part began its beatified existence, but it is probable that the Osiris of a man only attained to the full enjoyment of spiritual happiness after the funeral ceremonies had been duly performed and the ritual recited. Comparatively, few particulars are known of the manner of life of the soul in heaven, and though a number of interesting facts may be gleaned from the texts of all periods, it is very difficult to harmonize them. This result is due partly to the different views held by the different schools of thought in ancient Egypt, and partly to the fact that on some points the Egyptians themselves seem to have had no decided opinions. We depend upon the pyramid texts for our knowledge of the earliest conceptions of a future life. The existence in heaven. The life of the Osiris of a man in heaven is at once material and spiritual, and it seems as if the Egyptians never succeeded in breaking away from their very ancient habit of confusing the things of the body with the things of the soul. They believed in an incorporeal and immortal part of man, the constituent elements of which flew to heaven after death and embalmment. Yet the theologians of the 6th dynasty had decided that there was some part of the deceased which could only mount to heaven by means of a ladder. In the pyramid of Teta, it is said, "When Teta hath purified himself on the borders of this earth where Ra hath purified himself, he prayeth and setteth up the ladder, and those who dwell in the great place press Teta forward with their hands." In the pyramid of Pepi I, the king is identified with this ladder. Isis saith, "Happy are they who see the Father," and Nephthys saith, "They who see the Father have rest," speaking unto the father of this Osiris Pepi when he cometh forth unto heaven among the stars and among the luminaries which never set. With the uraeus on his brow and his book upon both his sides and magic words at his feet, Pepi goeth forward unto his mother Nut, and he entereth therein in his name Ladder. The gods who preside over this ladder are at one time Ra and Horus, and at another Horus and Set. In the pyramid of Unas it is said, "Ra setteth upright the ladder for Osiris, and Horus raiseth up the ladder for his father Osiris. When Osiris goeth to find his soul, one standeth on the one side, and the other standeth on the other, and Unas is betwixt them. Unas standeth up and is Horus, he sitteth down and is Set." And in the pyramid of Pepi I we read, "Hail to thee, O ladder of God, hail to thee, O ladder of Set. Stand up, O ladder of God, stand up, O ladder of Set. Stand up, O ladder of Horus, whereon Osiris went forth into heaven. This Pepi is thy son, this Pepi is Horus. Thou hast given birth unto this Pepi, even as thou hast given birth unto the God who is the Lord of the ladder. Thou hast given him the ladder of God, and thou hast given him the ladder of Set, whereon this Pepi hath gone forth into heaven. Every Khu and every god stretcheth out his hand unto this Pepi, when he cometh forth into heaven by the ladder of God. That which he seeth and that which he heareth make him wise, and serve as food for him when he cometh forth into heaven by the ladder of God. Pepi riseth up like the uraeus which is on the brow of Set, and every Khu and every god stretcheth out his hand unto Pepi on the ladder. Pepi hath gathered together his bones, he hath collected his flesh, and Pepi hath gone straightway into heavens by means of the 2 fingers of the God who is the Lord of the ladder. Elsewhere, we are told that Khonsu and Set carry the ladder of Pepi, and they set it up. When the Osiris of a man has entered into heaven as a living soul, he is regarded as one of those who have eaten the eye of Horus. He walks among the living ones. He becomes God, the Son of God. And all the gods of heaven become his brethren. His bones are the gods and goddesses of heaven. His right side belongs to Horus, and his left side to Set. The goddess Nut makes him to rise up as a god without an enemy in his name, God. And God calls him by his name. His face is the face of Ap-Uat. His eyes are the great ones among the souls of Anu. His nose is Thoth. His mouth is the great lake. His tongue belongs to the boat of right and truth. His teeth are the spirits of Anu. His chin is Ker-Kent Sekam. His backbone is Sema. His shoulders are Set. His breast is Biba, etc. Every one of his members is identified with a god. Moreover, his body as a whole is identified with the God of heaven. For example, it is said concerning Unas, "Thy body is the body of Unas this, thy flesh is the flesh of Unas this, thy bones are the bones of Unas this, thy passage is the passage of Unas this, the passage of Unas, this is thy passage." Further, this identification of the deceased with the God of heaven places him in the position of supreme ruler. For example, we have the prayer that Unas may rule the 9 gods and complete the company of the 9 gods. And Pepi I, in his progress through heaven, comes upon the double company of the gods, who stretch out their hands, entreating him to come and sit down among them. Identification with Horus. Again, the deceased is changed into Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis. It is said of Pepi I, "Behold, it is not Pepi who entreateth to see thee in the form in which thou art, O Osiris, who entreateth to see thee in the form in which thou art, O Osiris. But it is thy son who entreateth to see thee in the form in which thou art, O Osiris. It is Horus who entreateth to see thee in the form in which thou art." And Horus does not place Pepi at the head of the dead, but among the divine gods. Elsewhere, we are told that Horus has taken his eye and given it to Pepi, and that the odor of Pepi's body is the odor of the eye of Horus. Throughout the pyramid texts, the Osiris of the deceased is the son of Tamu, or Tamu-Ra, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, and Nut, the brother of Isis, Nephthys, Set, and Thoth, and the father of Horus. His hands, arms, belly, back, hips, and thighs, and legs are the god Tamu. And his face is Anubis. He is the brother of the moon. He is the child of the star Sothis. He revolves in heaven like Orion and Sothis, and he rises in his place like a star. The gods, male and female, pay homage to him. Every being in heaven adores him. And in one interesting passage, it is said of Pepi I that when he hath come forth into heaven, he will find Ra standing face to face before him. And having seated himself upon the shoulders of Ra, Ra will not let him put himself down again upon the ground. For he knoweth that Pepi is more shining than the shining ones, more perfect than the perfect, and more stable than the stable ones. When Pepi standeth upon the north of heaven with Ra, he becometh Lord of the universe, like unto the King of gods. To the deceased Horus gives his own Ka, and also drives away the cause of the enemies of the deceased from him, and hamstrings his foes. By the divine power thus given to the deceased, he brings into subjection the cause of the gods and other cause, and he lays his yoke upon the cause of the triple company of the gods. He also becomes Thoth, the intelligence of the gods, and he judges hearts. And the hearts of those who would take away his food and the breath from his nostrils become the prey of his hands. The heavenly life of the blessed. The place of the deceased in heaven is by the side of God, in the most holy place, and he becomes God and an angel of God. He himself is triumphant, and his Ka is triumphant. He sits on a great throne by the side of God. The throne is of iron, ornamented with lions' faces and having the hoofs of bulls. He is clothed in the finest raiment, like upon the raiment of those who sit on the throne of living right and truth. He receives his Ureret crown from the gods and from the great company of the gods of Anu. He thirsts not, nor hungers, nor is sad. He eats the bread of Ra and drinks what he drinks daily. and his bread also is that which is spoken by Seb, and that which comes forth from the mouth of the gods. He eats what the gods eat, he drinks what they drink, he lives as they live, and he dwells where they dwell. All the gods give him their food that he may not die. Not only does he eat and drink of their food, but he wears the apparel which they wear, the white linen and sandals. He is clothed in white. And he goeth to the great lake in the midst of the field of peace, whereon the great gods sit. And these great and never-failing gods give unto him to eat of the tree of life, of which they themselves do eat, that he likewise may live. The bread which he eats never decays, and his beer never grows stale. He eats of the bread of eternity, and drinks of the beer of everlastingness, which the gods eat and drink. And he nourishes himself upon that bread which the eye of Horus has shed upon the branches of the olive tree. He suffers neither hunger nor thirst like the gods Shu and Tefnut, for he is filled with the bread of wheat of which Horus himself has eaten. And the 4 children of Horus, Hapi, Tuamatef, Kebsenef, and Amset, have appeased the hunger of his belly and the thirst of his lips. He abhors the hunger which he cannot satisfy, and he loathes the thirst which he cannot slake. But he is delivered from the power of those who would steal away his food. He is washed clean, and his ka is washed clean, and they eat bread together forever. He is one of the 4 children of Horus who live on right and truth, and they give him his portion of the food with which they have been so abundantly supplied by the god Seb, that they have never yet known what it is to hunger. He goes round about heaven even as they do, and he partakes of their food of figs and wine. Those who would be hostile to the deceased become thereby foes of the god Tamu, and all injuries inflicted on him are inflicted on that god. He dwells without fear under the protection of the gods, from whose loins he has come forth. To him the earth is an abomination, and he will not enter into Seb, for his soul hath burst forever the bonds of his sleep in his house which is upon earth. His calamities are brought to an end, for Unas hath been purified with the eye of Horus. The calamities of Unas have been done away by Isis and Nephthys. Unas is in heaven. Unas is in heaven, in the form of air, in the form of air. He perisheth not, neither doth anything which is in him perish. He is firmly established in heaven, and he taketh his pure seat in the boughs of the bark of Ra. Those who row Ra up into the heavens row him also, and those who row Ra beneath the horizon row him also. The life which the deceased leads is said to be generally that of him who entereth into the west of the sky, and who cometh forth from the east thereof. In brief, the condition of the blessed is summed up in the following extract from the pyramid of Pepi I. Hail, Pepi, thou hast come, thou art glorious, and thou hast gotten might like the god who is seated upon his throne, that is Osiris. Thy soul is with thee in thy body, thy form of strength is behind thee, thy crown is upon thy head, thy headdress is upon thy shoulders, thy face is before thee, and those who sing songs of joy are upon both sides of thee. Those who follow in the train of God are behind thee, and the divine forms who make God to come are upon each side of thee. God cometh, and Pepi hath come upon the throne of Osiris, the shining one who dwelleth in Netat, the divine form that dwelleth in Teni hath come. Isis speaketh unto thee, Nephthys holdeth converse with thee, and the shining ones come unto thee, bowing down even to the ground in adoration at thy feet, by reason of the writing which thou hast, O Pepi, in the region of Sa. Thou comest forth to thy mother Nut, and she strengtheneth thy arm, and she maketh a way for thee through the sky to the palace where Ra abideth. Thou hast opened the gates of the sky, thou hast opened the doors of the celestial deep. Thou hast found Ra, and he watcheth over thee. He hath taken thee by thy hand. He hath led thee into the 2 regions of heaven, and he hath placed thee on the throne of Osiris. Then hail, O Pepi, for the eye of Horus come to hold converse with thee. Thy soul which was among the gods came unto thee. Thy form of power which was dwelling among the shining ones came unto thee. As a son fighteth for his father, and as Horus avenged Osiris, even so doth Horus defend Pepi against his enemies. And thou standest avenged, endowed with all things like unto a god, and equipped with all the forms of Osiris upon the throne of Kent Nementa. Thou doest that which he doeth among the immortal shining ones. Thy soul sitteth upon its throne, being provided with thy form. And it doeth that which thou doest in the presence of him that liveth among the living by the command of Ra, the great god. It reapeth the wheat, it cutteth the barley, and it giveth it unto thee. Now, therefore, O Pepi, he that hath given unto thee life, and all the power, and eternity, and the power of speech, and thy body is Ra. Thou hast endued thyself with the forms of God, and thou hast become magnified thereby before the souls who dwell in the lake. Hail, Pepi, thy soul standeth among the gods and among the shining ones, and the fear of thee striketh into their hearts. Hail, Pepi, thou placest thyself upon the throne of him that dwelleth among the living, and he is the writing which thou hast, that striketh terror into their hearts. Thy name shall live upon earth, thy name shall flourish upon earth. Thou shalt neither perish nor be destroyed forever and forever. Corporeal pleasures. Side by side, however, with the passages which speak of the material and spiritual enjoyments of the deceased, we have others which seem to imply that the Egyptians believed in a corporeal existence, or at least in the capacity for corporeal enjoyment in the future state. This belief may have rested upon the view that the life in the next world was but a continuation of the life upon earth, which it resembled closely, or it may have been due to the survival of semi-savage gross ideas incorporated into the religious texts of the Egyptians. However this may be, it is quite certain that in the 5th dynasty the deceased king Unas eats with his mouth and exercises other natural functions of the body and gratifies his passions. But the most remarkable passage in this connection is one in the Pyramid of Unas. Here all creation is represented as being in terror when they see the deceased king rise up as a soul in the form of a god who devours his fathers and mothers. He feeds upon men and also upon gods. He hunts the gods in the fields and snares them. And when they are tied up for slaughter, he cuts their throats and disembowels them. He roasts and eats the best of them, but the old gods and goddesses are used for fuel. By eating them, he imbibes both their magical powers and their coups. He becomes the great form, the form among forms, and the god of all the great gods who exist in visible forms. And he is at the head of all the Sahu, or spiritual bodies in heaven. He carries off the hearts of the gods and devours the wisdom of every god. Therefore the duration of his life is everlasting as he lives to all eternity, for the souls of the gods and their coups are in him. The whole passage reads, The heavens drop water, the stars throb, the archers go round about, the bones of Akaru tremble, and those who are in bondage to them take to flight when they see Unas rise up as a soul, in the form of the god who liveth upon his fathers, and who maketh food of his mothers. Unas is the Lord of wisdom, and his mother knoweth not his name. The gifts of Unas are in heaven, and he hath become mighty in the horizon, like unto Tamu, the father that gave him birth. And Tamu gave him birth. Unas became stronger than his father. The cause of Unas are behind him. The sole of his foot is beneath his feet. His gods are over him. His Ur-Ai are seated upon his brow. The serpent guides of Unas are in front of him, and the spirit of the flame looketh upon his soul. The powers of Unas protect him. Unas is a bull in heaven. He directeth his steps where he will. He liveth upon the form which each god taketh upon himself, and beateth the flesh of those who come to fill their bellies with the magical charms, ill the lake of fire. Unas is equipped with power against the shining spirits thereof, and he riseth up in the form of the mighty one, the lord of those who dwell in power. Unas has taken his seat with his side turned toward Seb. Unas hath weighed his words with a hidden god, who hath no name, on the day of hacking in pieces the firstborn. Unas is the Lord of offerings, the untire of the knot, and he himself maketh abundant the offerings of meat and drink. Unas devoureth men and liveth upon the gods. He is the Lord to whom offerings are brought, and he counteth the lists thereof. He that cutteth off hairy scalps and dwelleth in the fields hath netted the gods in a snare. He that arrangeth his head hath considered them good for Unas, and hath driven them unto him. And the cord master hath bound them for slaughter. Khonsu, the slayer of his lords, hath cut their throats, and drawn out their inward parts. For it was he whom Unas sent to drive them in. And Shesem hath cut them in pieces, and boiled their members in his blazing cauldrons. Unas hath eaten their magical powers, and he hath swallowed their spirits. The great ones among them serve for his meal at daybreak. The lesser serve for his meal at eventide, and the least among them serve for his meal in the night. The old gods and the old goddesses become fuel for his furnace. The mighty ones in heaven shoot out fire under the cauldrons which are heaped up with the haunches of the firstborn. And he that maketh those who live in heaven to revolve around Unas hath shot into the cauldrons the haunches of their women. He hath gone round about the two heavens in their entirety, and he hath gone round about the two banks of the celestial Nile. Unas is the great form, the form of forms, and Unas is the chief of the gods in visible forms. Whatever he hath found upon his path he hath eaten forthwith, and the magical might of Unas is before that of all the Sahu who dwell in the horizon. Unas is the firstborn of the firstborn. Unas hath gone round thousands, and he hath offered oblations unto hundreds. He hath manifested his might as the great form through Sa, Orion, who is greater than the gods. Unas repeateth his rising in heaven, and he is crown of the Lord of the horizon. He hath reckoned up the bandlets and the arm rings, he hath taken possession of the hearts of the gods. Unas hath eaten the red crown, and he hath swallowed the white crown. The food of Unas is the inward parts, and his meat is those who live upon magical charms in their hearts. Behold, Unas eateth of that which the red crown sendeth forth. He increaseth, and the magical charms of the gods are in his belly. That which belongeth to him is not turned back from him. Unas hath eaten the whole of the knowledge of every god, and the period of his life is eternity, and the duration of his existence is everlastingness, in whatsoever he wisheth to take. Whatsoever form he hateth, he shall not labor it in the horizon for ever and ever and ever. The soul of the gods is in Unas. Their spirits are with Unas, and the offerings made unto him are more than those made unto the gods. The fire of Unas is in their bones, for their soul is with Unas, and their shades are with those who belong unto them. Unas hath been with the two hidden, Ka, gods who are without power. The seat of the heart of Unas is among those who live upon this earth for ever and ever and ever. The notion that by eating the flesh, or particularly by drinking the blood of another living being, a man absorbs his nature or life into his own, is one which appears among primitive peoples in many forms. It lies at the root of the widespread practice of drinking the fresh blood of enemies, a practice which was familiar to certain tribes of the Arabs before Muhammad, and which tradition still ascribes to the wild race of Khatam, and also of the habit practiced by many savage huntsmen of eating some part, example the liver of dangerous carnivora, in order that the courage of the animal may pass into them. The flesh and blood of brave men also are among semi-savage or savage tribes eaten and drunk to inspire courage. But the idea of hunting, killing, roasting, and eating the gods as described above is not apparently common among ancient nations. The main object of the dead king in doing this was to secure the eternal life, which was the peculiar attribute of the gods. The Egyptians' ideas of God. The word Neter and its meaning. To the great and supreme power which made the earth, the heavens, the sea, the sky, men and women, animals, birds, and creeping things, all that is and all that shall be, the Egyptians gave the name Neter. This word survives in the Coptic Nuti, but both in the ancient language and in its younger relative, the exact meaning of the word is lost. Monsieur Perret, following de Rouge, connects it with the word that it means renovation, but Bruch renders it by Göttlich, Heilig, Divin, Sacra, and by 3 Arabic words which mean divine, sacred, or set apart, and holy, respectively. By a quotation from the Stele at Canopus, he shows that in the Ptolemaic times it meant holy or sacred when applied to the animals of the gods. Mr. Renouf says that the notion expressed by nutar as a noun and nutra as an adjective or verb must be sought in the Coptic, which in the translation of the Bible corresponds to the Greek words power, force, strong, fortify, protect, and he goes on to show that the word neter means strong or mighty. Monsieur Maspero, however, thinks that the Coptic nomti has nothing in common with meter, the Egyptian word for God, and that the passages quoted by Mr. Renouf in support of his theory can be otherwise explained. His own opinion is that the signification strong, if it ever existed, is a derived and not an original meaning, and he believes that the word is so old that its first sense is unknown to us. The fact that the Coptic translators of the Bible used the word nuti to express the name of the Supreme Being shows that no other word conveyed to their minds their conception of him and supports Maspero's views on this point. Another definition of the word given by Bruch makes it to mean the active power which produces and creates things in regular recurrence, which bestows new life upon them and gives back to them their youthful vigor. And he adds that the innate conception of the word completely covers the original meaning of the Greek, phusis, and the Latin natura. Neteru, the gods. But side by side with neter, whatever it may mean, we have mentioned in texts of all ages a number of beings called neteru, which Egyptologists universally translate by the word gods. Among these must be included the great cosmic powers and the beings who, although held to be supernatural, were yet finite and mortal, and were endowed by the Egyptians with love, hatred, and passions of every sort and kind. The difference between the conceptions of Neter, the one supreme god, and the Neteru is best shown by an appeal to Egyptian texts. In the Pyramid of Unas, it is said to the deceased, "Thou existest at the side of God." In the Pyramid of Teta, it is said of the deceased, "He weigheth words, and behold, God hearkeneth unto the words. God hath called Teta in his name," etc. In the Pyramid of Pepi I, an address to the deceased king says, "Thou hast received the form of God. Thou hast become great therewith before the gods. Hath placed thy mother Nut thee to be as God to thine enemy in thy name of God. Adoreth this Pepi God. Pepi this is then God, the Son of God." All these extracts are from the text of the 5th and 6th dynasties. It may be urged that we might as well translate Neter by a god or the god. But other evidence of the conception of Neter at that early date is afforded by the following passages from the Pris Papyrus, which, although belonging at the earliest to the 11th dynasty, contains copies of the precepts of Kakema, written in the reign of Seneferu, a king of the 4th dynasty, and the precepts of Ptah Hetep, written during the reign of Asa, a king of the 5th dynasty. "Not known are the things which will do God. Thou shalt not cause terror in men and women, for is opposed God thereto. The eating of bread is according to the plan of God. If thou art a farmer, labor in the field which hath given God to thee. If thou wouldst be like a wise man, make thou thy son to be pleasing unto God. Satisfy those who depend on thee, so far as it may be done by thee, it should be done by those favored of God." Views held in the first 6 dynasties. If, having been of no account, thou hast become great, and if, having been poor, thou hast become rich, when thou art governor of the city, be not hard-hearted on account of thy advancement, because thou hast become the guardian of the provisions of God. What is loved of God is obedience. Disobedience hateth God. Verily, a good son is of the gifts of God. Passing from the Pris Papyrus, our next source of information is the famous papyrus containing the maxims of Ani. which are well known through the labors of Daruj, Maspero, Chabas, and Amelanu. We should speak of them, however, more correctly as the maxims of Khonso-Hetep, views held in the 18th dynasty. The papyrus was probably copied about the 22nd dynasty, but the work itself may date from the 18th. The following are examples of the use of Neter. The god is for magnifying his name. The house of God, what it hates is much speaking. Pray thou with a loving heart, the petitions of which are all in secret. He will do thy business, he will hear that which thou sayest, and will accept thine offerings. Giveth thy God existence. The God will judge the right. In offering to thy God, guard thou against the things which he abominateth. Views held in the 18th dynasty. O behold with thine eye his plans. Devote thyself to adore his name. It is he who giveth souls to millions of forms, and he magnifieth whosoever magnifieth him. Now the God of this earth is the sun, who is the ruler of the horizon, and his similitudes are upon earth is given incense with their food offerings to these daily. If she, i.e. thy mother, raiseth her hands to God, he will hear her prayers and rebuke thee. Give thyself to God. Keep thou thyself daily for God, and let tomorrow be as today. God and the Gods. The passages from the Pyramid of Pepi show at once the difference between Neter as God and the gods Neteru. The other passages, which might be multiplied almost indefinitely, prove that the being spoken of is God. The Neteru, or gods, whom Eunice hunted, and snared, and killed, and roasted, and ate, are beings who could die. To them were attributed bodies, souls, kas, spiritual bodies, etc. In a remarkable passage from the 154th chapter of the Book of the Dead, the deceased king, Thothmes III, prays, Preserve me behind thee, O Tamu, from decay such as that which thou workest for God every, and goddess every, for animals all, for reptiles all, for each passeth away. When hath gone forth his soul after his death, he perisheth after he hath passed away. The gods mortal. Of these mortal gods, some curious legends have come down to us, from which the following may be selected as illustrating their inferior position. The legend of Ra and Isis. Now Isis was a woman who possessed words of power. Her heart was wearied with the millions of men, and she chose the millions of the gods, but she esteemed more highly the millions of the Khus. As she meditated in her heart, saying, Cannot I by means of the sacred name of God make myself mistress of the earth, and become a goddess like unto Ra in heaven and upon earth? Now behold, each day Ra entered at the head of his holy mariners, and established himself upon the throne of the two horizons. The Holy One had grown old, he dribbled at the mouth, his spittle fell upon the earth, and his slobbering dropped upon the ground. And Isis kneaded it with earth in her hand, and formed thereof a sacred serpent in the form of a spear. She set it not upright before her face, but let it lie upon the ground in the path whereby the great God went forth, according to his heart's desire, into his double kingdom. Now the holy God arose, and the gods who followed him as though he were Pharaoh went with him, and he came forth according to his daily wont. And the sacred serpent bit him. The flame of life departed from him, and he who dwelt among the cedars was overcome. The holy God opened his mouth, and the cry of his majesty reached unto heaven. His company of gods said, What hath happened? And his gods exclaimed, What is it? But Ra could not answer, for his jaws trembled, and all his members quaked. The poison spread swiftly through his flesh, just as the Nile invadeth all his land. When the great God had stablished his heart, he cried unto those who were in his train, saying, Come unto me, O ye who have come into being from my body, ye gods who have come forth from me. Make ye known unto Khepera that a dire calamity hath fallen upon me. My heart perceiveth it, but my eyes see it not. My hand hath not caused it, nor do I know who hath done this unto me. Never have I felt such pain, neither can sickness cause more woe than this. I am a prince, the son of a prince, a sacred essence which hath proceeded from God. I am a great one, the son of a great one, and my father planned my name. I have multitudes of names and multitudes of forms, and my existence is in every god. I have been proclaimed by the heralds Tamu and Horus, and my father and my mother uttered my name. But it hath been hidden within me by him that begot me. Who would not that the words of power of any seer should have dominion over me? I came forth to look upon that which I had made. I was passing through the world which I had created, when lo, something stung me. But what I know not. Is it fire? Is it water? My heart is on fire, my flesh quaketh, and trembling hath seized all my limbs. Let there be brought unto me the children of the gods, with healing words, and with lips that know, and with power which reacheth unto heaven. The children of every god came unto him in tears. Isis came with her healing words, and with her mouth full of the breath of life, with her enchantments which destroy sickness, and with her words of power which make the dead to live. And she spake, saying, What hath come to pass, O Holy Father? What hath happened? A serpent hath bitten thee, and a thing which thou hast created hath lifted up his head against thee. Verily, it shall be cast forth by my healing words of power, and I will drive it away from before the sight of thy sunbeams. The holy God opened his mouth and said, I was passing along my path, and I was going through the two regions of my hands according to my heart's desire, to see that which I had created, when lo, I was bitten by a serpent which I saw not. Is it fire? Is it water? I am colder than water. I am hotter than fire. All my flesh sweateth. I quake. My eye hath no strength. I cannot see the sky, and the sweat rusheth to my face, even as in the time of summer. Then said Isis unto Ra, O tell me thy name, Holy Father, for whosoever shall be delivered by thy name shall live. And Ra said, I have made the heavens and the earth. I have ordered the mountains. I have created all that is above them. I have made the water. I have made to come into being the great and wide sea. I have made the bull of his mother, from whom spring the delights of love. I have made the heavens. I have stretched out the two horizons like a curtain, and I have placed the soul of the gods within them. I am he who, if he openeth his eyes, doth make the light, and if he closeth them, darkness cometh into being. At his command the Nile riseth, and the gods know not his name. I have made the hours, I have created the days, I bring forward the festivals of the year. I create the Nile flood, I make the fire of life, and I provide food in the houses. I am Khepera in the morning, I am Ra at noon, and I am Tamu at even. Meanwhile the poison was not taken away from his body, but it pierced deeper, and the great god could no longer walk. Then said Isis unto Ra, What thou hast said is not thy name. O tell it unto me, and the poison shall depart, for he shall live whose name shall be revealed. Now the poison burned like fire, and it was fiercer than the flame and the furnace. And the majesty of the god said, I consent that Isis shall search into me, and that my name shall pass from me into her. Then the god hid himself from the gods, and his place in the boat of millions of years was empty. And when the time arrived for the heart of Ra to come forth, Isis spake unto her son Horus, saying, The god hath bound himself by an oath to deliver up his two eyes, i.e., the sun and moon. Thus was the name of the great god taken from him, and Isis, the lady of enchantments, said, Depart, poison, go forth from Ra. O eye of Horus, go forth from the god and shine outside his mouth. It is I who work, it is I who make to fall down upon the earth the vanquished poison. For the name of the great god hath been taken away from him. May Ra live, and may the poison die. May the poison die, and may Ra live. These are the words of Isis, the great goddess, the queen of the gods, who knew Ra by his own name. Thus we see that even to the great god Ra were attributed all the weakness and frailty of mortal man. and that gods and goddesses were classed with beasts and reptiles which could die and perish. As a result, it seems that the word God should be reserved to express the name of the creator of the universe, and that Nitaru, usually rendered gods, should be translated by some other word. But what that word should be, it is almost impossible to say. The belief in one God. From the attributes of God set forth in Egyptian texts of all periods, Dr. Bruce de Rouge and other eminent Egyptologists have come to the opinion that the dwellers in the Nile Valley, from the earliest times, knew and worshipped one God, nameless, incomprehensible, and eternal. In 1860, de Rouge wrote, "The unity of a supreme and self-existent being, his eternity, his almightiness, and external reproduction thereby as God, the attributing of the creation of the world and of all living beings to this supreme God, the immortality of the soul, completed by the dogma of punishments and rewards, such is the sublime and persistent base which, notwithstanding all deviations and all mythological embellishments, must secure for the beliefs of the ancient Egyptians a most honorable place among the religions of antiquity." 9 years later, he developed this view and discussed the difficulty of reconciling the belief in the unity of God with the polytheism which existed in Egypt from the earliest times, and he repeated his conviction that the Egyptians believed in a self-existent God who was one being, who had created man, and who had endowed him with an immortal soul. In fact, de Rouge amplifies what Champollion Figeac, relying upon his brother's information, wrote in 1839. The Egyptian religion is a pure monotheism, which manifested itself externally by a symbolic polytheism. Monsieur Perret adopts the view that the texts show us that the Egyptians believed in one infinite and eternal God, who was without a second, and he repeats Champollion's dictum. But the most recent supporter of the monotheistic theory is Dr. Bruch, who has collected a number of striking passages from the texts. From these passages we may select the following. God is one and alone, and none other existeth with him. God is the one who hath made all things. God is a spirit, a hidden spirit, the spirit of spirits, the great spirit of the Egyptians, the divine spirit. God is from the beginning, and he hath been from the beginning, and he hath existed from old, and was when nothing else had being. He existed when nothing else existed, and what existeth he created after he had come into being. He is the Father of beginnings. God is the Eternal One. He is eternal and infinite, and endureth forever and aye. God is hidden, and no man knoweth his form. No man hath been able to seek out his likeness. He is hidden to gods and men, and he is a mystery unto his creatures. No man knoweth how to know him. His name remaineth hidden. His name is a mystery unto his children. His names are innumerable. They are manifold, and none knoweth their number. God is truth, and he liveth by truth, and he feedeth thereon. He is the King of truth, and he hath established the earth thereupon. God is life, and through him only man liveth. He giveth life to man. He breatheth the breath of life into his nostrils. God is father and mother, the father of fathers and the mother of mothers. He begetteth, but was never begotten. He produceth, but was never produced. He begat himself and produced himself. He createth, but was never created. He is the maker of his own form, and the fashioner of his own body. God himself is existence. He endureth without increase or diminution. He multiplieth himself millions of times, and he is manifold in forms and in members. God hath made the universe, and he hath created all that therein is. He is the creator of what is in this world, and of what was, of what is, and of what shall be. He is the creator of the heavens, and of the earth, and of the deep, and of the water, and of the mountains. God hath stretched out the heavens and founded the earth. What his heart conceived straightway came to pass. And when he hath spoken, it cometh to pass, and endureth forever. God is the Father of the gods. He fashioned men and formed the gods. God is merciful unto those who reverence him, and he heareth him that calleth upon him. God knoweth him that acknowledgeth him. He rewardeth him that serveth him, and he protecteth him that followeth him. Monotheism and polytheism coexistent. Because however polytheism existed side by side with monotheism in Egypt, Maspero believes that the words God one do not mean one God in our sense of the words. And Mr. Renouf thinks that the Egyptian Nitur never became a proper name. Whether polytheism grew from monotheism in Egypt or monotheism from polytheism, we will not venture to say. For the evidence of the pyramid text shows that already in the 5th dynasty, monotheism and polytheism were flourishing side by side. The opinion of TL is that the religion of Egypt was from the beginning polytheistic, but that it developed in two opposite directions. In the one direction, gods were multiplied by the addition of local gods, and in the other, the Egyptians drew nearer and nearer to monotheism. The sun, the emblem of God. From a number of passages drawn from texts of all periods, it is clear that the form in which God made himself manifest to man upon earth was the sun, which the Egyptians called Ra, and that all other gods and goddesses were forms of him. The principal authorities for epithets applied to God and to his visible emblem, the sun, are the hymns and litanies which are found inscribed upon the walls of the tombs, stelae, and papyri of the 18th dynasty. And these prove that the Egyptians ascribed the attributes of the Creator to the creature. Confusion of gods. The religious ideas which we find in these writings in the 18th dynasty are no doubt the outcome of the religion of earlier times. For all the evidence now available shows that the Egyptians of the later periods invented comparatively little in the way of religious literature. Where, how, and in what way they succeeded in preserving their most ancient texts are matters about which little, unfortunately, is known. In course of time, we find that the attributes of a certain god in one period are applied to other gods in another. A new god is formed by the fusion of two or more gods. Local gods, through the favorable help of political circumstances or the fortune of war, become almost national gods. And the gods who are the companions of Osiris are endowed by the pious with all the attributes of the great cosmic gods. Ra, Ptah, Khnemu, Khepera, and the like. Thus, the attributes of Ra are bestowed upon Khnemu and Khepera. The god Horus exists in the aspects of Heru Mati, Heru Kent Anma, Heru Kuti, Heru Nub, Heru Behutet, etc. And the attributes of each are confounded either in periods or localities. Temu Ra and Mentu Ra and Amen Ra are composed of Temu and Ra, and Mentu and Ra, and Amen and Ra, respectively. And we have seen from the hymn quoted above that already in the 18th dynasty, the god Osiris had absorbed the attributes which belonged in the earlier dynasties to Ra alone. History of the god Amen. Still more remarkable, however, is the progress of the god Amen in Egyptian theology. In the earlier empire, i.e. during the first 11 dynasties, this god ranked only as a local god, although his name is as old as the time of Unas. And it is not until the so-called Hyksos have been expelled from Egypt by the Theban kings of the 17th dynasty that Amen, whom the latter had chosen as their great god, and whose worship they had declined to renounce at the bidding of the Hyksos king Apepi, was acknowledged as the national god of southern Egypt at least, having by virtue of being the god of the conquerors obtained the position of the head of the company of Egyptian gods. He received the attributes of the most ancient gods, and little by little he absorbed the epithets of them all. Thus, Amen became Amen-Ra, and the glory of the old gods of Anu or Heliopolis was centered in him who was originally an obscure local god. The worship of Amen in Egypt was furthered by the priests of the great college of Amen, which seems to have been established early in the 18th dynasty by the kings who were his devout worshippers. The extract from a papyrus written for the Princess Nessie Khonsu, a member of the priesthood of Amen, is an example of the exalted language in which his votaries addressed him. This is the sacred God, the Lord of all the gods, Amen-Ra, the Lord of the throne of the world, the Prince of Apt, the sacred soul who came into being in the beginning, the great God who liveth by right and truth, the first Ennead which gave birth unto the other two Enneads, the being in whom every God existeth, the one of one, the creator of the things which came into being when the earth took form in the beginning, whose births are hidden, whose forms are manifold, and whose growth cannot be known. The sacred form, beloved, terrible, and mighty in his two risings, the Lord of space, the mighty one of the form of Khepera, who came into existence through Khepera, the Lord of the form of Khepera. When he came into being, nothing existed except himself. He shone upon the earth from primeval time, in the form of the disk, the Prince of light and radiance. He giveth light and radiance. He giveth light unto all peoples. He saileth over heaven and never resteth. And on the morrow his vigor is established as before. Having become old today, he become young again tomorrow. He mastereth the bounds of eternity. He goeth round about heaven, and entereth into the Tuat to illumine the two lands which he hath created. When the divine, or mighty, God molded himself, the heavens and the earth were made by his conception. He is the Prince of princes, the mightiest of the mighty. He is greater than the gods. He is the young bull with sharp-pointed horns, and he protecteth the world in his great name. Eternity cometh with its power, and bringing therewith the bounds of everlastingness. He is the firstborn God, the God who existed from the beginning, the governor of the world by reason of his strength, the terrible one of the two lion gods, the aged one, the form of Khepera, which existeth in all the gods, the lion of fearsome glance, the governor terrible by reason of his two eyes, the Lord who shooteth forth flame therefrom against his enemies. He is the primeval water which floweth forth in its season to make to live all that cometh forth upon his potter's wheel. He is the disk of the moon, the beauties whereof pervade heaven and earth, the untiring and beneficent king, whose will germinateth from rising to setting, from whose divine eyes men and women come forth, and from whose mouth the gods do come, and by whom food and meat and drink are made and provided, and by whom the things which exist are created. He is the Lord of time, and he traverseth eternity. He is the aged one who reneweth his youth. He hath multitudes of eyes and myriads of ears. His rays are the guides of millions of men. He is the Lord of life, and giveth unto those who love him the whole earth, and they are under the protection of his face. When he goeth forth, he worketh unopposed, and no man can make of none effect than that which he hath done. His name is gracious, and the love of him is sweet, and at the dawn all people make supplication unto him through his mighty power and terrible strength. And every god lieth in fear of him. He is the young bull that destroyeth the wicked, and his strong arm fighteth against his foes. Through him did the earth come into being in the beginning. He is the soul which shineth through his divine eyes. He is the being endowed with power, and the maker of all that hath come into being. And he ordered the world, and he cannot be known. He is the king who maketh kings to reign, and he directeth the world in his course. Gods and goddesses bow down in adoration before his soul by reason of the awful terror which belongeth unto him. He hath gone before, and hath established all that cometh after him, and he made the universe in the beginning by his secret counsels. He is the being who cannot be known, and he is more hidden than all the gods. He maketh the disk to be his vicar, and he himself cannot be known, and he hideth himself from that which cometh forth from him. He is a bright flame of fire, mighty in splendors. He can be seen only in the form in which he showeth himself, and he can be gazed upon only when he manifesteth himself, and that which is in him cannot be understood. At break of day all peoples make supplication unto him, and when he riseth with hues of orange and saffron among the company of the gods, he becometh the greatly desired one of every god. The god Nu appeareth with the breath of the north wind, in this hidden God who maketh for untold millions of men the decrees which abide for ever. His decrees are gracious and well-doing, and they fall not to the ground until they have fulfilled their purpose. He giveth long life, and multiplieth the years of those who are favored by him. He is the gracious protector of him whom he setteth in his heart, and he is the fashioner of eternity and everlastingness. He is the king of the north and of the south, Amen-Ra, king of the gods, the Lord of heaven, and of earth, and of the waters, and of the mountains, with whose coming into being the earth began its existence, the mighty one, more princely than all the gods of the first company thereof. Theories of the origin of the gods. With reference to the origin of the gods of the Egyptians, much useful information may be derived from the pyramid texts. From them, it would seem that in the earliest times, the Egyptians had tried to think out and explain to themselves the origin of their gods and of their groupings. According to Maspero, they reduced everything to one kind of primeval matter, which they believed contained everything in embryo. This matter was water, Nu, which they deified, and everything which arose therefrom was a god. The priests of Anu, at a very early period, grouped together the 9 greatest gods of Egypt, forming what is called the Paut Neteru, or Company of the Gods, or, as it is written in the pyramid texts, Paut At, the Great Company of Gods. The texts also show that there was a second group of 9 gods called Paut Neteset, or Lesser Company of the Gods, and a third group of 9 gods is also known. The great cycle of the gods in Anu was composed of the gods Tamu, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. But though Paut means 9, the texts do not always limit a Paut of the gods to that number, for sometimes the gods amount to 12, and sometimes, even though the number be 9, other gods are substituted for the original gods of the Paut. We should naturally expect Ra to stand at the head of the great Paut of the gods. But it must be remembered that the chief local god of Anu was Tamu, and as the priests of that city revised and edited the pyramid texts known to us, they naturally substituted their own form of the god Ra, or at best united him with Ra, and called him Tamu-Ra. In the primeval matter, or water, lived the god Tamu. And when he rose for the first time in the form of the sun, he created the world. Here at once we have Tamu assimilated with Nu. A curious passage in the pyramid of Pepi I shows that while as yet there was neither heaven nor earth, and when neither gods had been born nor men created, the god Tamu was the father of human beings, even before death came into the world. The first act of Tamu was to create from his own body the god Shu and the goddess Tefnut, and afterwards Seb the earth and Nut the sky came into being. These were followed by Osiris and Isis, Set, and Nephthys. Dr. Brugsha's version of the origin of the gods, as put forth in his last work on the subject, is somewhat different. According to him, there was in the beginning neither heaven nor earth, and nothing existed except a boundless primeval mass of water, which was shrouded in darkness and which contained within itself the germs or beginnings, male and female, of everything which was to be in the future world. The divine primeval spirit, which formed an essential part of the primeval matter, felt within itself the desire to begin the work of creation, and its word woke to life the world, the form and shape of which it had already depicted to itself. The first act of creation began with the formation of an egg out of the primeval water, from which broke forth Ra, the immediate cause of all life upon earth. The almighty power of the divine spirit embodied itself in its most brilliant form in the rising sun. When the inert mass of primeval matter felt the desire of the primeval spirit to begin the work of creation, it began to move, and the creatures which were to constitute the future world were formed according to the divine intelligence Ma. Under the influence of Thoth, or that form of the divine intelligence which created the world by a word, 8 elements, 4 male and 4 female arose out of the primeval Nu, which possessed the properties of the male and female. These 8 elements were called Nu and Nut, He and Hehet, Kek and Keket, and Enen and Enenet, or Kemenu, the 8, and they were considered as primeval fathers and mothers. They are often represented in the forms of 4 male and 4 female apes who stand in adoration and greet the rising sun with songs and hymns of praise. But they also appear as male and female human forms with the heads of frogs or serpents. The birth of light from the waters and of fire from the moist mass of primeval matter, and of Ra from Nu, formed the starting point of all mythological speculations, conjectures, and theories of the Egyptian priests. The light of the sun gave birth to itself out of chaos, and the conception of the future world was depicted in Thoth, the divine intelligence. When Thoth gave the word, what he commanded at once took place by means of Ptah and Khnemu, the visible representatives of the power which turned Thoth's command into deed. Khnemu made the egg of the sun, and Ptah gave to the god of light a finished body. The first pout of the gods consisted of Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Set, Nephthys, and Horus, and their governor, Temu or Atmu. Egyptian account of the creation. In a late copy of a work entitled The Book of Knowing the Evolutions of Ra, the god Neberter, the lord of the company of the gods, records the story of the creation and of the birth of the gods. I am he who evolved himself under the form of the god Khepera. I, the evolver of the evolutions, evolved myself, the evolver of all evolutions, after many evolutions and developments which came forth from my mouth. No heaven existed, and no earth, and no terrestrial animals or reptiles had come into being. I formed them out of the inert mass of watery matter. I found no place whereon to stand. I was alone, and the gods Shu and Tefnut had not gone forth from me. There existed none other who worked with me. I laid the foundations of all things by my will, and all things evolved themselves therefrom. I united myself to my shadow, and I set forth Shu and Tefnut out from myself. Thus from being one god I became 3, and Shu and Tefnut gave birth to Nut and Seb, and Nut gave birth to Osiris, Horus, Kent, and Ma. Sut, Isis, and Nephthys had one birth, one after the other, and their children multiply upon this earth. Summary of theories. The reader has now before him the main points of the evidence concerning the Egyptians' notions about God, and the cosmic powers and their phases, and the anthropomorphic creations with which they peopled the other world, all of which have been derived from the native literature of ancient Egypt. The different interpretations which different Egyptologists have placed upon the facts demonstrate the difficulty of the subject. Speaking generally, the interpreters may be divided into 2 classes. Those who credit the Egyptians with a number of abstract ideas about God and the creation of the world and the future life, which are held to be essentially the product of modern Christian nations, and those who consider the mind of the Egyptian as that of a half-savage being to whom occasional glimmerings of spiritual light were vouchsafed from time to time. All Eastern nations have experienced difficulty in separating spiritual from corporeal conceptions, and the Egyptian is no exception to the rule. But if he preserved the gross idea of a primeval existence with the sublime idea of God which he manifests in writings of a later date, it seems that this is due more to his reverence for hereditary tradition than to ignorance. Without attempting to decide questions which have presented difficulties to the greatest thinkers among Egyptologists, it may safely be said that the Egyptian whose mind conceived the existence of an unknown, inscrutable, eternal, and infinite God, who was one whatever the word one may mean here, and who himself believed in a future life to be spent in a glorified body in heaven, was not a being whose spiritual needs would be satisfied by a belief in gods who could eat and drink, love and hate, and fight and grow old and die. He was unable to describe the infinite God, himself being finite, and it is not surprising that he should, in some respects, have made him in his own image. The abode of the blessed. The Egyptian heaven. The gods of the Egyptians dwelt in a heaven with their Kas and Kus and shadows, and there they received the blessed dead to dwell with them. This heaven was situated in the sky, which the Egyptians believed to be like an iron ceiling, either flat or vaulted, and to correspond in extent and shape with the earth beneath it. The ceiling was rectangular and was supported at each corner by a pillar. In this idea we have, as Maspero has observed, a survival of the root tree of very primitive nations. At a very early date, the four pillars were identified with the four ancient Kus who dwell in the hair of Horus, who are also said to be the four gods who stand by the pillar scepters of heaven. These four gods are children of Horus, and their names are Amset, Hapi, Tuamatef, and Kebsenef. They were supposed to preside over the four quarters of the world and subsequently were acknowledged to be the gods of the cardinal points. The Egyptians named the sky or heaven Pet. A less primitive view made the heavens in the form of the goddess Nut, who was represented as a woman with bowed body whose hands and feet rests on the earth. In this case, the two arms and the two legs form the four pillars upon which the heavens are supported. Nut, the sky goddess, was the wife of Seb, the earth god, from whose embrace she was separated by Shu, the god of the air. When this separation was effected, earth, air, and sky came into being. Signor Lanzone has collected a number of illustrations of this event from papyri and other documents, wherein we have Seb lying on the ground and Shu uplifting Nut with his outstretched hands. The feet of the goddess rested on the east, and her hands on the west. This is shown by the scene wherein Shu is accompanied by two females who have on their heads east and west, respectively. The child of the union of Seb and Nut was the sun, who was born in the east in the morning, and who made his course along his mother's body until he set in the west in the evening. The moon followed the sun's course along his mother's body, but sometimes a second female is represented bowed beneath Nut. And this is believed to signify the night sky across which the moon travels. In an interesting picture which M. Zekier has published, the goddess is depicted lying flat with her arms stretched out at full length above her head. On her breast is the disk of the sun, and on her stomach the moon. Those who believed that the sky was an iron plane imagined that the stars were numbers of lamps which were hung out therefrom, and those who pictured the sky as a goddess studded her body with stars. One scene makes the morning and evening boats of Ra to sail along the back of Nut. Another depicts Shu holding up the boat of the sun wherein is the disk on the horizon. A third, from the sarcophagus of Seti I, represents Nu, the god of the primeval water, holding up the boat of the sun, wherein we see the beetle with the solar disk facing it, accompanied by Isis and Nephthys, who stand one on each side. Behind Isis stand the gods Seb, Shu, Hek, Hu, and Sa. And behind Nephthys are three deities who represent the doors through which the god Tamu has made his way to the world. Within the two bowed female figures which represent the day and the night sky, and which have been referred to above, is a third figure which is bent round in a circle. The space enclosed by it represents, according to Dr. Brugsch, the Tuat, or Egyptian underworld, wherein dwelt the gods of the dead and the departed souls. This view is supported by the scene from the sarcophagus of Seti I. In the watery space above the bark is the figure of the god bent round in a circle with his toes touching his head. And upon his head stands the goddess Nut, with outstretched hands receiving the disk of the sun. In the space enclosed by the body of the god is the legend, "This is Osiris, his circuit is the Tuat." Though nearly all Egyptologists agree about the meaning of the word being the place of departed souls, Yet it has been translated in various ways, different scholars locating the Tuat in different parts of creation. Dr. Brucksch and others place it under the earth. Others have supposed it to be the space which exists between the arms of Shu and the body of Nut. But the most recent theory put forth is that it was situated neither above nor below the earth, but beyond Egypt to the north, from which it was separated by the mountain range which, as the Egyptians thought, supported the sky. The region of the Tuat was a long, mountainous, narrow valley with a river running along it. Starting from the east, it made its way to the north, and then taking a circular direction, it came back to the east. In the Tuat lived all manner of fearful monsters and beasts, and here was the country through which the sun passed during the 12 hours of the night. According to one view, he traversed this region in splendor, and according to another, he died and became subject to Osiris the king, god and judge of the kingdom of the departed. The fields of Aru and Hetep. The souls of the dead made their way to their abode in the other world by a ladder, according to a very ancient view, or through a gap in the mountains of Abydos called Pika, according to another. But by whichever way they passed from earth, their destination was a region in the Tuat, which is called in the pyramid and later texts Sekhet Aru, which was situated in the Sekhet Hetep, and was supposed to lie to the north of Egypt. Here dwell Horus and Set, for the fields of Aru and Hetep are their domains. And here enters the deceased with 2 of the children of Horus on one side of him, and 2 on the other. And the 2 great chiefs who preside over the throne of the great God proclaim eternal life and power for him. Here, like the supreme God, he is declared to be one, and the 4 children of Horus proclaim his name to Ra. Having gone to the north of the Aru field, he makes his way to the eastern portion of the Tuat, where, according to one legend, he becomes like the morning star, near his sister Sothis. Here he lived in the form of the star Sothis, and the great and little companies of the gods purify him in the Great Bear. The Egyptian theologians, who conceived that a ladder was necessary to enable the soul to ascend to the next world, provided it also with an address, which it was to utter when it reached the top. As given in the Pyramid of Unas, it reads as follows: Hail to thee, O daughter of Amenta, mistress of Pitaru, of heaven, thou gift of Thoth, thou mistress of the 2 sides of the ladder. Open a way to Unas, let Unas pass. Hail to thee, O now, who art seated upon the brink of the lake of Ka. Open thou a way to Unas, let Unas pass. Hail to thee, O thou bull of 4 horns, thou who hast 1 horn to the west, and 1 to the east, and 1 to the north, and 1 to the south. Let Unas pass, for he is a being from the purified Amenta, who goeth forth from the country of Bacta. Hail to thee, O Sekhet Hetep, hail to thee, and to the fields which are in thee. The fields of Unas are in thee, for pure offerings are in thee. Power of the gods of Anu. The souls of the dead could also be commended to the care of the gods above by the gods of Anu, and thus we find it said in the Pyramid of Unas, O gods of the west, O gods of the east, O gods of the south, O gods of the north, ye 4 orders of gods, who embrace the 4 holy ends of the universe, and who granted to Osiris to come forth to heaven, and to sail over the celestial waters, thereof with his son Horus by his side, to protect him, and to make him rise like a great god from the celestial deep. Say ye to Unas, Behold Horus, the son of Osiris, behold Unas, the god of the aged gods, the son of Hathor. Behold the seed of Seb, for Osiris hath commanded that Unas shall rise like the second of Horus. And the 4 Khus who are in Anu have written this command to the great gods who are in the celestial waters. And again, when men are buried and receive their thousands of cakes and thousands of vases of ale upon the table of him that ruleth in Amenta, that being is in sore straits who hath not a written decree. Now the decree of Unas is under the greatest, and not under the little seal. The plan of the Sekhet-Hetep, which we find in the Book of the Dead during the Theban period, will be described below, and it is therefore sufficient to say here that the ideas of the happy life which the deceased led had their origin in the pyramid texts, as may be seen from the following passage. Unas hath offered incense unto the great and little companies of the gods, and his mouth is pure, and the tongue which is therein is pure. O ye judges, ye have taken Unas unto yourselves. Let him eat that which ye eat. Let him drink that which ye drink. Let him live upon that which ye live upon. Let your seat be his seat. Let his power be your power. Let the boat wherein he shall sail be your boat. Let him net birds in Aru. Let him possess running streams in Sekhet-Hetep. And make he obtain his meat and his drink from you, O ye gods. May the water of Unas be of the wine which is of Ra. May he revolve in the sky like Ra, and may he pass over the sky like Thoth. Of the condition of those who failed to secure a life of beatitude with the gods in the Sekhet Aru of the Tuat, the pyramid texts say nothing, and it seems as if the doctrine of punishment of the wicked and of the judgment which took place after death is a development characteristic of a later period. The gods of the Book of the Dead. The following are the principal gods and goddesses mentioned in the pyramid texts and in the later versions of the Book of the Dead. Nu represents the primeval watery mass from which all the gods were evolved, and upon which floats the bark of millions of years containing the sun. This god's chief titles are Father of the Gods and Begetter of the Great Company of the Gods. He is depicted in the form of a seated deity, having upon his head disk and plumes. Nut, the female principle of Nu, she is depicted with the head of a snake surmounted by a disk, or with the head of a cat. Ptah was associated with the god Khnemu in carrying out the creation, the mandates of Thoth, the divine intelligence. His name means the opener, and he was identified by the Greeks with Hephaestus and by the Latins with Vulcan. He was worshipped at a very early date in Memphis, which is called in Egyptian texts the house of the Ka of Ptah. And according to Herodotus, his temple there was founded by Mena or Menes. He is called the exceedingly great God, the beginning of being, the Father of fathers and power of powers, and he created his form and gave birth to his body and established unending and unvarying right and truth upon the earth. As a solar god he is called Ptah, the disk of heaven, who illumineth the world by the fire of his eyes. And in the Book of the Dead he is said to have opened the mouth of the deceased with the tool with which he opened the mouths of the gods. He is depicted in the form of a mummy standing upon mat, and in his hands he holds a scepter on the top of which are the emblems of power, life, and stability. From the back of his neck hangs the Menat. Ptah formed at Memphis the chief member of the triad Ptah Sekhet and Nefer-Tamu. In many texts, the god Ptah is often joined to the god Seker, whose individual attributes it is not easy to describe. Seker is the Egyptian name for the incarnation of the Apis bull at Memphis. That Seker was a solar god is quite clear, but whether he closed the day or the night is not certain. Originally, his festival was celebrated in the evening, wherefrom it appears that he represented some form of the night sun. But in later times, the ceremony of drawing the image of the god Seker in the Henu boat round the sanctuary was performed in the morning at dawn, and thus, united with Ptah, he became the closer of the night and the opener of the day. He is depicted as a mummied body with the head of a hawk, and he sometimes holds in his hands emblems of power, sovereignty, and rule. Another form of Ptah was Ptah Seker Osir, wherein the creator of the world, the sun, and Osiris as the god of the dead were represented. A large number of faience figures of this triune god are found in graves, and specimens exist in all museums. He is represented as a dwarf standing upon a crocodile. and having a scarabaeus upon his head. The scarab is the emblem of the new life into which the deceased is about to break. The crocodile is the emblem of the darkness of death which has been overcome. According to some, the element of Ptah in the triad is the personification of the period of incubation which follows death and precedes the entry into eternal life, and the symbols with which he is accompanied explain the character attributed to this god. The god Ptah is also united with the gods Hapi, Nu, and Tenen, when he represents various phases of primeval matter. Khnemu worked with Ptah in carrying out the work of creation ordered by Thoth, and is therefore one of the oldest divinities of Egypt. His name means to mold, to model. His connection with the primeval water caused him to be regarded as the chief god of the inundation and the lord of the cataract at Elephantine. He dwelt in Anu, but he was lord of Elephantine and the builder of men, the maker of the gods and the father from the beginning. Elsewhere, he is said to be maker of things which are, creator of what shall be, the beginning of beings, father of fathers, and mother of mothers. He supported the heaven upon its 4 pillars in the beginning, and earth, air, sea, and sky are his handiwork. He is depicted in the form of a man having a ram's head and horns surmounted by plumes, uraei with discs, etc. In one hand he holds the scepter, and in the other the emblem of life. Occasionally he is hawk-headed, and in one representation he holds the emblem of water in each hand. On a late bas-relief at Philae, we find him seated at a potter's table, upon which stands a human being whom he has just fashioned. Khepera was a form of the rising sun, and was both the type of matter, which is on the point of passing from inertness into life, and also of the dead body which is about to burst forth into a new life in a glorified form. He is depicted in the form of a man having a beetle for a head, and this insect was his type and emblem among the ancient nations, because it was believed to be self-begotten and self-produced. To this notion we owe the myriads of beetles or scarabs which are found in the tombs of all ages in Egypt, and also in the Greek islands and settlements in the Mediterranean, and in Phoenicia, Syria, and elsewhere. The seat of the god Khepera was in the boat of the sun, and the pictures which present us with this fact only illustrate an idea which is as old, at least, as the pyramid of Unas. For in this monument it is said of the king, "He flieth like a bird, he alighteth like a beetle upon the empty throne in thy boat, O Ra." In the 18th dynasty, Queen Hatshepsut declared herself to be the creator of things which came into being like Khepera. And in later times, the scribes were exceedingly fond of playing upon the word used as a noun, adjective, verb, and proper name. Tum, or Atimu, i.e. the closer, was the great god of Anu, and the head of the great company of the gods of that place. It would seem that he usurped the position of Ra in Egyptian mythology, or at any rate, that the priests of Anu succeeded in causing their local god, either separately or joined with Ra, to be accepted as the leader of the divine group. He represented the evening or night sun, and as such he is called in the 15th chapter of the Book of the Dead, Divine God, self-created, maker of the gods, creator of men, who stretched out the heavens, the lightener of the Tuat with his 2 eyes, etc. The cool breezes of the north wind, for which every dead man prayed, were supposed to proceed from him. He is, as Lefebvre has pointed out, always depicted in the form of a man. He wears the crowns and holds both the scepter and emblem of life. On a mummy case at Turin, he is depicted in the boat of the sun, in company with the god Khepera. Between them are the beetle and the sun's disk. In later times, the Egyptians called the feminine form of Temu, Temet. Ra was the name given to the sun by the Egyptians in a remote antiquity, but the meaning of the word or the attribute which they ascribed to the sun by it is unknown. Ra was the invisible emblem of God and was regarded as the god of this earth. to whom offerings and sacrifices were made daily. And when he appeared above the horizon at the creation, time began. In the pyramid texts, the soul of the deceased makes its way to where Ra is in heaven, and Ra is entreated to give it a place in the bark of millions of years, wherein he sails over the sky. The Egyptians attributed to the sun a morning and an evening boat, and in these the god sat accompanied by Khepera and Tmu, his own forms in the morning and evening respectively. In his daily course he vanquished night and darkness, and mist and cloud disappeared from before his rays. Subsequently, the Egyptians invented the moral conception of the sun, representing the victory of right over wrong and of truth over falsehood. From a natural point of view, the sun was synonymous with movement and hence typified the life of man, and the setting of the one typified the death of the other. Usually Ra is depicted in human form, sometimes with the head of a hawk and sometimes without. As early as the time of the pyramid texts, we find Ra united with Tmu to form the chief god of Anu, and at the same period a female counterpart, Rat, was assigned to him. Shu, the second member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the firstborn son of Ra, Ra-Tmu, or Tum, by the goddess Hathor, the sky, and was the twin brother of Tefnut. He typified the light, he lifted up the sky, Nut from the earth, Seb, and placed it upon the steps, which were in Kemenu. He is usually depicted in the form of a man who wears upon his head a feather or feathers and holds in his hand the scepter. At other times he appears in the form of a man with upraised arms. On his head he has the emblem, the feather, and he is often accompanied by the four pillars of heaven, i.e. the cardinal points. Among the many faience amulets which are found in tombs are two which have reference to Shu. The little models of steps typify the steps upon which Shu rested the sky in Khenemu, and the crouching figure of a god supporting the sun's disks symbolizes his act of raising the sun's disk into the space between sky and earth at the time when he separated Nut from Seb. Tefnut, the third member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the daughter of Ra, Ra-Tmu, or Tmu, and twin sister of Shu. She represented in one form moisture, and in another aspect she seems to personify the power of sunlight. She is depicted in the form of a woman, usually with the head of a lioness surmounted by a disc or uraeus, or both. In faience, however, the twin brother and sister each have a lion's head. In the pyramid texts, they play a curious part, Shu being supposed to carry away hunger from the deceased, and Tefnut his thirst. Seb, or Keb, the fourth member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the son of Shu, husband of Nut, and by her father of Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. Originally, he was the god of the earth and is called both the father of the gods and the Urpa, i.e. the tribal hereditary head of the gods. He is depicted in human form, sometimes with a crown upon his head and scepter in his right hand, and sometimes he has upon his head a goose, which bird was sacred to him. In many places he is called the Great Cackler, and he was supposed to have laid the egg from which the world sprang. Already in the pyramid text, he has become a god of the dead by virtue of representing the earth wherein the deceased was laid. Osir, or Osiris, the sixth member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the son of Seb and Nut, and the husband of his sister Isis, the father of Horus, the son of Isis, and the brother of Set and Nephthys. The version of his sufferings and death by Plutarch has been already described. Whatever may have been the foundation of the legend, it is pretty certain that his character as a god of the dead was well defined long before the versions of the pyramid texts known to us were written. And the only important change which took place in the views of the Egyptians concerning him in later days was the ascription to him of the attributes which in the early dynasties were regarded as belonging only to Ra or to Ra-Tmu. Originally, Osiris was a form of the sun god, and speaking generally, he may be said to have represented the sun after he had set. and as such was the emblem of the motionless dead. Later texts identify him with the moon. The Egyptians asserted that he was the father of the gods who had given him birth, and as he was the god both of yesterday and of today, he became the type of eternal existence and the symbol of immortality. As such, he usurped not only the attributes of Ra, but those of every other god, and at length he was both the god of the dead and the god of the living. As judge of the dead, he was believed to exercise functions similar to those attributed to God. Alone among all the many gods of Egypt, Osiris was chosen as the type of what the deceased hoped to become when, his body having been mummified in the prescribed way and ceremonies proper to the occasion having been performed, and the prayers said, his glorified body should enter into his presence in heaven. To him as Lord of Eternity, by which title as judge of the dead he was commonly addressed, the deceased appealed to make his flesh to germinate and to save his body from decay. The various forms in which Osiris is depicted are too numerous to be described here, but generally speaking he is represented in the form of a mummy wearing a crown and holding in his hands the emblems of sovereignty and power. A very complete series of illustrations of the forms of Osiris is given by Lanzone in his Dizionario. The ceremonies connected with the celebration of the events of the sufferings, the death, and the resurrection of Osiris occupied a very prominent part in the religious observances of the Egyptians, and it seems as if in the month of Choeak, a representation of them took place in various temples in Egypt. The text of a minute description of them has been published by M. Loret in Recueil de Travaux and succeeding volumes. A perusal of this work explains the signification of many of the ceremonies connected with the burial of the dead, the use of amulets and certain parts of the funeral ritual, and the work in this form being of a late date proves that the doctrine of immortality gained through the God who was Lord of the heavens and of the earth, of the underworld and of the waters, of the mountains and of all which the sun goeth round in his course, had remained unchanged for at least 4,000 years of its existence. Auset, or Isis, the seventh member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the wife of Osiris and the mother of Horus. Her woes have been described both by Egyptian and Greek writers. Her commonest names are the Great Goddess, the Divine Mother, the Mistress of Charms or Enchantments. In later times she is called the Mother of the Gods and the Living One. She is usually depicted in the form of a woman with a headdress in the shape of a seat, the hieroglyphic for which forms her name. The animal sacred to her was the cow, hence she sometimes wears upon her head the horns of that animal accompanied by plumes and feathers. In one aspect she is identified with the goddess Selk or Cirque, and she then has upon her head a scorpion, the emblem of that goddess. In another aspect, she is united to the star Sothis, and then a star is added to her crown. She is, however, most commonly represented as the mother suckling her child Horus, and figures of her in this aspect in bronze and faience exist in thousands. As a nature goddess, she is seen standing in the boat of the sun, and she was probably the deity of the dawn. Heru, or Horus, the sun god, was originally a totally distinct god from Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis. But from the earliest times it seems that the two gods were confounded and that the attributes of the one were ascribed to the other. The fight which Horus, the sun god, waged against night and darkness was also at a very early period identified with the combat between Horus, the son of Isis, and his brother Set. The visible emblem of the sun god was at a very early date the hawk, which was probably the first living thing worshipped by the early Egyptians. Already in the pyramid texts, the hawk on a standard is used indiscriminately with a symbol to represent the word God. The principal form of Horus, the sun god, which probably represent the sun at various periods of the day and night, are Heru-ur, Greek, Ierorides, Horus the Great, Heru-merti, Horus of the two eyes, i.e. of the sun and moon, Heru-nub, the golden Horus, Heru Kent Kat, Heru Kent Anma, Horus dwelling in blindness, Heru Kuti, Horus of the two horizons, the type of which on earth was the Sphinx, Heru Sam Taui, Horus the uniter of the north and south, Heru Hekenu, Horus of Heken, and Heru Behutet, Horus of Behutet. The Sipi of Horus, which became so common at a late period in Egypt, seemed to unite the idea of the physical and moral conceptions of Horus the sun god and of Horus the son of Osiris and Isis. Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis, appears in Egyptian texts usually as Heru Pika-urt, Horus the child, who afterwards became the avenger of his father Osiris, and occupied his throne as we are told in many places in the Book of the Dead. In the pyramid texts, the deceased is identified with Heru Pika-urt, and a reference is made to the fact that the god is always represented with a finger in his mouth. The curious legend which Plutarch relates concerning Harpocrates and the cause of his lameness is probably based on the passage in the history of Osiris and Isis given in a hymn to Osiris of the 18th dynasty. Set, or Sutek, is the eighth member of a company of the gods of Anu, was the son of Seb and Nut, and the husband of his sister Nephthys. The worship of this god is exceedingly old, and in the pyramid texts we find that it is often mentioned with Horus and the other gods of the Heliopolitan company in terms of reverence. He was also believed to perform friendly offices for the deceased, and to be a god of the Sekhet Aru, or abode of the blessed dead. He is usually depicted in human form with the head of an animal which has not yet been identified. In later times, the head of the ass was confounded with it, but the figures of the god in bronze, which are preserved in the British Museum and elsewhere, prove beyond a doubt that the head of Set is that of an animal unknown to us. In the early dynasties, he was a beneficent god and one whose favor was sought after by the living and by the dead, and so late as the 19th dynasty, kings delighted to call themselves beloved of Set. About the 22nd dynasty, however, it became the fashion to regard the god as the origin of all evil, and his statues and images were so effectually destroyed that only a few which escaped by accident have come down to us. Originally Set, or Sut, represented the natural night and was the opposite of Horus. That Horus and Set were opposite aspects or forms of the same god is proved by the figure given by Lanzon, where we see the head of Set and the head of Horus upon one body. The natural opposition of the day and night was at an early period confounded with the battle which took place between Horus, the son of Isis, and Set, wherein Isis intervened, and it seems that the moral idea of the battle of right against wrong became attached to the latter combat, which was undertaken by Horus to avenge his father's murder by Set. Nebtet, or Nephthys, the last member of the company of the gods of Anu, was the daughter of Seb and Nut, the sister of Osiris and Isis, and the sister and wife of Set. When the sun rose at the creation out of the primeval waters, Nephthys occupied a place in his boat with Isis and the other deities. As a nature goddess, she either represents the day before sunrise or after sunset, but no portion of the night. She is depicted in the form of a woman having upon her head the hieroglyphics which form her name, Lady of the House. A legend preserved by Plutarch makes her the mother of Anpu, or Anubis by Osiris. In Egyptian texts, Anpu is the son of Ra. In religious texts, Nephthys is made to be the companion of Isis in all her troubles, and her grief for her brother's death is as great as that of his wife. Anpu, or Anubis, the son of Osiris or Ra, sometimes by Isis and sometimes by Nephthys, seems to represent as a nature god either the darkest part of the twilight or the earliest dawn. He is depicted either in human form with a jackal's head or as a jackal. In the legend of Osiris and Isis, Anubis played a prominent part in connection with the dead body of Osiris, and in papyri we see him standing as a guard and protector of the deceased lying upon the bier. In the judgment scene, he is found as the guard of the balance, the pointer of which he watches with great diligence. He became the recognized god of the sepulchral chamber and eventually presided over the whole of the funeral mountain. He is always regarded as the messenger of Osiris. Another form of Anubis was the god Apuat, opener of the ways, who was also depicted in the form of a jackal, and the two gods are often confounded. On sepulchral stelae and other monuments, two jackals are frequently depicted. One of these represents Anubis and the other Apuat, and they probably have some connection with the northern and southern parts of the funeral world. According to Maspero, the god Anubis led the souls of the dead to the Elysian fields in a great oasis. Among the primeval gods are two, Hu and Sa, who are seen in the boat of the sun at the creation. They are the children of Tumu, or Tumu-Ra. But the exact part which they play as nature gods has not yet, it seems, been satisfactorily made out. The first mention of them in the pyramid texts records their subjugation by the deceased. But in the Theban Book of the Dead, they appear among the company of the gods who are present when the soul of the deceased is being weighed in the balance. Tehuti, or Thoth, represented the divine intelligence which at creation uttered the words that were carried into effect by Ptah and Khnum. He was self-produced and was the great god of the earth, air, sea, and sky, and he united in himself the attributes of many gods. He was the scribe of the gods, and as such, he was regarded as the inventor of all the arts and sciences known to the Egyptians. Some of his titles are Lord of Writing, Master of Papyrus, Maker of the Palette and the Ink Jar, the Mighty Speaker, the Sweet-Tongued, and the words and compositions which he recited on behalf of the deceased preserved the latter from the influence of hostile powers and made him invincible in the other world. He was the god of right and truth, wherein he lived and whereby he established the world and all that is in it. As the chronologer of heaven and earth, he became the god of the moon, and as the reckoner of time, he obtained the name Tehuti, i.e., the measurer. In these capacities, he had the power to grant life for millions of years to the deceased. When the great combat took place between Horus, the son of Isis, and Set, Thoth was present as judge, and he gave to Isis the cow's head in the place of her own, which was cut off by Horus in his rage at her interference. Having reference to this fact, he is called Ap-Rehui, the judge of the two combatants. One of the Egyptian names for the ibis was Tek, and the similarity of the sound of this word to that of Tehu, the name of the moon, as a measurer of time, probably led the Egyptians to depict the god in the form of an ibis, notwithstanding the fact that the dog-headed ape was generally considered to be the animal sacred to him. It has been thought that there were two gods called Thoth, one being a form of Shu, but the attributes belonging to each have not yet been satisfactorily defined. In the monuments and papyri, Thoth appears in the form of a man with the head of an ibis, which is sometimes surmounted by the crown or by disc and horns, and he holds in his left hand the scepter, and in the right the ankh. Sometimes he is depicted holding his ink jar and the crescent moon, and sometimes he appears in the form of an ape holding a palette full of writing reeds. Thoth is mentioned in the pyramid texts as the brother of Osiris, but whether he is the same Thoth who is called the Lord of Kemenu and the scribe of the gods is doubtful. Mat, the wife of Thoth, was the daughter of Ra and a very ancient goddess. She seems to have assisted Ptah and Khnum in carrying out rightly the work of creation ordered by Thoth. There is no one word which will exactly describe the Egyptian conception of Mat, both from a physical and from a moral point of view. But the fundamental idea of the word is straight, and from the Egyptian texts it is clear that Mat meant right, true, truth, real, genuine, upright, righteous, just, steadfast, unalterable, etc. Thus, already in the Pris Papyrus it is said, "Great is Mat, the mighty and unalterable, and it hath never been broken since the time of Osiris." and Ptah counsels his listener to make mat, or right and truth, to germinate. The just, upright, and straight man is mat, and in a book of moral precepts it is said, God will judge the right, mat. Mat, the goddess of the unalterable laws of heaven and the daughter of Ra, is depicted in female form, with the feather emblematic of Mat on her head, or with the feather alone for a head, and the scepter in one hand and an ankh in the other. In the judgment scene, two Mat goddesses appear. One probably is the personification of physical law, and the other of moral rectitude. Heru, or Hathor, the house of Horus, was the goddess of the sky, wherein Horus, the sun god, rose and set. Subsequently, a great number of goddesses of the same name were developed from her, and these were identified with Isis, Neith, Euset, and many other goddesses whose attributes they absorbed. A group of 7 Hathors is also mentioned, and these appear to have partaken of the nature of good fairies. In one form, Hathor was the goddess of love, beauty, happiness, and the Greeks identified her with their own Aphrodite. She is often depicted in the form of a woman having disc and horns upon her head, and at times she has the head of a lion surmounted by a uraeus. Often she has the form of a cow, the animal sacred to her, and in this form she appears as the goddess of the tomb, or Ta Sertet, and she provides meat and drink for the deceased. Metort is the personification of that part of the sky wherein the sun rises, and also of that part of it which he takes his daily course. She is depicted in the form of a cow, along the body of which the 2 barks of the sun are seen sailing. Already in the pyramid text, we find the attribute of judge ascribed to Me'ert, and down to a very late date, the judgment of the deceased in the hall of double Mat in the presence of Thoth and the other gods was believed to take place in the abode of Me'ert. Net, or Neith, the Divine Mother, the Lady of Heaven, the Mistress of the Gods, was one of the most ancient deities of Egypt, and in the pyramid texts she appears as the mother of Sebek. Like Me'ert, she personifies the place in the sky where the sun rises. In one form she was the goddess of the loom and shuttle, and also of the chase. In this aspect she was identified by the Greeks with Athena. She is depicted in the form of a woman having upon her head the shuttle or arrows, or she wears the crown and holds arrows, a bow, and a scepter in her left hand. She also appears in the form of a cow. Sekhet was in Memphis the wife of Ptah, and the mother of Nefer-Temu, and of Iam-Hetep. She was the personification of the burning heat of the sun, and as such was the destroyer of the enemies of Ra and Osiris. When Ra determined to punish mankind with death, because they scoffed at him, he sent Sekhet his eye to perform the work of vengeance. Illustrative of this aspect of her is a figure wherein she is depicted with the sun's eye for a head. Usually, she has the head of a lion surmounted by the sun's disk, round which is a uraeus, and she generally holds a scepter, but sometimes a knife. Bast, according to one legend, was the mother of Nefer-Temu. She was the personification of the gentle and fructifying heat of the sun, as opposed to that personified by Sekhet. The cat was sacred to Bast, and the goddess is usually depicted cat-headed. The most famous seat of her worship was the city of Bubastis, the modern Tel Basta in the Delta. Nefer-Temu was the son either of Sekhet or Bast, and he personified some form of the sun's heat. He is usually depicted in the form of a man with a cluster of lotus flowers upon his head, but sometimes he has the head of a lion. In a little faience, figures of him, which are so common, he stands upon the back of a lion. He no doubt represents the sun god in the legend which made him to burst forth from a lotus. For in the pyramid of Unas, the king is said to rise like Nefer-Temu from the lotus lily to the nostrils of Ra, and to come forth on the horizon every day. Neheb-Ka is the name of a goddess who is usually represented with the head of a serpent, and with whom the deceased identifies himself. Sebek, a form of Horus, the sun god, must be distinguished from Sebak, the companion of Set, the opponent of Osiris. Of each of these gods, the crocodile was the sacred animal, and for this reason, probably the gods themselves were confounded. Sebek Ra, the lord of Ombos, is usually depicted in human form with the head of a crocodile. Amsu, or Amsi, is one of the most ancient gods of Egypt. He personified the power of generation or the reproductive force of nature. He was the father of his own mother and was identified with Horus the Mighty, or with Horus the Avenger of his father Un-Nefer, or Osiris. The Greeks identified him with the god Pan and called the chief city where his worship was celebrated Kenemis, after one of his names. He is depicted usually in the form of a man standing upon, and he has upon his head the plumes and holds the flail in his right hand, which is raised above his shoulder. Nebercher, a name which originally implied the god of the universe, but which was subsequently given to Osiris and indicated the god after the completed reconstruction of his body, which had been hacked to pieces by Set. Un-Nefer, a name of Osiris in his capacity of god and judge of the dead in the underworld. Some make these words to mean the good being, and others the beautiful hair. Astenu, a name given to the god Thoth. Mert, or Mer-Sekert, the lover of silence, is a name of Isis or Hathor as goddess of the underworld. She is depicted in the form of a woman having a disc and horns upon her head. Serk, or Selk, is a form of the goddess Isis. She is usually depicted in the form of a woman with a scorpion upon her head. Occasionally, she appears as a scorpion with a woman's head surmounted by disc and horns. Ta'ert, the Thorsis of the Greeks, was identified as the wife of Set or Typhon. She is also known under the names of Apt and Sheput. Her common titles are Mistress of the Gods and Bearer of the Gods. She is depicted in the form of a hippopotamus standing on her hind legs, with distended paunch and hanging breasts, and one of her forefeet rests upon the symbol of magical power. Sometimes she has the head of a woman, and she always wears the disc horns and plumes. Waqit was a form of Hathor, and was identified with the appearance of the sky in the north when the sun rose. She is either depicted in the form of a woman, having upon her head the crown of the north and a scepter, around which a serpent is twined, or as a winged Uraeus wearing the crown of the north. Beb, Bepti, Baba, or Babu, mentioned 3 times in the Book of the Dead, is the firstborn son of Osiris, and seems to be one of the gods of generation. Hapi is the name of the great god of the Nile, who was worshipped in Egypt under 2 forms, i.e. Hapi of the south and Hapi of the north. The papyrus was the emblem of the one and the lotus of the other. From the earliest times, the Nile was regarded by the Egyptians as the source of all the prosperity of Egypt, and it was honored as being the type of the life-giving waters out of the midst of which sprang the gods and all created things. In turn, it was identified with all the gods of Egypt, new or old, and its influence was so great upon the minds of the Egyptians that from the earliest days they depicted to themselves a material heaven, wherein the Isle of the Blessed were laved by the waters of the Nile, and the approach to which was by the way of its stream as it flowed to the north. Others again lived in imagination on the banks of the heavenly Nile, whereon they built cities, and it seems as if the Egyptians never succeeded in conceiving a heaven without a Nile and canals. The Nile is depicted in the form of a man who wears upon his head a clump of papyrus or lotus flowers. His breasts are those of a woman, indicating fertility. Lanzone reproduces an interesting scene in which the North and South Nile gods are tying a papyrus and a lotus stalk around the emblem of union to indicate the unity of Upper and Lower Egypt. And this emblem is found cut upon the thrones of the kings of Egypt to indicate their sovereignty over the regions traversed by the North and the South Niles. It has already been said that Hapi was identified with all the gods in turn, and it follows as a matter of course that the attributes of each were ascribed to him. In one respect, however, he is different from them all. For of him it is written, he cannot be sculptured in stone, in the images of which men place crowns and uraei. He is not made manifest, service cannot be rendered, nor offerings made to him. Not can he be drawn from his mystery, not can be known the place where he is, not is he found in the painted shrine. Here the scribe gave to the Nile the attributes of the great and unknown god, its maker. In the pyramid texts, we find a group of 4 gods with whom the deceased is closely connected in the other world. These are the 4 children of Horus, whose names are given in the following order: Hapi, Tuamatef, Amset, and Kebsenef. The deceased is called their father. His 2 arms were identified with Hapi and Tuamatef, and his 2 legs with Amset and Kebsenef. And when he entered into the Sekhet Aru, they accompanied him as guides and went in with him, 2 on each side. They took away all hunger and thirst from him, they gave him life in heaven and protected it when given. And they brought to him from the lake of Kemta the boat of the eye of Kemenu. In one passage they are called the 4 Khus of Horus, and originally they represented the 4 pillars which supported the sky of Horus. Each was supposed to be the lord of one of the quarters of the world, and finally became the god of one of the cardinal points. Hapi represented the north, Tuamatef the east, Amset the south, and Kebsenef the west. In the 18th dynasty, the Egyptians originated the custom of embalming the intestines of the body separately, and they placed them in 4 jars, each of which was devoted to the protection of one of the children of Horus, i.e., to the care of one of the gods of the 4 cardinal points. The god of the north protected the small viscera, the god of the east the heart and lungs, the god of the south the stomach and large intestines, and the god of the west the liver and gallbladder. With these 4 gods, 4 goddesses were associated, viz. Nephthys, Neith, Isis, and Selk or Serk. Connected with the god Horus are a number of mythological beings called Heru, Shesu, or Shemsu as some read it, who appear already in the pyramid of Unas in connection with Horus and Set in the ceremony of purifying and opening the mouth. And in the pyramid of Pepi I, it is they who wash the king and who recite for him the chapter of those who come forth and the chapter of those who ascend. In the judgment scene in the Book of the Dead, grouped round the pan of the balance which contains the heart of the deceased, are 3 beings in human form who bear the names Shai, Renenet, and Meskenet. Shai is the personification of destiny, and Renenet, fortune. These names are usually found coupled. Shai and Renenet are said to be in the hands of Thoth, the divine intelligence of the gods. And Ramses II boasts that he himself is lord of Shai and creator of Renenet. Shai was originally the deity who decreed what should happen to a man, and Renenet, as may be seen from the pyramid texts, was the goddess of plenty, good fortune, and the like. Subsequently, no distinction was made between these deities and the abstract ideas which they represented. In the Papyrus of Ani, Shai stands by himself near the pillar of the balance, and Renenet is accompanied by Meskenet, who appears to be the personification of all the conceptions underlying Shai and Renenet, and something else besides. In the story of the children of Ra, as related in the Westcar Papyrus, we find the goddess Meskenet, mentioned with Isis, Nephthys, Heket, and the god Khenemu as assisting at the birth of children. Disguised in female forms, the 4 goddesses go to the house of Ra-Usur, and professing to have a knowledge of the art of midwifery, they are admitted to the chamber where the child is about to be born. Isis stands before the woman, Nephthys behind her, and Heket accelerates the birth. When the child is born, Meskenet comes and looking upon him says, "A king, he shall rule throughout this land. May Kemenu give health and strength to his body." The word Meskenet is as old as the pyramid times and seems then to have had the meaning of luck, destiny, etc. The god Amen, his wife Mut, and their associate Khonsu have nothing whatever to do with the Book of the Dead. But Amen, the first member of this great Theban triad, must be mentioned with the other gods, because he was usually identified with one or more of them. The name Amen means the hidden one, and the founding of the first shrine of the god recorded in history took place at Thebes during the 12th dynasty. From that time until the close of the 17th dynasty, Amen was the chief god of Thebes, and nothing more. When, however, the last kings of the 17th dynasty had succeeded in expelling the so-called Hyksos and had delivered the country from the yoke of the foreigner, their god assumed an importance hitherto unknown, and his priests endeavored to make his worship the first in the land. But Amen was never regarded throughout the entire country as its chief god. Although his votaries called him the king of the gods, the conception which the Thebans had of their god as a god of the underworld was modified when they identified him with Ra and called him Amen-Ra. And, speaking generally, in the time of the 18th dynasty and onwards, the god became the personification of the mysterious creating and sustaining power of the universe, which in a material form was typified by the sun. By degrees, all the attributes of the old gods of Egypt were ascribed to him, and the titles which among Western nations are given to God were added to those pantheistic epithets which Amen had usurped. The following extracts from a fine hymn will set forth the views of the priesthood of Amen-Ra concerning their god. Adoration to thee, O Amen-Ra, the bull in Anu, the ruler of all the gods, the beautiful and beloved God who givest life by means of every kind of food and fine cattle. Hail to thee, O Amen-Ra, Lord of the world's throne, thou dweller in Thebes, thou bull of thy mother that livest in thy field, that extendest thy journeys in the land of the south, thou Lord of those who dwell in the west, thou governor of Punt, thou King of heaven and sovereign of the earth, thou Lord of things that exist, thou stablisher of creation, thou supporter of the universe. Thou art one in thine attributes among the gods, thou beautiful bull of the company of the gods, thou chief of all the gods, Lord of Mat, Father of the gods, creator of men, maker of beasts and cattle, Lord of all that existeth, maker of the staff of life, creator of the herbs which give life to beasts and cattle. Thou art the creator of things celestial and terrestrial, thou illuminest the universe. The gods cast themselves at thy feet when they perceive thee. Hymns of praise to thee, O Father of the gods, who hast spread out the heavens and laid down the earth. Thou Master of eternity and of everlastingness. Hail to thee, O Ra, Lord of Mat, thou who art hidden in thy shrine, Lord of the gods. Thou art Khepera in thy bark, and when thou sendest forth the word, the gods come into being. Thou art Tamu, the maker of beings which have reason, and however many be their forms, thou givest them life, and thou dost distinguish the shape and stature of each from his neighbor. Thou hearest the prayer of the afflicted, and thou art gracious unto him that crieth unto thee. Thou deliverest the feeble one from the oppressor, and thou judgest between the strong and the weak. The Nile riseth at thy will. Thou only form, the maker of all that is, one only, the creator of all that shall be. Mankind hath come forth from thine eyes. The gods have come into being at thy word. Thou makest the herbs for the use of beasts and cattle, and the staff of life for the need of man. Thou givest life to the fish of the stream and to the fowl of the air, and breath unto the germ and the egg. Thou givest life unto the grasshopper, and thou makest to live the wild fowl, and things that creep, and things that fly, and everything that belongeth thereunto. Thou providest food for the rats in the holes, and for the birds that sit among the branches. Thou one, thou only one, whose arms are many. All men and all creatures adore thee, and praises come unto thee from the height of heaven, from earth's widest space, and from the deepest depths of the sea. Thou one, thou only one, who hast no second, whose names are manifold and innumerable. We have seen above that among other titles, the god Amen was called the Only One. But the addition of the words, who hast no second, is remarkable as showing that the Egyptians had already conceived the existence of a god who had no like or equal. which they hesitated not to proclaim side by side with their descriptions of his manifestations. Looking at the Egyptian words and their simple meaning, it is pretty certain that when the Egyptians declared that their God was one and that he had no second, they had the same ideas as the Jews and Mohammedans when they proclaimed their God to be one and alone. It has been urged that the Egyptians never advanced to pure monotheism because they never succeeded in freeing themselves from the belief in their existence of other gods. But when they say that a god has no second, even though they mention other gods, it is quite evident that, like the Jews, they conceived him to be an entirely different being from the existences which, for the want of a better word or because these possessed superhuman attributes, they named gods. The powers of darkness or evil. The gods above enumerated represent the powers who were the guides and protectors and givers of life and happiness to the deceased in the new life. But from the earliest times it is clear that the Egyptians imagined the existence of other powers who offered opposition to the dead, and who are called in many places his enemies. Like so many of the ancient gods, these powers were originally certain forces of nature, which were believed to be opposed to those which were regarded as beneficent to man. As for example, darkness to light and night to day. With darkness and night were also associated the powers which contributed in any way to obscure the light of the sun or to prevent his shining. But since the deceased was identified with Horus or Ra, and his accompanying gods, the enemies of the one became the enemies of the other, and the welfare of the one was the welfare of the other. When the Egyptians personified the beneficent powers of nature, that is to say, their gods, they usually gave to them human forms and conceived them in their own images. But when they personified the opposing powers, they gave to them the shapes of noxious animals and reptiles, such as snakes and scorpions. As time went on, the moral ideas of good and right were attributed to the former, and evil and wickedness to the latter. The first personifications of light and darkness were Horus and Set. And in the combat, the prototype of the subsequent legends of Marduk and Tiamat, Bel and the dragon, St. George and the dragon, and many others, which took place between them, the former was always the victor. But though the deceased was identified with Horus or Ra, the victory which the god gained over Set only benefited the spiritual body which dwelt in heaven, and did not preserve the natural body which lay in the tomb. The principal enemy of the natural body was the worm, and from the earliest times it seems that a huge worm or serpent was chosen by the Egyptians as the type of the powers which were hostile to the dead, and also of the foe against whom the sun god fought. Already in the Pyramid of Unas, a long section of the text contains nothing but formula, the recital of which was intended to protect the deceased from various kinds of snakes and worms. These are exceedingly ancient indeed. They may safely be said to form one of the oldest parts of the funeral literature of the Egyptians, and we find from the later editions of the Book of the Dead and certain Coptic works that the dread of the serpent as the emblem of physical and moral evil existed among the Egyptians in all generations, and that, as will be seen later, the belief in a limbo filled with snakes swayed their minds long after they had been converted to Christianity. The charms against serpents in the pyramid texts of the 5th and 6th dynasties have their equivalents in the 31st and 33rd chapters of the Book of the Dead, which are found on coffins of the 11th and 12th dynasties. And in the 13th dynasty we find vignettes in which the deceased is depicted in the art of spearing a crocodile and of slaughtering serpents. In the Theban and Sa'ite versions are several small chapters, the recital of which drove away reptiles, and of these the most important is the 39th chapter, which preserved the deceased from the attack of the great serpent Apep or Apep, who is depicted with knives stuck in his folds. In the period of the later dynasties, a service was performed daily in the temple of Amun-Ra at Thebes to deliver the sun god from the assault of this fiend, and on each occasion it was accompanied by a ceremony in which a waxen figure of Apep was burnt in the fire. As the wax melted, so the power of Apep was destroyed. Another name of Apep was Nak, who was pierced by the lance of the eye of Horus and made to vomit what he had swallowed. The devourer of the dead. The judgment scene in the Theban edition of the Book of the Dead reveal the belief in the existence of a tri-formed monster, part crocodile, part lion, and part hippopotamus, whom the Egyptians called Amit, i.e., the eater of the dead, and who lived in Amenta. Her place is by the side of the scales wherein the heart is weighed, and it is clear that such hearts as failed to balance the feather of Mat were devoured by her. In one papyrus, she is depicted crouching by the side of a lake. Other types of evil were the insect Apshai, confounded in later times with tortoise, which dies as Ra lives, the crocodile Sebek, who afterwards became identified with Ra, the hippopotamus, the ass, etc. The devils of the underworld. The pyramid texts afford scanty information about the fiends and devils with which the later Egyptians peopled certain parts of the Tuat, wherein the night sun pursued his course and where the souls of the dead dwelt. For this we must turn to the composition entitled Book of What is in the Tuat, several copies of which have come down to us inscribed upon tombs, coffins, and papyri of the 18th and following dynasties. The Tuat was divided into 12 parts corresponding to the 12 hours of the night, and this book professed to afford to the deceased the means whereby he might pass through them successfully. In one of these divisions, which was under the rule of the god Sekher, the entrance was guarded by a serpent on 4 legs with a human head, and within were a serpent with 3 heads, scorpions, vipers, and winged monsters of terrifying aspect. A vast desert place was their abode, and seemingly the darkness was so thick that there it might be felt. In other divisions we find serpents spitting fire, lions, crocodile-headed gods, a serpent that devours the dead, a huge crocodile, and many other reptiles of diverse shapes and forms. From the descriptions which accompany the scenes, it is evident that the Tuat was regarded by the Egyptians of the 18th dynasty from a moral as well as from a physical point of view. Apep, the emblem of evil, was here punished and overcome, and here dwelt the souls of the wicked and the righteous, who received their punishments or rewards meted out to them by the decree of Ra and his company of gods. The chief instruments of punishment employed by the gods were fire and beasts which devoured the souls and bodies of the enemies of Ra. Traditions about hell preserved in Coptic times. And we may see from the literature of the Copts, or Egyptians who had embraced Christianity, how long the belief in a hell of fire and torturing fiends survived. Thus, in the life of Abba Shanuti, a man is told that the executioners of Amenti will not show compassion upon thy wretched soul. And in the history of Picentios, a bishop of Coptos in the 7th century of our era, we have a series of details which reflect the Tuat of the ancient Egyptians in a remarkable manner. The bishop, having taken up his abode in a tomb filled with mummies, causes one of them to tell his history. After saying that his parents were Greeks who worshipped Poseidon, he states that when he was dying already the avenging angels came about him with iron knives and goads as sharp as spears, which they thrust into his sides, while they gnashed their teeth at him. When he opened his eyes, he saw death in all its manifold forms round about him, and at that moment angels without mercy came and dragged his wretched soul from his body, and tying it to the form of a black horse, they bore it away to Amenta. Next, he was delivered over to merciless tormentors who tortured him in a place where there were multitudes of savage beasts. And when he had been cast into the place of outer darkness, he saw a ditch more than 200 feet deep filled with reptiles, each of which had 7 heads, and all their bodies were covered as it were with scorpions. Here also were serpents, the very sight of which terrified the beholder, and to one of them which had teeth like iron stakes was the wretched man given to be devoured. For 5 days in each week the serpent crushed him with his teeth, but on the Saturday and Sunday there was respite. Another picture of the torments of Hades is given in the martyrdom of Macarius of Antioch, wherein the saint, having restored to life a man who had been dead 6 hours, learned that when he was about to die, he was surrounded by fiends, some of whom had the faces of dragons, others of lions, others of crocodiles, and others of bears. They tore his soul from his body with great violence, and they fled with it over a mighty river of fire, in which they plunged it to a depth of 400 cubits. Then they took it out and set it before the judge of truth. After hearing the sentence of the judge, the fiends took it to a place of outer darkness where no light came, and they cast it into the cold, where there was gnashing of teeth. There it beheld a snake which never slept, with a head like that of a crocodile, and which was surrounded by reptiles which cast souls before it to be devoured. When the snake's mouth was full, it allowed the other reptiles to eat, and though they rent the soul in pieces, it did not die. After this, the soul was carried into Amenta forever. The martyr Macarius suffered in the reign of Diocletian, and the MS from which the above extract is taken was copied in the year of the martyrs 634 AD 918. Thus, the old heathen ideas of the Egyptian Tuat were applied to the construction of the Coptic hell. The principal geographical and mythological places in the Book of the Dead. Ab-2, the Abydos of the Greeks, the capital of the 8th nome of Upper Egypt. It was the seat of the worship of Osiris, and from this fact was called Per Osar or Busiris, the house of Osiris. The Copts gave it the name Evot. Egyptian tradition made the sun to end his daily course at Abydos, and to enter into the Tuat at this place through a gap in the mountains called in Egyptian Pek. These mountains lay near to the town, and in the 12th dynasty it was believed that the souls of the dead made their way into the other world by the valley which led through them to the great oasis, where some placed the Elysian fields. Amenta, or Amentet, or was originally the place where the sun set, but subsequently the name was applied to the cemeteries and tombs which were usually built or hewn in the stony plateaus and mountains on the western bank of the Nile. Some believe that Amenta was at first the name of a small district, without either funereal or mythological signification. The Christian Egyptians or Copts used the word amend to translate the Greek word Hades, to which they attributed all the ideas which their heathen ancestors had associated with the Amenta of the Book of the Dead. Anu, the Heliopolis of the Greeks, and the capital of the 13th nome of Lower Egypt. The Hebrews called it On, Aven, and Beth Shemesh. This last name is an exact translation of the Egyptian Perah, house of the sun, which was also a designation of Anu. The Copts have preserved the oldest name of the city under the form Op. A Coptic bishop of this place was present at the Council of Ephesus. The city of Anu seems to have become associated with the worship of the sun in prehistoric times. Already in the 5th dynasty, its priesthood had succeeded in gaining supremacy for the religious views and beliefs throughout Egypt, and from the first to last it maintained its position as the chief seat of theological learning in Egypt. The body of the Aged One, a name of Osiris, reposed in Anu, and there dwelt the eye of Osiris. The deceased made his way to Anu, where souls were joined unto bodies in thousands, and where the blessed dead lived on celestial food forever. Anrutif, or Narutif, is a section or door of the Tuat which lies to the north of Restau. The meaning of the word is, it never sprouteth. Ontes, an unknown locality where a light tower was adored. Apu, the Panopolis of the Greeks, the metropolis of the 9th nome of Upper Egypt, and the seat of the worship of the god, whose name is variously read Amsu, Kem, and Min. In ancient days, it was famous as the center for stone cutting and linen weaving, and the latter industry still survives among the modern Coptic population, who, following their ancestors, call their city, which the Arabs have rendered by Akmim, Akert, a common name for the abode of the dead, Bast, more fully Pabast or Perbast, the Bubastis of the Greek writers, the metropolis of the 18th nome of Lower Egypt and the seat of the worship of Bast, a goddess who was identified with the soul of Isis, Ba'an Aset. The city is mentioned in the Bible in Ezekiel 30:17. Pibeseth, which the Copts have preserved in their name for the city, Puabati. The Arabs call the place Tel Basta. Het Benbent, the name given to many sun shrines in Egypt and also to one of the places in the other world where the deceased dwelt. Het Ptaka, the sacred name of the city of Memphis, the metropolis of the first nome of Lower Egypt. It means the house of the Ka of Ptah, and was probably in use in the period of the First Dynasty. Other names for Memphis were Aneb Hetet, the city of the White Wall, Men Nefer, and Ka Nefert. Kemer, a name given to the district of the 4th and 5th nomes of Upper Egypt. Kemenu, i.e. the city of the 8 great cosmic gods, the Hermopolis of the Greek writers, and the metropolis of the 15th nome of Upper Egypt. The Old Egyptian name for the city is preserved in its Coptic and Arabic names. Shedup and Eshmunain. Keraba, a very ancient city which was situated on the right bank of the Nile, a little to the south of Anu, near the site of which the Babylon of Egypt was built. Manu is the name given to the region where the sun sets, which was believed to be exactly opposite to the district of Becca, where he rose in the east. Manu is a synonym of west, just as Becca is a synonym of east. Neken, the name of the shrine of the goddess Nekebet, which is supposed to have been near to Nekeb, the capital of the 3rd nome of Upper Egypt, and the Elithiopolis of the Greeks. Niter Kertet, a common name for the abode of the dead. It means the divine subterranean place. Peh, a district of the town of Peruachet, the Buto of the Greeks, which was situated in the delta. Punt, the tropical district which lay to the south and east of Egypt, and which included probably a part of the Arabian Peninsula and the eastern coast of Africa, along and south of Somaliland. Restau, or a name given to the passages in the tomb which lead from this to the other world. Originally, it designated the cemetery of Abydos only, and its god was Osiris. Sa, the Sais of the Greeks, the metropolis of the 5th nome of Lower Egypt, and the seat of the worship of the goddess Neith. Sekhem, the Letopolis of the Greeks, and the capital of the Letopolits nome. It was the seat of the worship of Heru-Ur, Horus the Elder, and one of the most important religious centers in Egypt. Sekhet Anru, the field of the Anru plant, was a name originally given to the islands in the delta where the souls of the dead were supposed to live. Here was the abode of the god Osiris, who bestowed estates in it upon those who had been his followers. And here the beatified dead led a new existence and regaled themselves upon food of every kind, which was given to them in abundance. According to the vignette of the 110th chapter of the Book of the Dead, the Sekhet Anru is the 3rd division of the Sekhet Hetepu, or Fields of Peace, which have been compared with the Elysian fields of the Greeks. Set Amentet, the mountain of the underworld, a common name of the cemetery, which was usually situated in the mountains or desert on the western bank of the Nile. Suten Henen, more correctly Henen Su, the metropolis of the 20th nome of Upper Egypt, called by the Greeks Heracleopolis Magna. The Hebrews mention the city Hanes as the representative of Upper Egypt, and in Coptic times it was still of considerable size and importance. The Copts and Arabs have preserved the ancient name of the city under the forms Hepes and Anas. Tananet, a district sacred to the gods Osiris and Ptah. It was probably situated near Memphis. Tassert, or Tache Sertet, a common name for the tomb. Tep, a district of the town Per-Wetchet, the Buto of the Greeks, which was situated in the delta. Tetet, a name given both to the metropolis of the 9th nome and to the chief city of the 16th nome of Lower Egypt. Tuat, a common name for the abode of the departed. Funeral ceremonies. An illustration of the ceremonies which accompanied the burial of the dead, the reader will find extracts from different texts printed in the appendix on page 264. To these may be added an extract from the curious ritual which was in vogue in the 5th and 6th dynasties, and which commemorated the ceremonies which were performed for the god Osiris. It is to be noticed how closely the deceased is identified with Osiris, the type of incorruptibility. Osiris takes upon himself all that is hateful in the dead. That is, he adopts the burden of his sins, and the dead is purified by the typical sprinkling of water. While the gods are only accompanied by their cause, the deceased, in right of his identification with a higher power, is accompanied by his Tet, also, that is, by his Osiris. Throughout the ceremony, the Eye of Horus, which is represented by various substances, plays a prominent part, for it is that which gives vigor to the heart of the dead and leads him to the god. That portion of the ceremony which was believed to procure the unlocking of the jaws and the opening of the mouth of the deceased, or of the statue which sometimes represented him, was performed after the purification by water and incense had been effected, and hereby was he enabled to partake of the meat and drink offerings, wherein the friends and relatives also participated, in order that they might cement and seal their mystic unity with the dead and with the god with whom he was identified. Certain formulae were directed to be repeated 4 times, a direction which takes us back to the time when the Egyptians first divided the world into 4 parts, each corresponding to one of the 4 pillars which held up the sky, that is to say, to one of the 4 cardinal points, east, south, west, and north, presided over by a special god. The deceased sought to obtain the assistance of each of the 4 gods of the cardinal points, and to have the right to roam about in his district. Hence, the formula was repeated 4 times. Originally, 4 animals or 4 geese were sacrificed, 1 to each god, but subsequently, east and north and west and south were paired, and 2 bulls or birds only were sacrificed, one of which was called the Bull of the North, and the other the Bull of the South. The custom of 4-fold repetition continued to the Ptolemaic times and even later. The priest whose official title was Kerheb recited the prayers, and the Sem or Setem priest presented the prescribed offerings. The rubrical directions are given on the margin for the sake of clearness. O Osiris, all that is hateful in Unas has been brought unto thee, and all the evil words which have been spoken in his name. Come, O Thoth, and take them unto Osiris. Bring all the evil words which have been spoken, and place them in the hollow of thy hand. Thou shalt not escape therefrom. Thou shalt not escape therefrom. Whosoever marcheth, marcheth with his caw. Horus marcheth with his caw. Set marcheth with his caw. Thoth marcheth with his caw. Sep marcheth with his caw. Osiris marcheth with his caw. Kent Ma'ati marcheth with his caw, and thy Tet shall march with thy caw. Hail Unas, the hand of thy caw is before thee. Hail Unas, the hand of thy caw is behind thee. Hail Unas, the leg of thy caw is before thee. Hail Unas, the leg of thy caw is behind thee. Osiris Unas, I have given unto thee the Eye of Horus, and thy face is filled therewith, and the perfume thereof spreadeth over thee. The libations which are poured out by thy son, which are poured out by Horus, are for thee, O Osiris, and they are for thee, O Unas. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the Eye of Horus, that thou mayest refresh thy heart therewith. I have placed it beneath thy feet, and I give unto thee whatsoever hath come forth from thy body, that thy heart may not cease to beat through the want thereof. Thy voice shall never depart from thee. thy voice shall never depart from thee. Here is unguent, here is unguent. Open thy mouth, O Unas, and taste the taste of the scent which is in the holy habitations. This scent is that which distilleth from Horus, this scent is that which distilleth from Set, and it is that which stablisheth the hearts of the two Horus gods. Thou purifiest thyself with Heru Sheshu. Thou art purified with Natron, and Horus is purified with Natron. Thou art is purified with Natron, and Set is purified with Natron. Thou art purified with Natron, and Thoth is purified with Natron. Thou art purified with Natron, and Sep is purified with Natron. Thou art purified with Natron, and art established among them. And thy mouth is as pure as the mouth of a suckling calf on the day of its birth. Thou art purified with Natron, and Horus is purified with Natron. Thou art purified with Natron, and Set is purified with Natron. Thou art purified with Natron, and Thoth is purified with Natron. Thou art purified with Natron, and Sep is purified with Natron. Thy Ka is purified with Natron, and thou art pure. Thou art pure. Thou art pure. Thou art pure. Thou art stablished among the gods thy brethren. Thy head is purified for thee with Natron. Thy bones are washed clean with water, and thou thyself art made perfect with all that belongeth unto thee. O Osiris, I have given unto thee the eye of Horus. Thy face is filled therewith, and the perfume thereof spreadeth over thee. Hail, Unas, thy two jaws are unlocked. Hail, Unas, the two gods have opened thy mouth. O Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, and Horus cometh thereunto. It is brought unto thee and placed in thy mouth. Hail, Unas, the nipples of the bosom of Horus have been given unto thee, and thou hast taken in thy mouth the breast of thy sister Isis, and the milk which floweth from thy mother is poured into thy mouth. Thou hast gotten possession of the two eyes of Horus, the white and the black. Thou hast taken them unto thyself, and they illumine thy face. The day hath made me an offering unto thee in heaven, and the east and the west are at peace with thee. The night hath made an offering unto thee, and the north and the south are at peace with thee. These are the offerings which are brought unto thee, the offerings which thou seest, the offerings which thou hearest, the offerings which are before thee, the offerings which are behind thee, the offerings which are with thee. O Osiris, Unas, the white teeth of Horus are given unto thee, that thou mayest fill thy mouth therewith. A royal offering to the Ka of Unas. O Osiris, Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, and thou livest, and that thou art. Osiris, Unas, the eye of Horus which strove with Set, hath been given unto thee, and thou hast lifted it to thy lips, and thy mouth is opened thereby. O Osiris, Unas, thy mouth is opened by that which thou art filled. O Osiris, Unas, that which hath distilled from thee hath been given unto thee. O Ra, may all the praise which thou receivest in heaven be in praise of Unas, and may all that belongeth unto thy body belong unto the Ka of Unas, and may all that belongeth unto his body belong unto thee. O Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, that thou mayest be able to taste, and that thou mayest illumine the night. O Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given to thee, that it may embrace thee. O Unas, the eye of Horus, which strove with Set, hath been given unto thee, in order that the opening of thy mouth may be caused thereby. O Unas, which flowed from Osiris, hath been given unto thee. O Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, in order that without the help of iron thy mouth may be set free. O Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, in order that thy face may be adorned therewith. O Osiris, Unas, the eye of Horus hath sprinkled oil upon thee. O Osiris, Unas, that which hath been pressed out of thy face hath been given unto thee. O Osiris, Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, in order that it may shave thee. O Osiris, Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, in order that it may anoint thee. O Osiris, Unas, the eye of Horus hath been given unto thee, in order that it may lead thee unto the gods. O, all ye unguents, be ye laid out before your Horus, and make ye him strong. Cause him to gain the mastery over his body, and make his eyes to be opened. May all the shining beings see him. May they hear his name. For the eye of Horus hath been brought, in order that it may be placed before Osiris Unas. O Osiris Unas, the two eyes of Horus have been laid like paint upon thy face. O clothe thyself in peace, put thou on thy apparel in peace. May Tetet put on apparel in peace. Hail, eye of Horus, in Tep, in peace. Hail, eye of Horus, in the houses of Neat, in peace. Receive thou white apparel. O grant that the two lands which rejoice to do homage unto Horus may do homage unto Set. And grant that the two lands which stood in awe of Set may stand in awe of Unas. Dwell thou with Unas as his god. Open thou a path for him among the shining ones, and establish thou him among them. The Papyrus of Ani. General description. The Papyrus of Ani was found at Thebes and was purchased by the trustees of the British Museum in 1888. It measures 78 feet by 1 foot 3 inches and is the longest known papyrus of the Theban period. It is made up of 6 distinct lengths of papyrus, which vary in length from 26 feet 9 inches to 5 feet 7 inches. The material is composed of 3 layers of papyrus supplied by plants which measured in the stalks about 41 inches in diameter. The several lengths have been joined together with great neatness, and the repairs and insertion of new pieces have been dexterously made. When first found, the papyrus was of a light color, similar to that of the papyrus of Hunefer. But it became darker after it had been unrolled, and certain sections of it have shrunk somewhat. It contains a number of chapters of the Book of the Dead, nearly all of which are accompanied by vignettes. And at top and bottom is a border of 2 colors, red and yellow. At the beginning and end of the papyrus, spaces of 6 and 11 inches respectively have been left blank. The inscribed portion is complete, and the loss of a few characters which were damaged in unrolling does not interrupt the text. It was written by 3 or more scribes, but the uniformity of the execution of the vignettes suggests that fewer artists were employed on the illustrations. The titles of the chapters, rubrics, catchwords, etc., are in red. In some instances, the artist has occupied so much space that the scribe has been obliged to crowd the text, and at times he has written it on the border. This proves that the vignettes were drawn before the text was written. All the different sections of the papyrus were not originally written for Ani, for his name has been added in several places by a later hand. As, however, such additions do not occur in the first section, which measures 16 feet 4 inches in length, it must be concluded that that section was written expressly for him, and that the others were some of those ready-written copies in which blank spaces were left for the insertion of the names of the deceased persons for whom they were purchased. The scribe who filled in Ani's name in these spaces wrote hurriedly, for in chapter 30b, line 2, he left himself no space to write the word Osiris in the phrase, Ani victorious before Osiris. In chapter 43, lines 1, 2, he has written it twice. In chapter 9, 1, 1, he has omitted the determinative in chapter 25, line 2. He meant to write Ani victorious in peace, but wrote Ani in triumph in chapter 125, line 18. The word is written twice, probably, however, with the view of filling up the line. In chapter 151, the name is written crookedly, and the determinative is omitted. And in chapters 18 and 134, the scribe has in 2 places omitted to write the name. It seems tolerably certain that all the sections of the papyrus were written about the same time, and that they are the work of scribes of the same school. The variations in the depth of the space occupied by the text and the difference in the colors of the border only show that even the best scribes did not tie themselves to any one plan or method in preparing a copy of the Book of the Dead. The text has many serious errors. By some extraordinary oversight, it includes 2 copies of the 18th chapter. one with an unusual introduction and the other without introduction, and a large section of the 17th chapter, one of the most important in the whole work, has been entirely omitted. Such mistakes and omissions, however, occur in papyri older than that of Ani, for in the papyrus of Nebseni, which was written at Memphis early in the 18th dynasty, of chapters 50, 56, 64, and 180, 2 copies each of chapters 100 and 106, 3 copies, and of chapter 17. 2 extracts are given in different parts of the papyrus. Ani's rank. The papyrus of Ani is undated, and no facts are given in it concerning the life of Ani, whereby it would be possible to fix its exact place in the series of the illustrated papyri of the Theban period to which it belongs. His full titles are Royal Scribe Veritable, Scribe and Accountant of the Divine Offerings, i.e. revenues, of all the gods, the Governor of the Granary of the Lords of Abydos, Scribe of the Divine Offerings, i.e. revenues, of the Lords of Thebes, and he is said to be beloved of the Lord of the North and South, and to love him. The name of the king thus referred to cannot be stated. That Ani's rank of royal scribe was not titular only is shown by the addition of the word veritable, and his office of scribe and accountant of all the gods was probably one of the highest which a scribe could hold. His other offices of governor of the granary of the Lords of Abydos and scribe of the sacred property of the Lords of Thebes further prove his rank and importance. For Abydos and Thebes were the most ancient and sacred cities of Egypt. Ani's wife, Tutu, is described as the lady of the house, the Kemetet of Amen. What the title Lady of the House means has not yet been decided. But Kemat is the title applied to the noble ladies who sang or played on an instrument in the temple of a god. The lady Tutu belonged to the number of the priestesses of the god Amun-Ra at Thebes, and she always carries in her hands the sistrum and the instrument Manat, the emblems of her office. Thus, Ani and his wife were high ecclesiastical dignitaries connected with the famous confraternity of the priests of Amen. Copies of the Book of the Dead in the Theban period. Age of the papyrus. An examination of the papyri of the Theban period preserved in the British Museum shows that 2 distinct classes of Book of the Dead papyri existed in the 18th dynasty. In the first, both text and vignettes are traced in black outline, the rubrics, catchwords, etc., alone being in red color. In the second, the text only is black, the rubrics, etc. being red, and the vignettes beautifully painted in a number of bright colors. To the latter class, the papyrus of Ani belongs, but if the text and vignettes be compared with those found in any other early Theban papyri, it will be seen that it occupies an independent position in all respects. Though agreeing in the main with the papyri of the 18th dynasty in respect of textual readings, the papyrus of Ani has peculiarities in spelling, etc., which are not found in any of them. The handwriting of the first section at least suggests the best period of the 18th dynasty, but as the scribe forms some of the characters in a way peculiarly his own, the paleographic evidence on this point is not decisive. That the papyrus belongs to a period which produced such documents as the papyrus of Nebket and the papyrus of Kenna, i.e. to some period of the 18th dynasty, is tolerably certain, and we may assume that it is older than the papyrus of Hunefer, which was written during the reign of Seti I. For though belonging to the same class of highly decorated papyri, the execution of the vignettes is finer and more careful, and the free, bold forms of the hieroglyphics in the better written sections more closely resemble those of the texts inscribed in stone under the greatest kings under the 18th dynasty. The Lord of the Two Hands, i.e. of Upper and Lower Egypt, or North and South, mentioned is probably one of the Thotmes or Amenhotep kings, and accordingly we may place the period of our papyrus between 1500 and 1400 years BC. The text. The text may be divided into two parts. The first part contains unusual versions of two hymns to Ra and Osiris, the vignette of the sunrise, and the judgment scene accompanied by texts, some of which occur in no other papyrus. The second part comprises about 62 chapters of the Theban edition of the book in the following order: 1, 22, 72, rubric, 17, 147, 146, 18, 23, 24, 26, 30b, 61, 54, 29, 27, 58, 59, 44, 45, 46, 50, 93, 43, 89, 91, 92, 74, 8, 2, 9, 132, 10, in brackets 18, 15, 133, 134, 18, 124, 86, 77, 78, 87, 88, 82, 85, 83, 84, 81a, 80, 175, 125, Introduction and Negative Confession, 42, 125, Rubric, 155, 156, 29b, 166, 151, 6, 110, 148, 185, and 186. The titles of these chapters arranged according to the numeration introduced by Lepsius are as follows. List of chapters. Chapter 1. Here begin the chapters of coming forth by day, and of the songs of praise, and of glorifying, and of coming forth from, and of going into the glorious Neter Kurt, in the beautiful Amenta, to be said on the day of the burial going in after coming forth. The papyri belonging to the early part of the 17th dynasty calls this chapter the chapter of going into the divine chiefs of Osiris. The large numbers of the men attending the bier and of the weeping women are peculiar to the Ani papyrus. Chapter 2, of coming forth by day and of living after death. This chapter is found only in one other papyrus of the Theban period. Another copy of it is inscribed upon a mummy bandage preserved in the Louvre. Chapter 6. See chapter 151, of which it forms a part. In the papyrus of Nebseni, this chapter stands by itself and is entitled Chapter of Making the Ushabti Figures to Perform Work for a Man in the Neter Kurt. Chapter 8. Of Passing Through Amenta and of Coming Forth by Day. As a separate composition, this chapter is found in only two other papyri of the 18th dynasty. Chapter 9. Of Coming Forth by Day having passed through the tomb. The vignette in the Papyrus of Ani is similar to that which stands at the head of chapters 8 and 9 in other papyri of this period. Chapter 10. See chapter 48. Chapter 15:1. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern sky. This version is found in no other papyrus. Chapter 15:2. A hymn of praise to Osiris Unefer, the great god in Abydos. Chapter 15:3. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern sky, and when he setteth in the land of life. The litany to Osiris and the hymn to Ra, which follow, are variants of the 15th chapter, similar to those published by Neville. Chapter 16a consists of a vignette only. Strictly speaking, it should form the vignette of the 15th chapter, or of that part of it which refers to the rising sun. Like many other ancient papyri, the Papyrus of Ani has no vignette referring to the sunset. Chapter 17. Here begin the praises and glorifyings of coming out from and of going into the glorious Niter Kurt in the beautiful Amenta, of coming forth by day in all the transformations which please him, of playing at draughts, and of sitting in the sec hall, and of coming forth as a living soul. This is one of the oldest and most important of all the chapters in the Book of the Dead, and it contains the most complete statements concerning the Egyptian cosmogony, as formulated by the College of Priests at Heliopolis. The scribe seems to have accidentally omitted a large section. Chapter 18. This chapter has no title. The Papyrus of Ani contains 2 copies of this chapter. In the first, the gods of the localities are grouped separately, and it is preceded by a very rare introduction in which the Anmutaf and Samarif priests introduce Ani to the gods, whom he addresses in 2 speeches. In the second, the text is not divided into distinct sections and the gods are not grouped. Chapter 22. The chapter of giving a mouth to Osiris Ani, the scribe, it, and teller of the holy offerings of all the gods. The ceremony of giving a mouth to the deceased was, according to the vignette in the Papyrus of Nebseni, performed by the guardian of the balance. In the Papyrus of Ani there is no vignette, and it is remarkable that this chapter follows immediately after chapter 1. Chapter 23. Of opening the mouth of Osiris, the scribe Ani. Chapter 24. Of bringing charms into Osiris Ani in Niter Kurt. As with other ancient Theban papyri, the Papyrus of Ani gives no vignette. Chapter 26. Of giving a heart unto Osiris Ani in Niter Kurt. The vignette is probably unique. Chapter 27. Of not letting the heart of a man be taken away from him in Niter Kurt. The vignette is unusual. Chapter 29. Of not letting the heart of a man be taken away from him in Niter Kurt. No other copy of this chapter is at present known. Chapter 29b. Of a heart of carnelian. Chapter 30b. Of not letting the heart of Osiris Ani be driven away from him in Niter Kurt. Chapter 42. This chapter is without title, but in other ancient papyri it is called Repulsing of Slaughter in Suten Henan. Chapter 43. Of not letting the head of a man be cut off from him in Niter Kurt. As in other ancient Theban papyri, this chapter is without vignette. Chapter 44. Of not dying a second time in Niter Kurt. This vignette is peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter 45. Of not suffering corruption in Niter Kurt. Only one other copy of the text of this chapter is known. Among Theban papyri, the vignette is peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter 46. Of not perishing and of becoming alive in Niter Kurt. Only one other copy of the text of this chapter is known. Among Theban papyri, the vignette is peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter 48. Another chapter of one who cometh forth by day against his foes in Niter Kurt. Only one other copy of the text of this chapter is known. Among Theban papyri, the vignette is peculiar to the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter 50. Of not entering in unto the block. The text of this chapter agrees rather with the second version in the Papyrus of Nebseni than with that in British Museum Papyrus number 9964. As the Ani papyrus is of Theban origin, this was to be expected. Chapter 54. Of giving breath in Niter Kurt. Only one other copy of this chapter is known, and it is without vignette. Chapter 58. Of breathing the air and of having power over the water in Niter Kurt. Only one other copy of this chapter is known. Chapter 59. Of not letting the soul of a man be taken away from him in Niter Kurt. The vignette is similar to that in the Papyrus of Sutimes, which Neville believes to be no older than the 19th dynasty. Chapter 72, Rubric. Chapter 74, of walking with the legs and of coming forth upon earth. Chapter 77, of changing into a golden hawk. Chapter 78, of changing into a divine hawk. Chapter 80, of changing into the God who giveth light in the darkness. Chapter 81a, of changing into a lotus. The pool of water in the vignette is uncommon. Chapter 82, of changing into Ptah. As in other 18th dynasty papyri, this chapter has a vignette. Chapter 83, of changing into a Bennu bird. Like other 18th dynasty papyri, this chapter lacks the addition which is found in the papyrus of Sutimes. Chapter 84, of changing into a heron. Chapter 85, of changing into the soul of Tamu. The vignette to this chapter is similar to that of the papyrus of Tura, named Nefer Ubenef of the 18th dynasty. Chapter 86, of changing into a swallow. Chapter 87, of changing into Sita. Chapter 88, of changing into a crocodile. Chapter 89, of causing the soul to be united to its body in Neter Kurt. The two incense burners which stand one at the head and one at the foot of the bier are peculiar to the papyrus of Ani. Chapter 91, of not letting the soul of a man be captive in Neter Kurt. Chapter 92, of opening the tomb to the soul and the shadow of coming forth by day and of getting power over the legs. The vignette of this chapter is unusual and of great interest, for in it Ani's soul accompanies his shadow. Chapter 93, of not letting a man pass over to the east in Neter Kurt. The vignette as here given is peculiar to the papyrus of Ani. Chapter 93a, another chapter. Chapter 90. Here begin the chapters of the Seket Hetepu, and the chapters of coming forth by day, and of going into and coming out from Neter Kurt, and of arriving in the Seket Anru, and of being in peace in the great city wherein are fresh breezes. The text here is incomplete. Chapter 124, of going unto the divine chiefs of Osiris. In the vignette we should expect 4 instead of 3 gods. Chapter 125, of entering into the hall of double right and truth, a hymn of praise to Osiris. The introduction to this chapter as found in the papyrus of Ani is not met with elsewhere. The text which usually follows the negative confession is, however, omitted. The vignette as here given is peculiar to the papyrus of Ani. Chapter 132, of making a man to return to see again his home upon earth. Chapter 133, to be said on the day of the month. A chapter. Chapter 133, Rubric. Chapter 134, a hymn of praise to Ra on the day of the month wherein he saileth in the boat. Chapter 144, of renewing the pylons in the house of Osiris, which is in the Seket Anru. Chapter 147, to be said when Ani cometh to the first Aril. Chapter 148, without title. Chapter 151, seen in the mummy chamber. Chapter 150, of a tet of gold. Chapter 151, of a buckle of carnelian. Chapter 146, of the pillow which is placed under the head. Chapter 175, of not dying a second time. Only one other much mutilated copy of this most important chapter is known. In it is declared that neither men nor gods can conceive what great glory has been laid up for Ani in his existence in the next world, and that his life therein shall be for millions of years. Chapter 185, a hymn of praise to Osiris, the dweller in Amenta, Un Nefer, within Abtu, Abydos. Chapter 186, a hymn of praise to Hathor. Translation. Plate 1. Vignette. The scribe Ani, standing with his hands raised in adoration before a table of offerings, consisting of haunches of beef, loaves of bread and cake, vases of wine and oil, fruits, lotus, and other flowers. He wears a fringed white and saffron-colored linen garment, and he has a wig, necklace, and bracelets. Behind him stands his wife, Osiris, the lady of the house, the lady of the choir of Amen, Tutu, similarly robed and holding a sistrum and a vine branch in her right hand, and a menat in her left. Text, chapter 15. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris, Ani the scribe, who recordeth the holy offerings of all the gods, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou who hast come as Khepera, Khepera the creator of the gods. Thou risest, thou shinest, making bright thy mother, Nut, crowned king of the gods. Thy mother Nut doeth homage unto thee with both her hands. The land of Manu receiveth thee with content, and the goddess Mat embraceth thee at the 2 seasons. May he give splendor and power and triumph, and a coming forth, i.e., resurrection, as a living soul to see Horus of the 2 horizons, to the Ka of Osiris, the scribe Ani triumphant before Osiris, who saith, Hail all ye gods of the temple of the soul, who weigh heaven and earth in the balance, and who provide food and abundance of meat. Hail, Tatunen, one, creator of mankind, and of the substance of the gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east. Ascribe ye praise unto Ra, the Lord of heaven, the Prince, life, health, and strength, the creator of the gods, and adore ye him in his beautiful presence, as he riseth in the Atet boat. They who dwell in the heights and they who dwell in the depths worship thee. Thoth and Mat are thy recorders. Thine enemy is given to the fire. The evil one hath fallen. His arms are bound, and his legs hath Ra taken from him. The children of impotent revolt shall never rise up again. The house of the prince keepeth festival, and the sound of those who rejoice is in the mighty dwelling. The gods are glad when they see Ra in his rising. His beams flood the world with light. The majesty of the god who is to be feared setteth forth and cometh unto the land of Manu. He maketh bright the earth at his birth each day. He cometh unto the place where he was yesterday. O mayest thou be at peace with me. May I behold thy beauties. May I advance upon the earth. May I smite the ass. May I crush the evil one. May I destroy Apep in his hour. May I see the Abtu fish at the time of his creation, and the ant fish in his creation, and the ant boat in its lake. May I see Horus in charge of the rudder, with Thoth and Mat beside him. May I grasp the bows of the Sekhet boat and the stern of the Atet boat. May he grant unto the Ka of Osiris Ani to behold the disk of the sun, and to see the moon god without ceasing every day. And may my soul come forth and walk hither and thither, and whithersoever it pleaseth. May my name be proclaimed when it is found upon the board of the table of offerings. May offerings be made unto me in my presence, even as they are made unto the followers of Horus. May there be prepared for me a seat in the boat of the sun on the day of the going forth of the god, and may I be received into the presence of Osiris in the land of triumph. Appendix. The following versions of this chapter are taken from 1. Neville, Totenbuch, BD 1, Plate 14, 2. Neville Totenbuch, BD 1, Plate 15, 3. British Museum Papyrus, number 9901, and 4. British Museum Papyrus, number 10,471. 1. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris, Kenna the merchant, who saith, Homage to thee, in thy rising, thou Tamu, in thy crowns of beauty. Thou risest, thou Ra shinest. Thou shinest at dawn of day. Thou art crowned like unto the king of the gods. and the goddess Shuti doeth homage to thee. The company of the gods praise thee from the double dwelling. Thou goest forth over the upper air, and thy heart is filled with gladness. The Sekhet boat draweth onward, as Ra cometh to the haven in the Atet boat with fair winds. Ra rejoiceth, Ra rejoiceth. Thy father is Nu, thy mother is Nut, and thou art crowned as Ra Harmakis. Thy sacred boat advanceth in peace. Thy foe hath been cast down, and his head hath been cut off. The heart of the Lady of Life rejoiceth in that the enemy of her Lord hath been overthrown. The mariners of Ra have content of heart, and Anu rejoiceth. The merchant Kenna saith, I have come to thee, O Lord of the gods, Tumu Harmaki, who passeth over the earth. Know that by which thou dost live. Grant that I may be like unto one of those who are thy favored ones among the followers of the great God. May my name be proclaimed, may it be found, may it be lastingly renewed with. The oars are lifted into the Sekhet boat, and the sacred boat cometh in peace. May I see Ra when he appeareth in the sky at dawn, and when his enemies have fallen at the block. May I behold Horus guiding the rudder and steering with his 2 hands. May I see the Abtu fish at the moment of his creation, and may I see the ant fish when he maketh himself manifest at creation, and the ant boat upon its lake. O thou only one, O thou mighty one, thou growing one, who dost never wax faint, and from whom power cannot be taken, the devoted servant of the Lord of Abtu. The merchant Kenneth saith, Homage to thee, Heru Kuti Tumu, Heru Kepera, mighty hawk, who dost cause the body of man to make merry, beautiful of face by reason of thy 2 great plumes. Thou wakest up in beauty at the dawn, when the company of the gods and mortals sing songs of joy unto thee. Hymns of praise are offered unto thee at eventide. The starry deities also adore thee. O thou firstborn, who dost lie without movement, arise. Thy mother showeth loving kindness unto thee every day. Ra liveth, and the fiend Nak is dead. Thou dost endure forever, and the fiend hath fallen. Thou sailest over the sky with life and strength. The goddess Nehebka is in the Atet boat. The sacred boat rejoiceth. Thy heart is glad, and thy brow is wreathed with the twin serpents. 2. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris, Kenna the merchant, triumphant, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou who risest in Nu, and who at thy birth dost make the world bright with light. All the company of the gods sing hymns of praise unto thee. The beings who minister unto Osiris cherish him as king of the north and of the south, the beautiful and beloved man-child. When he riseth, mortals live, the nations rejoice in him, and the spirits of Anu sing unto him songs of joy. The spirits of the towns of Pe and Nekhen exalt him. The apes of dawn adore him, and all beasts and cattle praise him with one accord. The goddess Seba overthroweth thine enemies. Therefore rejoice within thy boat, and thy mariners are content thereat. Thou hast arrived in the Atet boat, and thy heart swelleth with joy. O Lord of the gods, when thou dost create them, they ascribe praises unto thee. The azure goddess Nut doth compass thee on every side, and the god Nu floodeth thee with his rays of light. O cast thou light upon me, and let thy see thy beauties, me, the Osiris, Kenna the merchant, triumphant. When thou goest forth over the earth, I will sing praises unto thy fair face. Thou risest in the horizon of heaven, and thy disk is adored when it resteth upon the mountain to give life unto the world. Saith Kenna the merchant, triumphant, thou risest, coming forth from the god Nu. Thou dost become young again, and art the same as thou wert yesterday, O mighty youth who hast created thyself. Not my hand. Thou hast come with thy splendors, and thou hast made heaven and earth bright with thy rays of pure emerald light. The land of Punt is established for the perfumes which thou smellest with thy nostrils. Thou risest, O thou marvelous being, in heaven. The twin serpents are placed upon thy brow, and thou art Lord of the world and the inhabitants thereof. The company of the gods and Kenna, the merchant, triumphant, adore thee. 3. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold, Osiris, Hu-Nefer, triumphant, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou who art Ra when thou risest, and Tamu when thou settest. Thou risest, thou risest, thou shinest, thou who art crowned King of the gods. Thou art the Lord of heaven, thou art the Lord of earth. Thou art the creator of those who dwell in the heights, and of those who dwell in the depths. Thou art the one God who came into being in the beginning of time. Thou didst create the earth, thou didst fashion man, and thou didst make the watery abyss of the sky. Thou didst from Happy the Nile, and thou art the maker of streams and of the great deep, and thou givest life to all that is therein. Thou hast knit together the mountains, thou hast made mankind and the beasts of the field. Thou hast created the heavens and the earth. Worshipped be thou, whom the goddess Mat embraceth at morn and at eve. Thou dost travel across the sky with heart swelling with joy. The lake of Testes is at peace. The fiend Nak hath fallen, and his 2 arms are cut off. The Sekhet boat receiveth fair winds, and the heart of him that is in his shrine rejoiceth. Thou art crowned with a heavenly form, the only one, provided with all things. Ra cometh forth from new in triumph. O thou mighty youth, thou everlasting son, self-begotten, who didst give thyself birth. O thou mighty one, of myriad forms and aspects, King of the world, Prince of Anu, Lord of eternity, and ruler of the everlasting. The company of the gods rejoice when thou risest, and when thou sailest across the sky. O thou who art exalted in the Sekhet boat. Homage to thee, O Amen-Ra. Thou who dost rest upon Mat, thou who passest over the heaven, and every face seeth thee. Thou dost wax great as thy majesty doth advance, and thy rays are upon all faces. Thou art unknown and canst be searched out, his fellow except thyself. Thou art the only one. Men praise thee in thy name, Ra, and they swear by thee, for thou art Lord over them. Thou hast heard with thine ears, and thou hast seen with thine eyes. Millions of years have gone over the world. I cannot tell the number of them, through which thou hast passed. Thy heart hath decreed a day of happiness in thy name of Ra. Thou dost pass over and travellest through untold spaces of millions and hundreds of thousands of years. Thou settest out in peace, and thou steerest thy way across the watery abyss to the place which thou lovest. This thou doest in one little moment of time, and thou dost sink down and makest an end of the hours. Osiris, the governor of the palace of the Lord of the 2 lands, i.e. Seti I, Hu-Nefer, triumphant, saith, Hail, my Lord, thou that passest through eternity, and whose being is everlasting. Hail, thou disk, Lord of beams of light, thou risest, and thou makest all mankind to live. Grant thou that I may behold thee at dawn each day. 4. A hymn of praise to Ra by Neket, the royal scribe, captain of soldiers, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou glorious being, thou who art provided with all things, O Tamu, Heru, Kuti. When thou risest in the horizon of heaven, a cry of joy cometh out of the mouth of all peoples. O thou beautiful being, thou dost renew thyself in thy season in the form of the disk within thy mother Hathor. Therefore in every place every heart swelleth with joy at thy rising for ever. The eastern and the western parts of the heaven come to thee with homage, and give forth sounds of joy at thy rising. O Ra, thou who art Heru Kuti, Harmaki, the mighty man-child, the heir of eternity, self-begotten and self-born, king of earth, prince of the netherworld, governor of the mountains of Akkert, i.e. the netherworld, thou dost rise in the horizon of heaven and sheddest upon the world beams of emerald light. Thou art born from the water, thou art sprung from new, who fostereth thee and ordereth thy members. O thou who art crowned King of the gods, God of life, Lord of love, all the nations live when thou dost shine. The goddess Nut doeth homage unto thee, and the goddess Mat embraceth thee at all times. They who are in thy following sing unto thee with joy and bow down to the earth when they meet thee, the God of heaven, the Lord of earth, the King of right and truth, the God of eternity, the everlasting ruler, the Prince of all the gods, the God of life, the Creator of eternity, the Maker of heaven, by whom is established all that therein is. The company of the gods rejoice at thy rising. The earth is glad when it beholdeth thy rays. The peoples that have been long dead come forth with cries of joy to see thy beauties. Thou goest forth over heaven and earth, made strong each day by thy mother Nut. Thou passest through the uppermost heaven. Thy heart swelleth with joy, and the lake of Testes is content thereat. The enemy hath fallen, his arms are hewn off, the knife hath cut asunder his joints. Ra liveth in Mat, the beautiful. The Sekhet boat draweth on and cometh into port. The south, the north, the west, and the east turn to praise thee. O thou unformed substance of the earth, who didst create thyself, Isis and Nephthys salute thee. They sing unto thee in thy boat hymns of joy. They shield thee with their hands. The souls of the east follow thee. The souls of the west praise thee. Thou art the ruler of all gods, and thou hast joy of heart within thy shrine. For the serpent Nak is condemned to the fire, and the heart shall be joyful forever. Thy mother Nut is a judge to thy father Nu. Plate 2. Vignette. The disk of the sun, supported by a pair of arms proceeding from the Ankh, the sign of life, which in turn is supported by a Tet, the emblem of the east and of the god Osiris. The Tet stands upon the horizon. On each side of the disk are 3 dog-headed apes, spirits of the dawn, their arms raised in adoration of the disk. On the right-hand side of the Tet is the goddess Nephthys, and on the left is Isis, each goddess raising her hands in adoration of the Tet, and kneeling upon the emblem At, or hemisphere. Above is the sky. This vignette belongs properly to the hymn to the rising sun. Text: Hymn to Osiris. Glory be to Osiris, Un-Nefer, the great god within Abydos, king of eternity, lord of the everlasting, who passeth through millions of years in his existence, eldest son of the womb of Nut, engendered by Seb, the Urpat, lord of the crowns of the north and south, lord of the lofty white crown. As prince of gods and of men, he hath received the crook and the flail and the dignity of his divine fathers. Let thy heart, which is in the mountain of Amenta, be content, for thy son Horus is established upon thy throne. Thou art crowned lord of Tatu, and ruler in Abtu. Through thee the world waxeth green in triumph before the night of Nebertur. He leadeth in his train that which is and that which is not yet. In his name, Teher Setenef. He toweth along the earth in triumph. In his name, Seker. He is exceeding mighty and most terrible. In his name, Osiris. He endureth forever and forever. In his name, Un-Nefer. Homage to thee, King of kings, Lord of lords, Prince of princes, who from the womb of Nut hast possessed the world, and hast ruled all lands and Akert. Thy body is of gold, thy head is of azure, an emerald light encircleth thee. O, and of millions of years, all pervading with thy body, and beautiful in countenance in Tessert. Grant thou to the Ka of Osiris, the scribe Ani, splendor in heaven, and might upon earth, and triumph in Nietzsche Kurt. And that I may sail down to Tatu like a living soul, and up to Abtu like a Bennu, and that I may go in and come out without repulse at the pylons of Tuat. May there be given unto me loaves of bread in the house of coolness, and offerings of food in Anu, and a homestead forever in Sekhet Aru, with wheat and barley therefore. Plate 3. Vignette. Scene of the weighing of the heart of the dead. Ani and his wife enter the hall of double law or truth, wherein the heart emblematical of the conscience, is to be weighed in the balance against the feather, emblematical of law. Above, 12 gods, each holding a scepter, are seated upon thrones before a table of offerings, of fruit, flowers, etc. Their names are Harmaki, the great god within his boat, Tamu, Shu, Tefnut, Lady of Heaven, Seb, Nut, Lady of Heaven, Isis, Nephthys, Horus, the great god, Hathor, Lady of Amenta, and Sa. Upon the beam of the scales sits the dog-headed ape, which was associated with Thoth, the scribe of the gods. The god Anubis, jackal-headed, tests the tongue of the balance, the suspending bracket of which is in the form of the feather. The inscription above the head of Anubis reads, "He who is in the tomb saith, Pray thee, O weigher of righteousness, to guide the balance that it may be stablished." On the left of the balance, facing Anubis, stands Ani's luck or destiny, Shai, and above is the object called Meskin, which has been described as a cubit with human head, and which is supposed to be connected with the place of birth. Behind these stand the goddess Meskenet and Renenet. Meskenet presiding over the birth chamber, and Renenet probably superintending the rearing of children. Behind the Meshken is the soul of Ani in the form of a human-headed bird standing on a pylon. On the right of the balance, behind Anubis, stands Thoth, the scribe of the gods, with his reed pen and palette, containing black and red ink with which to record the result of the trial. Behind Thoth stands the female monster Amam, the devourer, or Amit, the eater of the dead. Text, chapter 30b. Osiris, the scribe Ani, saith, My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart, my coming into being. May there be nothing to resist me at my judgment. May there be no opposition to me from the Checha. May there be no parting of thee from me in the presence of him who keepeth the scales. Thou art my Ka within my body, which knitteth and strengtheneth my limbs. Mayest thou come forth to the place of happiness to which I am advancing. May the Shenet not cause my name to stink, and may no lies be spoken against me in the presence of the god. Good is it for thee to hear. Thoth, the righteous judge of the great company of the gods who are in the presence of the god Osiris, saith, Hear ye this judgment. The heart of Osiris hath in very truth been weighed, and his soul hath stood as a witness for him. It hath been found true by trial in the great balance. There hath not been found any wickedness in him. He hath not wasted the offerings in the temples. He hath not done harm by his deeds, and he uttered no evil reports while he was upon earth. The great company of the gods replied to Thoth, dwelling in Kemen Nu, That which cometh forth from thy mouth hath been ordained. Osiris the scribe, Ani, triumphant, is holy and righteous. He hath not sinned, neither hath he done evil against us. Let it not be given to the devourer, Amenet, to prevail over him. Meat offerings and entrance into the presence of the god Osiris shall be granted unto him, together with a homestead forever in Seket Hetepu, as unto the followers of Horus. Plate 4. Vignette. Ani, found just, is led into the presence of Osiris. On the left, the hawk-headed god Horus, the son of Isis, wearing the double crown of the north and of the south, takes Ani by the hand and leads him forwards towards Osiris, the Lord of Eternity, who is enthroned on the right within a shrine in the form of a funeral chest. The god wears the Atef crown with plumes, a manat hangs from the back of his neck, and he holds in his hands the crook, scepter, and flail, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. He is wrapped in bandages ornamented with scalework. The side of his throne is painted to resemble the doors of the tomb. Behind him stand Nephthys on his right hand and Isis on his left. Facing him and standing on a lotus flower are the 4 children of Horus, or Osiris, or gods of the cardinal points. The first, Mesta, has the head of a man. The second, Hapi, the head of an ape. The third, Tuamatef, the head of a jackal. And the fourth, Kebsenef, the head of a hawk. Suspended near the lotus is an object which is usually called a panther's skin, but is more probably a bullock's hide. The roof of the shrine is supported on pillars with lotus capitals and is surmounted by a figure of Horus Sept, or Horus Seker, and rows of Ur-Ai. In the center, Ani kneels before the god upon a reed mat, raising his right hand in adoration and holding in his left hand the Kerp scepter. He wears a whitened wig surmounted by a cone, the signification of which is unknown. Round his neck is a deep collar of precious stones. Near him stands a table of offerings of meat, fruit, flowers, etc. And in the compartments above are a number of vessels for wine, beer, oil, wax, etc., together with bread, cakes, ducks, a wreath, and single flowers. Appendix. The shrine is in some instances represented in the shape of a pylon, the cornice of which is ornamented either with Ur-Ai or with the disk of the sun and feathers emblematic of Mat. It usually rests upon a base made in the shape of a cubit. The throne upon which Osiris sits is placed upon reed mats, or upon the cubit-shaped base, or in a pool of water, from which springs a lotus flower with buds and having the 4 gods of the cardinal points standing upon it. In some of the oldest papyri, the body of Osiris is painted white, and he stands upright. Isis is described as Great Lady, Divine Mother, and Nephthys as Mistress of the Underworld. In British Museum Papyrus number 10471, the scene of the presentation of the deceased to Osiris is unusual and of interest. On the right, the scribe Neket and his wife Thuau stand with both hands raised in adoration of Osiris. Behind them, upon a cubit-shaped base, is a house with 4 windows in its upper half, and upon the roof 2 triangular projections similar to those which admit air into modern houses in the east. Before the door are a sycamore and a palm tree, with clusters of fruit. On the left is the god Osiris on his throne, and behind him stands Mat, mistress of the 2 countries, daughter of Ra, above whom are 2 outstretched female arms proceeding from a mountain and holding a disk between the hands. In the center, between Osiris and the deceased, is a pool of water with 3 sycamore trees on each side, and at each corner a palm tree bearing clusters of dates, and from it there springs a vine laden with bunches of grapes. In British Museum Papyrus number 10472, the god seated in the shrine wears the crown of the god Tanan, and is called Ptah Seker Asar. Within the hidden place, great god, lord of Tessert, king of eternity, prince of the everlasting. Text, saith Horus, the son of Isis, I have come unto thee, O Unefer, and have brought the Osiris Ani unto thee. His heart is found righteous coming forth from the balance, and it hath not sinned against god or goddess. Thoth had weighed it according to the decree uttered unto him by the company of the gods. And it is very true and righteous. Grant him cakes and ale, and let him enter into the presence of Osiris, and may he be like unto the followers of Horus forever. Behold, Osiris Ani saith, O Lord of Amentet, the underworld, I am in thy presence. There is no sin in me. I have not lied wittingly, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant that I may be like unto these favored ones who are round about thee, and that I may be an Osiris greatly favored of the beautiful God and beloved of the Lord of the world, the royal scribe indeed, who loveth him Ani, triumphant before the god Osiris. Appendix. The usual title of this chapter, 30b, is Chapter of Not Allowing the Heart of the Deceased to be Driven Away from Him in the Underworld. It is an address by the deceased to his own heart, which he calls his ka, or double, within his body. It should be accompanied by a vignette of the trial of the heart in which the heart is weighed against the dead man himself, as in the ancient Nebsini papyrus. In the Ani papyrus, however, it will be observed that the heart is being weighed against the feather of the law, Mat, a scene which often accompanies chapter 125. Interesting variants on the vignettes of chapter 30b are given by Neville, Totenbock, BD1, BL43, where we find that deceased addressing either his heart placed on a stand or a beetle, or a heart to which are attached the antenna of a beetle, In certain papyri, this chapter is followed by a rubric. This chapter is to be said over a scarab of green stone encircled with smooth metal, and having a ring of silver, which is to be placed upon the neck of the dead. This chapter was found in Kemenu, written upon a slab of steel of the south, in the writing of the god himself, under the feet of the majesty of the god, in the time of the majesty of Men-Kara, the king of the north and of the south, triumphant by the royal son Heru-Tataef, who found it while he was journeying to inspect the temples. The scarabs, which are found in the mummeries, or lying upon the breast just above the position of the heart, form an interesting section of every large Egyptian collection. In the British Museum series, every important type of the funereal scarab is represented. They are made of green basalt, green granite, white limestone, light green marble, black stone, blue paste, blue glass, and purple, blue, or green glazed faience. They vary in size from 5 inches to 2 inches in length. On the hard stone examples, the text of the chapter of the heart, more or less complete, is usually cut on the base in outline, but it is sometimes traced in red ink, or in gold. Incuse hieroglyphics are sometimes filled with gold. The name of the person with whom the scarab was buried usually precedes the text of the chapter of the heart. But in many instances, blank spaces are found left without insertion of the name. A proof that, 1, these amulets were bought ready-made. The base, however, is often quite plain, or figures of Osiris, Isis, and Nephthys occupy the place of the usual inscription. The backs of scarabs are generally quite plain, but we find examples inscribed with figures of the boat of the sun Osiris with flail and crook, the Bennu bird and the Utat, Ra and Osiris, and the Bennu bird with the inscription Neteri, Ab, and Ra, the mighty heart of Ra. A fine, hard, green stone scarab of the Greek or Roman period has upon the back the figures of 4 Greek deities. In rare instances, the beetles have a human face or head. Carefully made scarabs have usually a band of gold across and down the back where the wings join. An example of the late period has the whole of the back gilded. The scarab was set in a gold oval ring, at one end of which was a smaller ring for suspension from the neck or for attachment to the bandages of the mummy. The green glazed faience scarab of Thothmes III was suspended by a gold chain from a bronze torque. A thick gold wire to fit the neck is attached to number 24401. The base of the scarab is sometimes in the form of a heart. A remarkable example of this variety is number 7925, in which are the emblems of life, stability, and protection engraved on the upper part of the base. A highly polished, fine green basalt scarab with human face is set in a gold base, upon the face and edges of which are cut part of the chapter of the heart. At a period subsequent to the 22nd dynasty, inscribed funereal scarabs in marble, paste, etc., were set in pylon-shaped pectorals made of Egyptian porcelain, glazed blue, green, or yellow, which were sewed to the mummy bandages over the heart. On such pectorals, the boat of the sun is either traced in colors or worked in relief, and the scarab is placed so as to appear to be carried in the boat. On the left stands Isis, and on the right Nephthys. Plates 5 and 6. Vignette. The funereal procession to the tomb, running the length of the 2 plates. In the center of plate 5, the mummy of the dead man is seen lying in a chest or shrine mounted on a boat with runners, which is drawn by oxen. In the boat, at the head and foot of the mummy, are 2 small models of Nephthys and Isis. By the side kneels Ani's wife, Tutu, lamenting. In front of the boat is the Sem priest burning incense in a censer and pouring out a libation from a vase. He wears his characteristic dress, a panther's skin. 8 mourners follow, one of whom has his hair whitened. In the rear, a sepulchral ark or chest surmounted by a figure of Anubis and ornamented with emblems of protection and stability is drawn on a sledge by 4 attendants and is followed by 2 others. By their side walk other attendants carrying Ani's pallet, boxes, chair, couch, staff, etc. In plate 6, the procession is continued up to the tomb. In the center is a group of wailing women, followed by attendants carrying on yokes, boxes of flowers, vases of unguents, etc. In the right center are a cow with her calf, chairs of painted wood with flowers upon them, and an attendant with shaven head carrying a haunch newly cut for the funereal feast. The group on the right is performing the last rites. Before the door of the tomb stands the mummy of Ani to receive the final honors. Behind him, embracing him, stands Anubis, the god of the tomb. And at his feet, in front, kneels Tutu to take a last farewell of her husband's body. Before a table of offerings stand two priests. The Sem priest, who wears a panther's skin, holding in his right hand a libation vase, and in his left a censer, and a priest holding in his right hand an instrument with which he is about to touch the mouth and eyes of the mummy, and in his left the instrument for opening the mouth. Behind or beside them, on the ground, in a row, lie the instruments employed in the ceremony of opening the mouth, etc. The mezquet instrument, the sepulchral box, the boxes of purification, the bandlet, the libation vases, the ostrich feather, and the instruments called sebur, timanu or tuntet, and the pesh and kef. The Keheb priest stands behind reading the service of the dead from a papyrus. Appendix. In the papyrus of Hunefer, a slab or stele with rounded top is placed by the door of the tomb. In the upper part of it, the deceased is shown adoring Osiris, and below is the legend, "Hail, Osiris, the chief of Amenta, the Lord of eternity, spreading out in everlastingness, Lord of adorations, chief of the company of his gods. And hail, Anubis, dweller in the tomb, great God, chief of the holy dwelling. May they grant that I may go into and come out from the underworld, that I may follow Osiris in all his festivals at the beginning of the year, that I may receive cakes, and that I may go forth into the presence of Osiris, I, the double Ka of Osiris, the greatly favored of his god, Hunefer." In the upper register of this section of the papyrus is the text of the chapter of opening the mouth of the statue of Osiris. The complete scene, including the stele and vignette, appears in the tomb of Peta Amen Apt. In the vignette of the first chapter of the Book of the Dead in the papyrus of Nebket, the soul of the deceased is represented descending the steps of the tomb to carry food to its mummy in the underground chamber. The ceremonies which took place at the door of the tomb in an Egyptian funeral are of considerable interest. The priest called Kerheb, holding the Sem priest by the arm, gives directions for the slaughter of a bull of the south. The slaughterer, standing on the bull, cuts off a foreleg and takes out the heart. A woman, called the Chararer, who personifies Isis, then whispers in the deceased's ear, "Behold, thy lips are set in order for thee, so that thy mouth may be opened." Next, an antelope and a duck are brought by order of the Kerheb, and their heads are cut off. The Kerheb then addresses the Sem priest, "I have seized them for thee, I have brought unto thee thine enemies." His hands brings his head as a gift. "I have slain them for thee, O Tumu. Let not his enemies rise up against this god." The slaughterer then presents the thigh to the Kerheb, and the heart to an official whose title was Smer, and all three then place the thigh and the heart upon the ground before this god, i.e., Osiris. The Kerheb then says to the deceased, represented by this mummy or statue, "I have brought unto thee the thigh as the eye of Horus. I have brought unto thee the heart. Let there be no rising up against this god. I have brought unto thee the antelope, his head is cut off. I have brought unto thee the duck, his head is cut off." Here the sacrifice ends. The next part of the ceremony, i.e. the opening of the mouth and eyes, is performed by the Sem priest, who addresses the deceased. "I've come to embrace thee. I am thy son, Horus. I have pressed thy mouth. I am thy son. I love thee." His mother beats her breast and weeps for him, and those who are in chains with him, i.e. Isis and Nephthys, beat their breasts. "Thy mouth was closed, but I have set in order for thee thy mouth and thy teeth." The Kerheb next calls on the Sem priest 4 times. "O Sem, take the Sebur, and open the mouth and the eyes." And while the Sem priest is performing the ceremony, the Kerheb continues, Thy mouth was closed, but I have set in order for thy mouth and thy teeth. I open for thee thy mouth, I open for thee thy two eyes. I have opened for thee thy mouth with the instrument of Anubis. I have opened thy mouth with the instrument of Anubis, with the iron tool with which the mouths of the gods were opened. Horus opened the mouth, Horus opened the mouth. Horus hath opened the mouth of the dead, as he whilome opened the mouth of Osiris, with the iron which came forth from Set, with the iron tool, with which he opened the mouths of the gods. He hath opened thy mouth with it. The god shall walk and shall speak, and his body shall be with the great company of the gods, in the great house of the Aged One, in Anu. And he shall receive there the Ureret crown from Horus, the Lord of mankind. The Kerheb says next, Let the Ami Kent priest stand behind him, i.e., the deceased, and say, my father, 4 times. The eldest son of the deceased then stands behind the deceased, and in his name the Kerheb says, His mother beateth her breast, and weepeth for him, and those who are in chains with him also beat their breasts. Another priest, called Am-Kent Heru, takes up the same position and says, Isis goeth unto Horus, who embraceth his father. A priestly official belonging to the Mesenti class then goes behind the deceased, and the Sem, Smur, and Kerheb priests stand in front, and the Sem priest and the Kerheb, personifying Horus and Sut, respectively cry, I am Horus, I am Sut, I will not let thee illumine the head of my father. The Sem priest then leaves the Ka chapel and returns, leading in the Sem Meref, the son who loveth him, whereupon the Kerheb says, O Sem, let the Sem Meref come into the tomb in order that he may see the god. The Sem priest, holding him by the arm, leads forward the Sem Meref, who addressed the deceased. I have come, I have brought unto thee thy son who loveth thee. He shall open for thee thy mouth and thine eyes. A tomb official, Amas, then takes up his position behind the deceased, and the Sem Meref and the Kerheb stand in front. The Kerheb repeating 4 times. The Sem Meref openeth the mouth and the 2 eyes of the deceased, first with the needle of iron, then with the rod of smu metal. The Amas addressing the deceased, Behold the Sem Meref, and the Kerheb saying in the name of the Sem Meref, I have pressed for thee thy mouth, even as thy father pressed it in the name of Seker. Hail, Horus hath pressed thy mouth for thee. He hath opened thine eyes for thee. Horus hath opened thy mouth for thee. He hath opened for thee thine eyes. They are firmly established. Thy mouth was closed. I have ordered thy mouth and thy teeth for thee in their true order. Thou hast again opened thy mouth. Horus hath opened thy mouth. I have established thy mouth firmly. Horus hath opened for thee thy mouth. Horus hath opened for thee thy 2 eyes. The Kerheb then speaks on behalf of the Sem priest. Thy mouth was closed up. I have ordered aright for thee thy mouth and thy teeth. Thy mouth is firmly established. Thy mouth was tightly closed. His mouth is firmly established, and his 2 eyes are firmly established. The Sem priest next presents to the deceased a cone-shaped offering, and at the same time the Kerheb says, Open the mouth and the 2 eyes. Open the mouth and the 2 eyes. Thou hadst tightly closed thy mouth. Thou hast again opened thy 2 eyes. Then the Kerheb says on behalf of the Shmer priest who stands behind the deceased, One cometh unto thee for thy purification. Next, the Sem Meref comes forward with 4 boxes in his hands, and the Kerheb says, O Sem Meref, take the 4 boxes of purification, press the mouth and the 2 eyes, and open the mouth and the 2 eyes with each of them 4 times, and say, Thy mouth and thy 2 eyes are firmly established, and they are restored aright. And say also, I have firmly pressed thy mouth, I have opened thy mouth, I have opened thy 2 eyes by means of the 4 boxes of purification. The Sem priest then approaches the deceased with the instrument, and the Kerheb at the same time says, O Sem priest, lay the Pesh and Kef upon his mouth and say, I have established for thee thy 2 jawbones in thy face, which was divided into 2 parts. The Sem priest next makes an offering of grapes, the Kerheb saying, O Sem priest, place the grapes upon his mouth and say, He bringeth to thee the eye of Horus, he graspeth it. Do thou also grasp it. After an ostrich feather has been offered by the Sem priest and a number of the ceremonies described above have been repeated and other animals slaughtered, the Kerheb addresses the Sem priest and says, "Take the instrument Tuntet thrice and open the mouth and thine eyes 4 times. He then continues, O Sem priest, take the iron instrument of Anubis, Tuntet thrice, open the mouth and the 2 eyes 4 times, and say, I open for thee thy mouth with the iron instrument of Anubis, with which he opened the mouths of the gods. Horus openeth the mouth, Horus openeth the mouth, Horus openeth the mouth with the iron which cometh forth from Set, wherewith he hath opened the mouth of Osiris. With the iron tool Meshket, wherewith he opened the mouths of the gods, doth he open the mouth. He, the deceased, shall go in, and he shall speak again, and his body shall dwell with the company of the great gods in Anu, wherein he hath received the Uraret crown from Horus, Lord of men. Hail, Horus, open thy mouth and thy 2 eyes with the instrument of Seber, or Timan, with the instrument of Tuntet, of the opener of the roads, i.e., Anubis, wherewith he opened the mouth of all the gods of the north. Horus the great cometh to embrace thee. I, thy son who loveth thee, have opened thy mouth and thy 2 eyes. His mother beateth her breast in grief while she embraceth him, and the 2 sisters, i.e., Isis and Nephthys, who are one, strike themselves in grief. All the gods open thy mouth according to the book of the service. The Kerheb next instructs the Sem priest to clothe the mummy or statue of the deceased with the Nemes band or fillet and say, Lo, the Nemes fillet, which cometh as the light, which cometh as the light. It cometh as the eye of Horus, the brilliant. It cometh forth from Nekab. The gods were bound therewith. Bound round is thy face, with it in its name of Hetch, i.e. light or brilliance, coming forth from Nekab. All that could do harm to thee upon earth is destroyed. The Sem priest, holding a vase of ointment in his left hand and smearing the mouth with his forefinger, says, I have anointed thy face with ointment, I have anointed thine eyes, I have painted thine eye with Uach and with Meshchem. May no ill luck happen through the dethronement of his 2 eyes in his body, even as no evil fortune came to Horus through the overthrow of his eye in his body. Thy 2 eyes are decked therewith in this name of Uach, which maketh thee to give forth fragrance in its name of sweet smelling. A number of scented unguents and perfumes are brought forward, and at the presentation of each a short sentence is recited by the Kerheb, having reference to the final triumph of the deceased in the underworld and to the help which the great gods will render to him. Text. Chapter 1. Here begin the chapters of coming forth by day, and of the songs of praise and glorifying, and of the coming forth from and going into the glorious Niter Kurt in the beautiful Amenta, to be said on the day of the burial going in after coming forth. Osiris, Ani, Osiris, the scribe Ani, saith, Homage to thee, O bull of Amenta, Thoth, the king of eternity is with me. I am the great god in the boat of the sun. I have fought for thee. I am one of the gods, those holy princes who make Osiris to be victorious over his enemies on the day of weighing of words. I am thy mediator, O Osiris. I am one of the gods born of Nut, those who slay the foes of Osiris and hold for him in bondage the fiend Sabao. I am thy mediator, O Horus. I have fought for thee. I have put to flight the enemy for thy name's sake. I am Thoth, who have made Osiris victorious over his enemies on the day of weighing of words in the great house of the mighty ancient one in Anu. I am Teteti, the son of Teteti. I was conceived in Tatu. I was born in Tatu. I am with those who weep and with the women who bewail, Osiris in the double land of Raket. And I make Osiris to be victorious over his enemies. Ra commanded Thoth to make Osiris victorious over his enemies, and that which was bidden for me Thoth did. I am with Horus on the day of the clothing of Tesh, and of the opening of the storehouses of water for the purification of the god whose heart moveth not, and of the unbolting of the door of concealing things in Restau. I am with Horus, who guardeth the left shoulder of Osiris in Sekhem. And I go into and come out from the divine flames on the day of the destruction of the fields in Sekhem. I am with Horus on the day of the festivals of Osiris, making the offerings on the 6th day of the festival, and on the 10th festival in Anu, and I am priest in Tatu. I rear in the temple of Osiris, on the day casting up the earth. I see things which are concealed in Ristau. I read the book of the festival of the soul, which is in Tatu. I am the Sem priest, and I perform his course. I am the great chief of the work on the day of the placing of the Henu boat of Seker upon its sledge. I have grasped the spade on the day of digging the ground in Sutun Henen. O ye who make perfected souls to enter into the hall of Osiris, make ye cause the perfected soul of Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious, in the hall of double truth, to enter with you into the house of Osiris. May he hear as ye hear, may he see as ye see. May he stand as ye stand. May he sit as ye sit. O ye who have given bread and ale to perfected souls in the hall of Osiris, give ye bread and ale at the 2 seasons to the soul of Osiris Ani, who is victorious before all the gods of Abtu, and who is victorious with you. O ye who opened the way to lay open the path to perfected souls in the hall of Osiris, open ye the way and lay open the path to the soul of Osiris, the scribe and steward of all the divine offerings. Ani, who is triumphant with you, may he enter in with a bold heart, and may he come forth in peace from the house of Osiris. May he not be rejected, may he not be turned back. May he enter in as he pleaseth, may he come forth as he desireth, and may he be victorious. May his bidding be done in the house of Osiris. May he walk, and may he speak with you, and may he be glorified soul along with you. He hath not been found wanting there, and the balance is rid of his trial. Appendix. After the first chapter, Neville has printed in his Totenboek the text of a composition which also refers to the funeral, in which he has designated Chapter 1b. It is entitled Chapter of Making the Mummy to go into the underworld on the day of the funeral. The text is, however, mutilated in places, and the following version has been made by the help of the 2 copies of the text published by Pleat and by Birch. Chapter 1b. Homage to thee, O thou who livest in Set Surt of Omenta. Osiris the scribe Neket Amen, triumphant, knoweth thy name. Deliver thou him from the worms which are in Ristau, and which feed upon the bodies of men and drink their blood. Osiris, the favored one of his divine city, the royal scribe Neket Amen, triumphant is known unto you, ye worms, and ye knoweth your names. This is the first bidding of Osiris, the Lord of all, who hath completed all his hidden works. Give thou breath unto them, whose fear those who are in the bite of the stream of Amenta. He hath ordered the plans of. His throne is placed within the darkness, and there is given unto him the glory of Ristau. O God of light, come thou down unto me, and swallow up the worms which are in Amenta. The great God who dwelleth within Tatu, whom he seeth not, heareth his prayers. They who are in affliction fear him, the God who cometh forth with the sentence at the sacred block. Osiris, the royal scribe, Neket Amen, cometh with the decree of the Lord of all, and Horus hath taken possession of his throne for him. He cometh with tidings. May he enter in according to his word, and may he see Anu. The nobles have stood up on the ground before him, and the scribes magnify him. The princes bind his swathings, and make festivals for him in Anu. For him hath heaven been led captive. He hath seized the inheritance of the earth in his grasp. Neither heaven nor earth can be taken away from him, for behold, he is Ra, the firstborn of the gods. His mother suckleth him, she giveth her breast from the sky. Rubric. The words of this chapter are to be said after the deceased is laid to rest in Amenta, etc. Text. Chapter 22. Chapter of giving a mouth to Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the holy offerings of all the gods. May he be victorious in Neter-Ket. I rise out of the egg in the hidden land. May my mouth be given unto me, that I may speak with it before the great God, the Lord of the underworld. May my hand and my arm be not forced back by the holy ministers of any god. I am Osiris, the Lord of the mouth of the tomb, and Osiris, the victorious scribe Ani, hath a portion with him, who is upon the top of the steps. According to the desire of my heart I have come from the pool of fire, and I have quenched it. Homage to thee, O thou Lord of brightness, who thou art at the head of the great house, and who dwellest in night and in thick darkness. I have come unto thee. I am glorious, I am pure, my arms support thee. Thy portion shall be with those who have gone before. O grant unto me my mouth, that I may speak therewith, that I may follow my heart when it passeth through the fire and darkness. Rubric of chapter 72. If this writing be known by the deceased upon earth, and this chapter be done unto writing upon his coffin, he shall come forth by day in all the forms of existence which he desireth, and he shall enter into his place, and shall not be rejected. Bread and ale and meat shall be given unto Osiris, the scribe Ani, upon the altar of Osiris. He shall enter into the fields of Aru in peace, to learn the bidding of him who dwelleth in Tatu. There shall wheat and barley be given unto him. There shall he flourish as he did upon earth. And he shall do whatsoever pleaseth him, even as do the gods who are in the underworld, for everlasting millions of ages, world without end. Appendix. The text of chapter 72 does not occur in the Papyrus of Ani. It is given by Neville from a papyrus in the Louvre. In the vignettes which accompany it, the deceased is represented as adoring three gods who are either standing in a shrine or seated upon it. In other instances, the deceased stands by a sepulchral chest or outside a pylon with hands raised in adoration. The following is a translation of the Louvre text. Chapter of coming forth by day and of passing through the Ammahet. Homage to you, O ye lords of cause. Ye lords of right and truth, infallible, who shall endure forever and shall exist through countless ages, grant that I may enter your presence. I, even I, am pure and holy, and I have gotten power over the spells which are mine. Judgment hath been passed upon me in my glorified form. Deliver ye me from the crocodile, which is in this place of the lords of right and truth. Grant ye unto me my mouth that I may speak therewith. May offerings be made unto me in your presence. For I know you, and I know your names, and I know the name of the great God. Grant ye abundance of food for his nostrils. The god Rekem passeth through the western horizon of heaven. He travelleth on, and I travelleth on. He goeth forth, and I go forth. Let me not be destroyed in the place Mesket. Let not the fiend get the mastery over me. Let me not be driven back from your gates. Let not your doors be shut against me, for I have eaten bread in Pe, and I have drunken ale in Tepu. If my arms be fettered in the holy habitation that my father Tamu established for me in my mansion in the place above this earth, where there are wheat and barley in abundance which cannot be told, may feasts be made for me there, for my soul and for my body. Grant me even offerings of the dead, bread and ale and wine, oxen and ducks, linen bandages and incense, wax, and all the good and fair and pure things whereby the gods do live. May I rise again in all the forms which I desire without fail and forever. May I sail up and down through the fields of Aru. May I come thither in peace, for I am the double lion god. Plates 7 to 10. Vignette. The vignette of these plates, forming one composition, runs along the top of the text. The subjects are Plate 7, Ani and his wife in the Sehal. He is moving a piece of draft board to illustrate lines 3 and 4 of the text. The souls of Ani and his wife standing upon a pylon-shaped building. The hieroglyphics by the side of Ani's soul read Ba'en Osar, the soul of Osiris. A table of offerings upon which are laid a libation vase, plants, and lotus flowers. 2 lions seated back to back and supporting the horizon over which extends the sky. The line on the right is called Sef, i.e. yesterday, and that on the left, Tuau, i.e. tomorrow, to illustrate lines 13 to 16. The Bennu bird at a table of offerings to illustrate lines 26 to 30. The mummy of Ani lying on a bier within a funereal shrine. The head and foot are Nephthys and Isis in the form of hawks. Beneath the bier are vases painted to imitate variegated marble or glass. A funereal box, Ani's pallet, etc. Plate 8. The god He, millions of years, wearing the emblem of years upon his head and holding a similar object in his right hand. He is kneeling and extends his left hand over a pool in which is an eye, to illustrate line 46. The god Uach-Ura, great green water, with each hand extended over a pool, that under his right hand is called Chi-en-Hesman, pool of natron, and that under his left hand Chi-en-Mat, pool of nitre, or salt, to illustrate lines 47 to 50. A pylon with doors called Ristau, gate of the funereal passages, to illustrate lines 56-58. The Uchat facing to the left above a pylon, to illustrate line 73. The cow, Mehert Mat Ra, Mehert, the eye of Ra, with a flail and having on her head a disc and horns, and round her neck the collar and manat, to illustrate lines 75-79. A funereal chest from which emerged the head of Ra, and his two arms and hands, each holding the emblem of life. The chest, which is called At-Abtu, the district of Abydos, or the burial place of the east, has upon its side figures of the 4 children of Horus who protect the intestines of Osiris or the deceased. On the right stand Tuamatef and Kebsenef, and on the left Mesta and Hapi, to illustrate lines 82 and 83. Plate 9, figures of 3 gods who, together with Mesta, Hapi, Tuamatef, and Kebsenef, are the 7 shining ones referred to in line 99. Their names are Ma-Atefef, Keri Bek-Ef, and Heru Kent-Mati. The god Ampu, Anubis, jackal-headed. Figures of 7 gods whose names are Necha, Aa Ketket, Kenti-He-F, Ami-Unat-F, Tesherma, Besma-Emker, and Enhemru. The soul of Ra, and the soul of Osiris in the form of a human-headed bird wearing the crown, conversing in tattoo, a scene of very rare occurrence, and illustrating lines 111 and 112. Plate 10. The cat, i.e. the sun, which dwelleth by the Persea tree in Heliopolis, cutting off the head of the serpent, Apepi, emblematic of his enemies. 3 seated deities holding knives. They are probably Sau, Horus, and Sekhem, and Nefer-Tumu. Ani and his wife Tutu, who holds a sistrum, kneeling in adoration before the god Khepera, beetle-headed, who is seated in the boat of the rising sun. To illustrate lines 116 FF. 2 apes, emblematic of Isis and Nephthys, to illustrate lines 124-125. The god Tamu, seated with the sun disk in the boat of the setting sun, facing a table of offerings. The god Rehu, in the form of a lion, to illustrate 133. The serpent Uachet, the lady of flame, a symbol of the eye of Ra, coiled round a lotus flower. Above is the emblem of fire. Text, chapter 17. Here begin the praises and glorifyings of coming out from and going into the glorious Niter Kurt in the beautiful Amenta, of coming out by day in all the forms of existence, which compare the following variant from a papyrus in Dublin. In the papyrus of Hunefer, before the scene of the cat cutting off Apepi's head, is one in which the deceased is represented kneeling in adoration before 5 ram-headed gods, whose names are Ra, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, and Ba-Neb, Tatu. Pierre renders resurrection Damanes. Some copies read, to be with the followers of Osiris and to feed upon the food of Un-Nefer, to come forth by day. And others, may I drink water at the sources of the streams, and be among the followers of Un-Nefer. May I see the disk every morning. For the text, see Neville Totenbach. Please him, i.e. the deceased, of playing at draughts and sitting in the Seh hall, and of coming forth as a living soul. Behold, Osiris, the scribe Ani, after he hath come to his haven of rest, that which hath been done upon earth by Ani, being blessed, all the words of the god Tamu come to pass. I am the god Tamu in my rising. I am the only one. I came into existence in Nu. I am Ra who rose in the beginning. He hath ruled that which he made. Who then is this? It is Ra who rose for the first time in the city of Suten-Henan, crowned as a king in his rising. The pillars of Shu were not as yet created, when he was upon the high place of him who is in Kenemu. I am the great God who gave birth to himself, even Nu, created his name, Pat Netaru, as God. Who then is this? It is Ra, the creator of the names of his limbs, which came into being in the form of the gods in the train of Ra. I am he who is not driven back among the gods. Who then is this? It is Tamu in his disk, or as others say, it is Ra in his rising in the eastern horizon of heaven. I am yesterday. I know tomorrow. Who then is this? Yesterday is Osiris and tomorrow is Ra, on the day when he shall destroy the enemies of Nebertur, and when he shall establish as prince and ruler his son Horus, or as others say, on the day when we commemorate the festival of the meeting of the dead Osiris with his father Ra, and when the battle of the gods was fought in which Osiris, lord of Amentet, was the leader. What then is this? It is Amentet, that is to say, the creation of the souls of the gods when Osiris was leader in Set Amentet, or, as others say, Amentet is that which Ra hath given unto me. When any god cometh, he doth arise, and doeth battle for it. I know the God who dwelleth therein. Who then is this? It is Osiris, or, as others say, Ra is his name, even Ra the self-created. I am the Bennu bird, which is in Anu, and I am the keeper of the volume of the book of things which are, and of the things which shall be. Who then is this? It is Osiris, or, as others say, it is his dead body, or, as others say, it is his filth. The things which are, and the things which shall be, are his dead body, or, as others say, they are eternity and everlastingness. Eternity is the day, and everlastingness is the night. I am the god Amsu in his coming forth. May his two plumes be set upon my head. Who then is this? Amsu is Horus, the avenger of his father, and his coming forth is his birth. The plumes upon his head are Isis and Nephthys, when they go forth to set themselves there, even as his protectors, and they provide that which his head lacketh, or, as others say, they are the two exceeding great uraei, which are upon the head of their father Tamu, or, as others say, his two eyes are the two plumes. Osiris, Ani, the scribe of all the holy offerings, riseth up in his place in triumph, he cometh into his city. What then is this? It is the horizon of his father Tamu. I have made an end of my shortcomings, and I have put away my faults. What then is this? It is the cutting off of the corruptible in the body of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant before all the gods, and all his faults are driven out. What then is this? It is the purification of Osiris on the day of his birth. I am purified in my exceeding great double nest, which is in Suten-Henan, on the day of the offerings of the followers of the great God who is therein. What then is this? Millions of years is the name of the one nest, Green Lake is the name of the other. A pool of natron and a pool of nitre, or, as others say, the traverser of millions of years is the name of the one, Great Green Lake is the name of the other, or, as others say, the begetter of millions of years is the name of the one, Green Lake is the name of the other. Now as concerning the great God who is in it, it is Ra himself. I pass over the way. I know the head of the pool of Mata. What then is this? It is Ristau. That is to say, it is the underworld on the south of Nerutef, and it is the northern door of the tomb. Now, as concerning Shemat, it is Abtu, or as others say, it is the road by which his father Tamu travelleth when he goeth to Seket Aru, which bringeth forth the food and nourishment of the gods behind the shrine. Now the gate of Surt is the gate of the pillars of Shu, the northern gate of the underworld, or as others say, it is the two leaves of the door through which the god Tamu passeth when he goeth forth in the eastern horizon of heaven. O ye gods who are in the presence of Osiris, grant me your arms, for I am the god who shall come into being among you. What then is this? It is the drops of blood which fell from Ra when he went forth to cut himself. They sprang into being as the gods Hu and Sa, who are in the following of Ra and who accompany Tamu daily and every day. I, Osiris, Ani, the scribe, triumphant, have filled up for thee the Uchat, after it was darkened on the day of the combat of the two fighters. What then is this? It is the day on which Horus fought with Set, who cast filth in the face of Horus, and when Horus destroyed the powers of Set, Thoth did this with his own hand. I lift the hair, cloud, when there are storms in the sky. What then is this? It is the right eye of Ra, which raged against Set when he set it forth. Thoth raiseth up the hair, cloud, and bringeth the eye, alive and whole and sound and without defect to its lord, or, as others say, it is the eye of Ra, when it is sick and when it weepeth for its fellow eye. Then Thoth standeth up to cleanse it. I behold Ra, who was born yesterday from the buttocks of the cow Mehert. His strength is my strength, and my strength is his strength. What then is this? It is the water of heaven, or, as others say, it is the image of the eye of Ra in the morning of his daily birth. Mehert is the eye of Ra. Therefore Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, is a great one among the gods, who are in the train of Horus. The words are spoken for him that loveth his Lord. What then is this? I.e., who are these gods? Mesta, Hapi, Tuamatef, and Kebsenef. Homage to you, O ye lords of right and truth, and ye holy ones who stand behind Osiris, who utterly do away with sins and crime, and ye who are in the following of the goddess Hetep-Sekus. Grant that I may come unto you. Destroy ye all the faults which are within me, even as ye did for the 7 shining ones, who are among the followers of their lord Sipa. Anubis appointed their place on the day when was said, Come therefore thither. What then is this? These lords of right and truth are Thoth and Astes, lord of Amenta, the holy ones who stand behind Osiris, even Mesta, Hapi, Tuamatef, and Kebsenef, are they who are behind the thigh in the northern sky, they who do away with sins and crime, and who are in the following of the goddess Hetep-Sekus, the god Sebek in the waters. The goddess Hetep-Sekus is the eye of Ra, or as others say, it is the flame which followeth after Osiris to burn up the souls of his foes. As concerning all the faults which are in Osiris, the scribe of the holy offerings of all the gods, Ani triumphant, they are all that he hath done against the lords of eternity since he came forth from his mother's womb. As concerning the 7 shining ones, even Mesta, Hapi, Tuamatef, Kebsenef, Ma, Atefef, Keri, Bekkef, and Horus Kenti Ma, Anubis appointed them protectors of the body of Osiris, or, as others say, set them behind the place of purification of Osiris, or, as others say, those 7 glorious ones are Necha, Necha, Aket, Ket, and Nurta, Nefbes, Efkenti, Hef, Akur, Unut F, Tesher, Ma, Ami, Hetanes, Ubez, Ra, Peram, Ketket, and Ma-em, Kur, Anef-em, Ru. The chief of the holy ones who minister in his chambers is Horus, the avenger of his father. As to the day upon which was said, Come therefore thither, it concerneth the words, Come then thither, which Ra spake unto Osiris. Lo, may this be decreed for me in Amentet. I am the soul which dwelleth in the 2 chaff. What then is this? It is Osiris when he goeth into Tatu, and findeth there the soul of Ra. There the one God embraceth the other, and souls spring into being with the 2 chaffi. I am the cat which fought by the Persea tree hard by in Anu, on the night when the foes of Nebercher were destroyed. What then is this? The male cat is Ra himself, and he is called Mahu, by reason of the speech of the god Sa, who said concerning him, He is like Mahu, unto that which he hath made, and his name became Mahu. Or, as others say, it is Shu, who maketh over the possessions of Seb to Osiris. As to the fight by the Persea tree hard by in Anu, it concerneth the children of impotent revolt, when justice is wrought on them for what they have done. As to the words that night of the battle, they concern the inroad of the children of impotent revolt into the eastern part of heaven, whereupon there arose a battle in heaven and in all the earth. O thou who art in the egg, i.e. Ra, who shinest from thy disk and risest in thy horizon, and dost shine like gold above the sky, like unto whom there is none among the gods, who sailest over the pillars of Shu, i.e. the ether, who givest blasts of fire from thy mouth, who makest the two lands bright with thy radiance, deliver the faithful worshippers from the God whose forms are hidden, whose eyebrows are like unto the two arms of the balance of the night of the reckoning of destruction. Who then is this? It is Anaf, the God who bringeth his arm. As concerning the words, that night of the reckoning of destruction is the night of the burning of the damned, and of the overthrow of the wicked at the sacred block, and of the slaughter of souls. Who then is this? It is Nemu, the headsman of Osiris, or as others say, it is Apep when he riseth up with one head bearing Mat, i.e. right and truth, upon it. Or as others say, it is Horus when he riseth up with two heads, whereof the one beareth Mat, and the other wickedness. He bestoweth wickedness on him that worketh wickedness, and Mat on him that followeth after righteousness and truth. Or, as others say, it is the great Horus who dwelleth in Sekhem. Or, as others say, it is Thoth. Or, as others say, it is Nefer-Tamu, or Sept, who doth thwart the course of the foes, Nebertur. Deliver me from the watchers who bear slaughtering knives, who have cruel fingers, and who slay those who are in the following of Osiris. May they never overcome me, may I never fall under their knives. What then is this? It is Anubis, and it is Horus in the form of Kent and Ma, or as others say, it is the divine rulers who thwart the works of their weapons. It is the chiefs of the Shenu chamber. May their knives never get the mastery over me. May I never fall under their instruments of cruelty. For I know their names, and I know the being Machet, who is among them in the house of Osiris, shooting rays of light from his eye. But he himself is unseen. He goeth round about heaven robed in the flame of his mouth, commanding happy, but remaining himself unseen. May I be strong upon earth before Ra. May I come happily into haven in the presence of Osiris. Let not your offerings be hurtful to me, O ye who preside over your altars, for I am among those who follow after Nebertur, according to the writings of Khepera. I fly as a hawk, I cackle as a goose, I ever slay, even as the serpent goddess, Nehebka. What then is this? They who preside at the altars are the similitude of the eye of Ra and the similitude of the eye of Horus. O Ra-Tamu, Lord of the great house, Prince, life, strength, and health of all the gods, deliver thou me from the god whose face is like unto that of a dog, whose brows are as those of a man, and who feedeth upon the dead, who watcheth at the bite of the fiery lake, and who devoureth the bodies of the dead, and swalloweth hearts, and who shooteth forth filth, but he himself remaineth unseen. Who then is this? Devourer for millions of years is his name, and he dwelleth in the lake of Unt. As concerning the fiery lake, it is that which is in Anrotef, hard by the Shenet chamber. The unclean man who would walk thereover doth fall down among the knives, or, as others say, his name is Matis. And he is the watcher of the door of Amenta, or, as others say, his name is Hari Sepef. Hail, Lord of terror, chief of the lands of the north and south, Lord of the red glow, who preparest the slaughter block, and who dost feed upon the inward parts. Who then is this? The guardian of the bite of Amenta. What then is this? It is the heart of Osiris, which is the devourer of all slaughtered things. The Uraret crown hath been given unto him with swellings of the heart as Lord of Sutenhenen. What then is this? He to whom hath been given the Uraret crown with swellings of the heart as Lord of Sutenhenen is Osiris. He was bidden to rule among the gods on the day of the union of earth with earth in the presence of Nebertur. What then is this? He that was bidden to rule among the gods is Horus, the son of Isis, who was appointed to rule in the place of his father Osiris. As to the day of the union of earth with earth, it is the mingling of earth with earth in the coffin of Osiris, the soul that liveth in Sutenhenen, the giver of meat and drink, the destroyer of wrong, and the guide of the everlasting paths. Who then is this? It is Ra himself. Deliver thou me from the great God who carrieth away souls, and who devoureth filth and eateth dirt, the guardian of the darkness, who himself liveth in the light. They who are in misery fear him. As concerning the souls within the Chafi, they are those which are with the God who carrieth away the soul, who eateth hearts, who and who feedeth upon Ophel, the guardian of the darkness, who is within the Seker boat. They who live in crime fear him. Who then is this? It is Suti, or as others say, it is Smamur, the soul of Seb. Hail, Khepera, in thy boat, the twofold company of the gods is thy body. Deliver thou Osiris, Ani, triumphant, from the watchers who give judgment, who have been appointed by Nebertur to protect him and to fasten the fetters of his foes, and who slaughter in the shambles. There is no escape from their grasp. May they never stab me with their knives. May I never fall helpless in their chambers of torture. Never have the things which the gods hate been done by me, for I am pure with the mesket. Cakes of saffron have been brought unto him in Tananet. Who then is this? It is Khepera in his boat. It is Ra himself. The watchers who give judgment are the apes Isis and Nephthys. The things which the gods hate are wickedness and falsehood, and he who passeth through the place of purification with the mesket is Anubis, who is behind the chest which holdeth the inward parts of Osiris. He to whom saffron cakes have been brought in, Tananet, is Osiris, or as others say, the saffron cakes in Tananet are heaven and earth, or as others say, they are Shu, strengthener of the two lands in Sutun Henan. The saffron cakes are the eye of Horus, and Tananet is the grave of Osiris. Tamu hath built thy house, and the twofold lion god hath founded thy habitation. Lo, drugs are brought, and Horus purifieth, and Set strengtheneth, and Set purifieth, and Horus strengtheneth. The Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant before Osiris, hath come into the land, and hath possessed it with his feet. He is Tamu, and he is in the city. Turn thou back, O Rehu, whose mouth shineth, whose head moveth. Turn thou back from before his strength, or as others say, turn thou back from him who keepeth watch and is unseen. The Osiris Ani is safeguarded. He is Isis, and he is found with her hair spread over him. I shake it out over his brow. He was conceiveth in Isis, and begotten in Nephthys. And they cut off from him the things which should be cut off. Fear followeth after thee, terror is upon thine arms. Thou art embraced for millions of years in the arms of the nations, mortals go round about thee. Thou smitest down the mediators of thy foes, and thou seizest the arms of the powers of darkness. The two sisters, i.e. Isis and Nephthys, are given to thee for thy delight. Thou hast created that which is in Karaba, and that which is in Anu. Every god feareth thee, for thou art exceeding great and terrible. Thou avengest every god on the man that curseth him, and thou shootest out arrows. Thou livest according to thy will. Thou art Uachit, the lady of flame. Evil cometh among those who set themselves up against thee. What then is this? The hidden in form, granted of Menu. It is the name of the tomb. He seeth what is in his hand. Is the name of the shrine, or as others say, the name of the block. Now he whose mouth shineth and whose head moveth is a limb of Osiris, or, as others say, of Ra. Thou spreadest thy hair, and I shake it over his brow. Is spoken concerning Isis, who hideth in her hair, and draweth her hair over her. Wachi, the lady of the flames, is the eye of Ra. Plates 11 and 12. Vignette 1. Ani and his wife, Tutu, approaching the first Erit, the cornice of which is ornamented with emblems of power, life, and stability. At the entrance sit three gods, the first having the head of a hare, the second the head of a serpent, and the third the head of a crocodile. The first holds an ear of corn, and each of the others a knife. Text, chapter 147. The first Erit. The name of the doorkeeper is Seket Ra Hasht Aru. The name of the watcher is Meti Ha. The name of the herald is Ha Keru. Words to be spoken when Osiris cometh to the first Erit in Amenta. Saith Ani, triumphant, when he cometh to the first Erit, I am the mighty one who createth his own light. I have come unto thee, O Osiris, and purified from that which defileth thee. I adore thee. Lead on. Name not the name of Restau unto me. Homage to thee, O Osiris, in thy might and in thy strength, in Restau. Rise up and conquer, O Osiris, in Ab-2. Thou goest round about heaven, thou sailest in the presence of Ra, thou seest all the beings who have knowledge. Hail, Ra, who circlest in the sky. Verily, I say unto thee, O Osiris, I am a godlike ruler. Let me not be driven hence, nor from the wall of burning coals. I have opened the way in Restau. I have eased the pain of Osiris. I have embraced that which the balance I hath weighed. I have made a path for him in the great valley. It and he maketh a path. Osiris shineth. Vignette 2. The second arete, guarded by 3 gods, the first of whom has the head of a lion, the second the head of a man, and the third the head of a dog. Each one holds a knife. Text. The second arete, the name of the doorkeeper is Unhat. The name of the watcher is Sekhet-Ra. The name of the herald is Uset. Saith Osiris Ani, when he cometh unto this arete, he sitteth to do his heart's desire, and he weigheth words as the second of Thoth. The strength of Thoth humbleth the hidden Mata gods, who feed upon Mat through the years of their lives. I make offerings at the moment when he passeth on his way. I pass on and enter on the way. Grant thou that I may pass through, and that I may gain sight of Ra together with those who make offerings. Vignette 3. The third arete, guarded by 3 gods, the first with the head of a jackal, the second the head of a dog, and the third the head of a serpent. The first holds an ear of corn, and each of the others a knife. Text. The third arete. The name of the doorkeeper is Kek Hau Ent Pewi. The name of the watcher is Serez-Ra. The name of the herald is Ah. Saith Osiris Ani, when he cometh to this arete, I am hidden in the great deep. I am the judge of the Rehui. I have come, and I have done away with the offenses of Osiris. I am building up the standing place which cometh forth from his Uririt, crown. I have done his business in Ab-2. I have opened the way in Restau. I have eased the pain which was in Osiris. I have made straight his standing place, and I have made his path. He shineth in Restau. Vignette 4. The fourth arete, guarded by 3 gods, the first with the head of a man, the second the head of a hawk, and the third the head of a lion. The first holds an ear of corn, and each of the others a knife. Text. The fourth arete. The name of the doorkeeper is Kesef-Ra-Asht. Keru. The name of the watcher is Seres-Tepu. The name of the herald is Kesef-At. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, when he cometh to this arete, I am the mighty bull, the son of the ancestress of Osiris. O grant ye that his father, the lord of his godlike companions, may bear witness for him. Here the guilty are weighed in judgment. I have brought unto his nostrils eternal life. I am the son of Osiris. I have made the way. I have passed thereover into Neter-Kert. Plate 12, Vignette 5. The fifth arete, guarded by 3 gods, the first with the head of a hawk, the second with the head of a man, and the third the head of a snake. Each holds a knife. Text. The fifth arete. The name of the doorkeeper is Ankh, Fm Fent. The name of the watcher is Shabu. The name of the herald is Teb-Ra Keft. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, when he cometh to this arete, I have brought unto thee the bones of thy jaws in Restau. I have brought thee my backbone in Anu, gathering together all thy members there. I have driven back Apep for thee. I have poured water upon the wounds. I have made a path among you. I am the ancient one among the gods. I have made the offering of Osiris, who hath triumphed with victory, gathering his bones and bringing together all his limbs. Vignette 6. The sixth arete, guarded by 3 gods, the first with the head of a jackal, and the second and the third the head of a dog. The first holds an ear of corn, and each of the others a knife. Text. The sixth arete. The name of the doorkeeper is Atek-Au Kahak Keru. The name of the watcher is An-Ri. The name of the herald is Ates-Ra. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, when he cometh to this arete, I have come daily, I have come daily. I have made the way. I have passed along that which was created by Anubis. I am the lord of the Uririt crown. Magical words. I, the avenger of right and truth, have avenged his eye. I have swathed the eye of Osiris. I have made the way. Osiris Ani hath passed along with you. Vignette 7. The seventh Arit, guarded by three gods, the first with the head of a hare, the second the head of a lion, and the third the head of a man. The first and second hold a knife, and the third an ear of corn. Text. The seventh Arit, the name of the doorkeeper is Sekhem Metenu Sen. The name of the watcher is Ama Karu, and the name of the herald is Kesef Kemi. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, when he cometh to this Arit, I have come unto thee, O Osiris, who art cleansed of thine impurities. Thou goest round about heaven, thou seest Ra, thou seest the beings who have knowledge. Hail, only one. Behold, thou art in the Sekhet boat. He goeth round the horizon of heaven. I speak what I will unto his body. It waxeth strong, and it cometh to life as he spake. Thou turnest back his face. Prosper thou for me all the ways which lead unto thee. Vignette 1. Ani and his wife Tutu, with hands raised in adoration, approaching the first Sebket, or pylon, which is guarded by a bird-headed deity wearing a disc on his head and sitting in a shrine, the cornice of which is decorated with kekaru ornaments. Text. Chapter 146. The first pylon. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the first pylon. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant. Lo, the Lady of Terrors, with lofty walls, the sovereign lady, the mistress of destruction, who uttereth the words which drive back the destroyers, who delivereth from destruction him that travelleth along the way. The name of the doorkeeper is Nerut. Vignette 2. The second pylon, which is guarded by a lion-headed deity seated in a shrine, upon the top of which is a serpent. Text. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the second pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani triumphant. Lo, the Lady of Heaven, the mistress of the world, who devoureth with fire, the Lady of mortals. How much greater is she than all men? The name of the doorkeeper is Mespatah. Vignette 3. The third pylon, which is guarded by a man-headed deity seated in a shrine, the upper part of which is ornamented with the two ukjats, and the emblems of the orbit of the sun and of water. Text. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the third pylon of the house of Osiris. Saith the scribe Ani, triumphant. Lo, the Lady of the altar, the mighty one to whom offerings are made, the beloved of every god, who saileth up to Abtu. The name of the doorkeeper is Sabak. Vignette 4. The fourth pylon, which is guarded by a cow-headed deity seated in a shrine, the cornice of which is ornamented with uraei, wearing discs. Text. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the fourth pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant. Lo, she who prevaileth with knives, mistress of the world, destroyer of the foes of the still heart. She who decreeth the escape of the needy from evil hap. The name of the doorkeeper is Nekau. Vignette 5. The fifth pylon, which is guarded by the hippopotamus deity, with her 4 feet resting upon the buckle, the emblem of protection, seated in a shrine, the cornice of which is ornamented with emblematic of flames of fire. Text. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the fifth pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant. Lo, the flame, the lady of breath for the nostrils, one may not advance to entreat her, shall not come into her presence. The name of the doorkeeper is Hentet Arki. Vignette 6. The sixth pylon, which is guarded by a deity in the form of a man holding a knife and a bosom and seated in a shrine, above which is a serpent. Text. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the sixth pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant. Lo, the Lady of Light, the mighty one, to whom men cry aloud. Man knoweth neither her breadth nor her height. There was never found her like from the beginning. There is a serpent thereover whose size is not known. It was born in the presence of the still heart. The name of the doorkeeper is Samati. Vignette 7. The seventh pylon, which is guarded by a ram-headed deity holding a besom and seated in a shrine, the cornice of which is decorated with kakaru ornaments. Text. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the seventh pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, Lo, the robe which doth clothe the feeble one, i.e. the deceased, weeping for what it loveth and shroudeth. The name of the doorkeeper is Sakitef. Vignette 8. The eighth pylon, which is guarded by a hawk wearing the crowns of the north and south, seated on a sepulchral chest with closed doors. Before him is a besom, and behind him is the Uchat. Above the shrine are two human-headed hawks, emblems of the souls of Ra and Osiris, and two emblems of life. Text. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the eighth pylon. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani triumphant, Lo, the blazing fire, the flame whereof cannot be quenched, with tongues of flame which reach afar, the slaughtering one, the irresistible, through which one may not pass by reason of the hurt which it doeth. The name of the doorkeeper is Ku Checha F. Vignette 9. The ninth pylon, which is guarded by a lion-headed deity wearing a disc and holding a besom, seated in a shrine, the cornice of which is ornamented with uraei, wearing discs. Text. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the ninth pylon. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, Lo, she who is chiefest, the lady of strength, who giveth quiet of heart to her lord. Her girth is 350 measures. She is clothed with mother of emerald of the south, and she raiseth up the godlike form and clotheth the feeble one. The name of the doorkeeper is Eri Su Chesef. Vignette 10. The 10th pylon, which is guarded by a ram-headed deity wearing the Atef crown and holding a besom, seated in a shrine, upon the top of which are two serpents. Text. Words to be spoken when Ani cometh unto the 10th pylon. Saith Osiris, Ani, triumphant, Lo, she who is loud of voice, she who causeth those to cry who entreat her, the fearful one who terrifieth, who feareth none that are therein. The name of the doorkeeper is Seken-Ur. Appendix. The several texts of the next 11 pylons are wanting in this papyrus. Translations of them are here given as they are found in a papyrus published by Neville Todenbach. It will be observed that the names of the doorkeepers are wanting, and also that each text, except in the case of the 21st pylon, ends with the words which refer to the examination of the dead at each gate. The 11th pylon. Lo, she who repeateth slaughter, the burner up of fiends. It's she who is terrible at every gateway, who rejoiceth on the day of darkness. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 12th pylon. Lo, the invoker of the two lands, who destroyeth with flashings and with fire those who come, the lady of splendor, who obeyeth her lord daily. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 13th pylon. Lo, Isis, who hath stretched forth her hands and arms over it, and hath made Hapi to shine in his hidden place. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 14th pylon. Lo, the lady of the knife, who danceth in blood. She maketh the festival of the god Hak on the day of judgment. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 15th pylon. Lo, the bloody soul, who searcheth out and putteth to the test, who maketh inquiry and scrutiny, who cometh forth by night, and doth fetter the fiend in his lair. May her hands be given to the still heart in his hour, and may she make him to advance and come forth unto her. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 16th pylon. Saith Osiris, when he come unto this pylon, Lo, the terrible one, the lady of the rainstorm, who planteth ruin in the souls of men, the devourer of the dead bodies of mankind, the orderer and creator of slaughters, who cometh forth. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 17th pylon. Lo, the hewer in pieces in blood, the lady of flame. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. The 18th pylon. Lo, the lover of fire, the purifier of sinners, the lover of slaughter, the chief of those who adore, the lady of the temple, the slaughterer of the fiends in the night. She judgeth the feeble bandaged one. The 19th pylon. Lo, the dispenser of light while she liveth, the mistress of flames, the lady of the strength and of the writings of Ptah himself. She maketh trial of the swathings of Pa'an. The 20th pylon. Lo, she who is within the cavern of her Lord, Clother is her name. She hideth what she hath made. She carrieth away hearts, and greedily drinketh water. She judgeth the feeble swathed one. 21st pylon. Lo, the knife which cutteth when its name is uttered, and slayeth those who advance towards its flames. It hath secret plots and counsels. In the late recensions of the Book of the Dead, the text referring to the 21st pylon reads, Hail, saith Horus, O 21st pylon of the still heart, I have made the way, I know thee, I know thy name, I know the name of the goddess who guardeth thee. Sword that smiteth at the utterance of its own name, the unknown goddess with the back-turned face, the overthrower of those who draw nigh unto her flame is her name. Thou keepest the secret things of the avenger of the god whom thou guardest, and his name is Amen. He maketh it to come to pass that the Persea trees grow not, that the acacia trees bring not forth, and that copper is not begotten in the mountain. The godlike beings of this pylon are 7 gods. Chen or At is the name of the one at the door. Hetep Mes is the name of the second one. Mes Sep is the name of the third one. Utre is the name of the fourth one. Apuat is the name of the fifth one. Bek is the name of the sixth one. Anubis is the name of the 7th one. I have made the way. I am Amsu Horus, the avenger of his father, the heir of his father Unnefer. I have come and I have overthrown all foes of my father Osiris. I have come day by day with victory, doing myself the worship of the god, and in the house of his father Tamu, lord of Anu, triumphant in the southern sky. I have done what is right and true to him, that hath made right and truth. I have made the Haker festival for the lord thereof. I have led the way in the festival. I have made offerings of cakes to the lords of the altars, and I have brought offerings and oblations, and cakes and ale, and oxen and ducks, to my father Osiris Un-Nefer. I rise up in order that my soul may be made one holy. I cause the Bennu bird to come forth at my words. I have come daily into the holy house to make offerings of incense. I have brought garments of byssus. I have set forth on the lake in the boat. I have made Osiris, the overlord of the netherworld, to be victorious over his enemies, and I have carried away all his foes to the place of slaughter in the east. They shall never come forth from the durance of the god Seb therein. I have made those who stand up against Ra to be still. I have made him to be victorious. I have come even as a scribe, and I have made all things plain. I have caused the god to have the power of his legs. I have come into the house of him that is upon his hill, and I have seen him that is ruler in the sacred hall. I have gone into Ristau. I have hidden myself, and I have found out the way. I have traveled unto An-Rut. I have clothed those who are naked. I have sailed up to Abtu. I have praised the gods Hu and Sau. I have entered into the house of Astes. I have made supplication to the gods Kati and Seket in the house of Neith. Or, as others say, the rulers. I have entered into Restau. I have hidden myself. And I have found out the way. And I have traveled unto An-Rut. I have clothed him who was naked. I have sailed up to Abtu. I have glorified Hu and Sau. I have received my crown at my rising, and I have power to sit upon my throne, upon the throne of my father and of the great company of the gods. I have adored the Meshkin of Tassert. My mouth uttereth words with right and with truth. I have drowned the serpent Akek. I have come into the great hall which giveth strength unto the limbs, and it hath been granted to me to sail along in the boat of Hai. The fragrance of anti-ungent arises from the hair of him who hath knowledge. I have entered into the house of Astes, and I have made supplication to the gods Kati and Seket within the house of the prince. I have arrived as a favored one in Tatu. Vignette. Chapter 18, Introduction. Upper Register. The priest Anmatuf, who has the right side of his head the lock of Heru Pa Krat, or Horus the child, and who wears a leopard skin, introducing Ani and his wife to the gods whose names are given in plates 8 and 9. Text, Anmat F saith, I have come unto you, O mighty and godlike rulers who are in heaven and in earth and under the earth, and I have brought unto you Osiris Ani. He hath not sinned against any of the gods. Grant ye that he may be with you for all time. The adoration of Osiris, Lord of Restau, and of the great company of the gods who are in the netherworld beside Osiris, the scribe Ani, who saith, Homage to thee, O ruler of Amenta, Unefer within Ab-2. I have come unto thee, and my heart holdeth right and truth. There is no sin in my body, nor have I lied wilfully, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant thou to me food in the tomb, and that I may come into thy presence at the altar of the lords of right and truth, and that I may enter into and come forth from the netherworld, my soul not being turned back, and that I may behold the face of the sun, and that I may behold the moon forever and ever. Vignette, Lower Register. The priest of Seme-Urf, who has on the right side of his head the lock of Heru Pakrat and wears a leopard skin, introducing Ani and his wife to the gods whose names are given in plates 8 and 9. Text, Seme-Urf saith, I have come unto you, O godlike rulers who are in Restau, and I have brought unto you Osiris Ani. Grant ye to him, as to the followers of Horus, cakes and water and air and a homestead in Sekhet-Hetep. The adoration of Osiris, the Lord of everlastingness, and of all the godlike rulers of Restau, by Osiris, the scribe Ani, who saith, Homage to thee, O king of Amenta, prince of Akert. I have come unto thee. I know thy ways. I am furnished with the forms which thou takest in the underworld. Grant thou to me a place in the underworld near unto the lords of right and truth. May my homestead be abiding in Sekhet-Hetep, and may I receive cakes in thy presence. Plate 13. Vignettes. Upper Register. A pylon or gateway surmounted by the feathers of Mat and Uriah, wearing discs. Lower Register. A pylon surmounted by Anubis and a Uchat. Text, Chapter 18. Hail Thoth, who madest Osiris, victorious over his enemies. Make thou Osiris, the scribe Ani, to be victorious over his enemies, as thou didst make Osiris victorious over his enemies in the presence of the godlike rulers who are with Ra and Osiris in Anu, on the night of the things for the night, and on the night of battle, and on the shackling of the fiends, and on the day of the destruction of Nebertur. Vignette. The gods Tamu, Shut, Tefnut, Osiris, and Thoth. Text. The great godlike rulers in Anu are Tamu, Shu, Tefnut, Osiris, and Thoth, and the shackling of the Sabau signifieth the destruction of the fiends of Set, when he worketh evil a second time. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies. Make thou the Osiris Ani to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great divine beings who are in Tatu, on the night of making the Tat to stand up in Tatu. A and B Vignette. The gods Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Horus. Text. The great godlike rulers in Tatu are Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Horus, the avenger of his father. Now the night of making the Tat to stand up in Tatu signifieth the lifting up of the arm and shoulder of Osiris, lord of Sekhem. And these gods stand behind Osiris to protect him, even as the swathings which clothe him. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies. Make thou the Osiris Ani triumphant over his enemies, in the presence of the great godlike rulers who are in Sekhem, on the night of the things of the night, festival in Sekhem. A and C Vignette. The gods Osiris and Horus, the two Uchats, upon pylons, and the god Thoth. Text. The great godlike rulers who are in Sekhem are Horus, who is without sight, and Thoth, who is with the godlike rulers in Nerarutef. Now the night of the things of the night festival in Sekhem signifieth the light of the rising sun on the coffin of Osiris. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies. Make thou the Osiris Ani triumphant over his enemies in the presence of the great godlike rulers in Pe and Tep, on the night of the setting up the columns of Horus, and of making him to be established the heir of the things which belong to his father. A and D vignette. The gods Horus, Isis, Mesta, and Hapi. Text. The great divine rulers who are in Pe and Tep are Horus, Isis, Meta, and Hapi. Now setting up the columns of Horus signifieth the command given by Set unto his followers. Set up columns upon it. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies. Make thou the Osiris Ani triumphant over his enemies in the presence of the great godlike, it rulers in Reket, on the night when Isis lay down to keep watch in it, order to make lamentation for her brother Osiris. A and E vignette. The god Isis, Horus, Anubis, Methi, and Thoth. Text. The great godlike rulers who are in Reket are Isis, Horus, and Meta. Hail, Thoth, who has madest Osiris victorious over his enemies. Make thou the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great godlike ones who are in Abtu, on the night of the god Naker, at the separation of the wicked dead, at the judgment of spirits made just, and at the rising of joy in Tenu. Plate 14. A and F vignette. The gods Osiris, Isis, and Apuat, and the Tet. Text. Chapter 18. The great godlike rulers who are in Abtu are Osiris, Isis, and Apuat. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies. Make thou the Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the sacred offerings of all the gods, to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the godlike rulers who judge the dead, on the night of the condemnation of those who are to be blotted out. A and G vignette. The gods Thoth, Osiris, Anubis, and Astenu. Text. The great godlike rulers in the judgment of the dead are Thoth, Osiris, Anubis, and Astenu. Now the condemnation of those who are to be blotted out is the withholding of that which is so needful to the souls of the children of impotent revolt. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies. Make thou the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great godlike rulers. On the festival of the breaking and turning up of the earth in Tatu, on the night of the breaking and turning up the earth in their blood, and of making Osiris to be victorious over his enemies. A and H vignette. The three gods of the festival of breaking up the earth in Tatu. Text. When the fiends of Set come and change themselves into beasts, the great godlike rulers on the festival of the breaking and turning up the earth in Tatu, slay them in the presence of the gods therein, and their blood floweth among them, as they are smitten down. These things are allowed to be done by them, by the judgment of those who are in Tatu. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies. Make thou the Osiris Ani to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the godlike rulers, who are in Narutef, on the night of him who concealeth himself in diverse forms, even Osiris. A and I vignette. The gods Ra, Osiris, Shu, and Bebi, dog-headed. Text. The great godlike rulers who are in Nerutef are Ra, Osiris, Shu, and Bebi. Now the night of him who concealeth himself in diverse forms, even Osiris, is when the thigh, and the head, and the heel, and the leg are brought nigh into the coffin of Osiris U-Nefer. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies. Make thou the Osiris Ani triumphant before Osiris, victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great godlike rulers who are in Ristau, on the night when Anubis lays with his arms and his hands over the things behind Osiris, and it when Horus was made to triumph over his enemies. A and J vignette. The gods Horus, Osiris, Isis, and text. The great godlike rulers in Ristau are Horus, Isis, and Osiris. The heart of Osiris rejoiceth, and the heart of Horus is glad, and therefore are the east and the west at peace. Hail, Thoth, who made Osiris victorious over his enemies. Make thou the Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the divine offerings of all the gods, to triumph over his enemies in the presence of the 10 companies of great godlike rulers, who are with Ra, and with Osiris, and with every god and goddess in the presence of Neb-Urcher. He hath destroyed his enemies, and he hath destroyed every evil thing belonging unto him. Rubric. This chapter being recited, the deceased shall come forth by day, purified after death, and he shall make all the forms or transformations which his heart shall dictate. Now if this chapter be recited over him, he shall come forth upon earth, he shall escape from every fire, and none of the foul things which appertain unto him shall encompass him for everlasting, and for ever and for ever. Plate 15. Vignette. A seated statue of Ani, the scribe, upon which the ceremony of opening the mouth, Unre, is being performed by the Sem priest, clad in a panther skin and holding in his right hand the instrument Urheka, i.e., mighty one of enchantments. In front of the statue are the sepulchral chest, the instruments Seber, Tuntet, and Tamanu, and the object Peshin Kaf. Text, chapter 23. The chapter of opening the mouth of Osiris, the scribe Ani, to be said, May Ptah open my mouth, and may the god of my town loose the swathings, even the swathings which are over my mouth. Moreover, may Thoth, being filled and furnished with charms, come and loose the bandages of Set which fetter my mouth. And may the god Tamu hurl them at those who would fetter me with them, and drive them back. May my mouth be opened, may my mouth be unclosed by Shu, with his iron knife, wherewith he opened the mouth of the gods. I am Sekhet, and I sit upon the great western side of heaven. I am the great goddess Sa among the souls of Anu. Now as concerning every charm and all the words which may be spoken against me, may the gods resist them, and may each and every one of the company of the gods withstand it them. Text, chapter 24. The chapter of bringing charms unto Osiris Ani. In Neterkert, he saith, I am Tamu, Khepera, who give birth unto himself upon the thigh of his divine mother. Those who are new are made wolves, and those who are among the godlike rulers are become hyenas. Behold, I gather together the charm from every place where it is, and from every man with whom it is. Swifter than greyhounds, and fleeter than light, the charm, which createth the forms of existence from the mother's thigh, and createth the gods from or in silence, and which giveth the heat of life unto the gods. Behold, the charm is given unto me, from whosoever it is, and from him with whom it is, swifter than greyhounds, and fleeter than light, or, as others say, fleeter than a shadow. Appendix. The following chapter, which generally appears in other copies of the Book of the Dead, is closely connected with the preceding chapter. It is here taken from the papyrus of Nebseni. Chapter 25. The chapter of causing the deceased to remember his name in Neterkert. He saith, May my name be given unto me in the great double house, and may I remember my name in the house of fire, on the night of counting the years and of telling the number of the months. I am with the Holy One, and I sit on the eastern side of heaven. If any god advanceth unto me, forthwith I proclaim his name. Vignette. The scribe Ani, clothed in white, and with his heart in his right hand, addressing the god Anubis. Between them is a necklace of several rows of colored beads, the clasp of which is in the shape of a pylon or gateway, and to which is attached a pectoral bearing a representation of the boat of the sun, wherein is set a scarab, emblematic of the sun. Text, chapter 27. Chapter of giving a heart unto Osiris Ani in the underworld. Ani saith, May my heart be with me in the house of hearts. May my heart be with me, and may it rest in me, or I shall not eat of the cakes of Osiris on the eastern side of the lake of flowers. Neither shall I have a boat wherein to go down the Nile, and another wherein to go up, nor shall I go forward in the boat with thee. May my mouth be given unto me, that I may speak with it, and my 2 feet to it walk withal, and my 2 hands and arms to overthrow my foe. May the doors of heaven be opened unto me. May Seb, the prince of the gods, open wide his 2 jaws unto me. May he open my 2 eyes, which are blinded. May he cause me to stretch out my feet, which are bound together. And may Anubis make my legs firm, that I may stand upon them. May the goddess Sekhet make me to rise, so that I may ascend unto heaven, and there may be that done which I commanded in the house of the Ka of Ptah. I know my heart. I have gotten the mastery over my heart. I have gotten the mastery over my 2 hands and arms. I have gotten the mastery over my feet, and I have gained the power to do whatsoever my Ka pleaseth. My soul shall not be shut off from my body at the gates of the underworld, but I shall enter in peace, and I shall come forth in peace. Text, chapter 30b. The chapter of not letting the heart of Osiris, the scribe of the sacred offerings of all the gods, Ani, triumphant, be driven from him in the underworld. Ani saith, My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart, whereby I come into being. May there be nothing to withstand me at my judgment. May there be no resistance against me by the Cha-Cha. May there be no parting of thee from me in thy presence of him who keepeth the scales. Thou art my Ka within my body, which knitteth and strengtheneth my limbs. May thou come forth in the place of happiness to which I advance. May the Shenet, who make men to stand fast, not cause my name to stink. Vignette: Ani holding his soul in the form of a human-headed bird. Text, chapter 61. Chapter of not letting the soul of a man be taken away from him in the underworld. Osiris the scribe Ani saith, I, even I, am he who came forth from the water flood, which I make to overflow, and which becometh mighty as the river Nile. Appendix. In many earlier papyri, the text of chapter 61 forms part of a longer composition which Neville calls chapters 61, 60, and 62, and which reads, Chapter of drinking water in the underworld. He saith, I, even I, am he who cometh forth from Seb. The flood hath been given unto him, and he hath gotten power over it as happy. I, even I, open the 2 doors of heaven, and the 2 doors of the watery abyss have been opened unto me by Thoth and by Happy, the divine twin sons of heaven, who are mighty in splendors, or grant ye that I may gain power over the water, even as Set overcame his foes on the day when he terrified the world. I have passed by the great ones shoulder against shoulder, even as they have passed by that great and splendid God who is provided with all things, and whose name is unknown. I have passed by the mighty one of the shoulder. The flood of Osiris hath been passed through by me, and Thoth, happy Tamu, the Lord of the horizon, hath opened unto me the flood in his name. Thoth, the cleaver of the earth, I have gained power over the water, even as Set gained power over his foes. I have sailed over heaven. I am Ra. I am the lion god. I am the young bull. I have devoured the thigh. I have seized the flesh. I have gone round about the streams in Sekhet Aru. Boundless eternity hath been granted unto me, and behold, I am the heir of eternity. To me hath been given everlastingness. Closely connected with the above chapter are the 2 following short chapters. Vignette: The deceased drinking water from a running stream. Text, 63a. The chapter of drinking water and of not being burned in the fire. The deceased saith, Hail, bull of Omenta, I am brought unto thee. I am the oar of Ra, wherewith he ferried over the aged ones. Let me not be buried nor consumed. I am Beb, the firstborn son of Osiris, who doth wash every god within his eye in Anu. I am the heir, the exalted, the mighty one, the still of heart. I have made my name to flourish, and I have delivered it, that I may make myself to live in remembrance on this day. Vignette: The deceased standing near flames of fire. Text, chapter 63b. The chapter of not being scalded with water. He saith, I am the oar made ready for rowing, wherewith Ra ferried over the aged godlike ones. I carry the moistures of Osiris to the lake away from the flame which cannot be passed. He is turned aside from the path thereof, and he is not burned in the fire. I lie down with Hamenu. I come into the lion's lair, killing and binding, and I follow the path by which he came forth. Vignette: Ani carrying a sail, emblematic of breath and air. Text, chapter 54. Chapter of giving breath in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, I am the egg of the great cackler, and I watch and guard that great place, which the god Seb hath proclaimed upon earth. I live, and it liveth. I grow strong. I live. I sniff the air. I am Ucha Ab, and I go round behind to protect his egg. I have thwarted the chance of Set, the mighty one of strength. Hail, thou who makest pleasant the world with cha-fa food, and who dwellest in the blue sky. Watch over the babe in his cot when he cometh forth unto thee. Appendix. The two following chapters, which are closely connected with the preceding chapter, are respectively supplied by Naville, Totenbock, and the Nebseni Papyrus. Vignette: Anubis leading the deceased into the presence of Osiris. Text, chapter 55. Another chapter of giving breath. He saith, I am Sab-Sabu. I am Shu. I draw in the air in the presence of the god of sunbeams, as far as the uttermost ends of heaven, as far as the ends of the earth, as far as the bounds of Shu. And I give breath unto those who become young again. I open my mouth and I see with mine eyes. Vignette: a man holding a sail in his left hand. Text, chapter 56. Chapter of sniffing the air upon the earth. He saith, Hail, Tamu, grant thou unto me the sweet breath which is in thy two nostrils. I embrace the mighty throne which is in Unu, and I watch and guard the egg of the great cackler. I grow, and it groweth and I grow. I live, and it liveth. I sniff the air, and it sniffeth the air. Vignette: Ani standing with a staff in his left hand. Text, chapter 29. The chapter of not letting the heart of a man be taken away from him in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, Turn thou back, O messenger of all the gods. Is it that thou art come to carry away this my heart which liveth? My heart which liveth shall not be given unto thee. As I advance, the gods give ear unto my supplications, and they fall down upon their faces, wheresoever they be. Plate 16. Vignette: Ani standing with both hands raised in prayer before four gods who are seated on a pedestal in the form of mat. Before him is his heart set upon a pedestal. Text, chapter 27. The chapter of not letting the heart of a man be taken away from him in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, Hail, ye who carry away hearts. Hail, ye who steal hearts. Ye have done homage to you, O ye lords of eternity, ye possessors of everlastingness. Take ye not away this heart of Osiris Ani, in your grasp, this heart of Osiris, and cause ye not evil words to spring up against it, because this heart of Osiris Ani is the heart of the one of the many names, the mighty ones whose words are his limbs, and who standeth forth his heart to dwell in his body. Heart of Osiris Ani is pleasant unto the gods. He is victorious. He hath gotten power over it. He hath not revealed what hath been done unto it. He gotten power over his own limbs. His heart obeyeth him. He is the Lord thereof. It is in his body, and it shall never fall away therefrom. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious in peace and triumphant in the beautiful Amenta and on the mountain of eternity, bid thee be obedient unto me in the underworld. Appendix. The three following chapters, which do not concur in the Ani Papyrus, form part of the group of the chapters relating to the heart. They are supplied from Naville, Totenbock. Text, chapter 29a. The chapter of the heart not being carried away in the underworld. He saith, My heart is with me, and it shall never come to pass that it shall be carried away. I am the Lord of hearts, the slayer of the heart. I live in right and in truth, and I have my being therein. I am Horus, a pure heart, within a pure body. I live by my word, and my heart doth live. Let not my heart be taken away, let it not be wounded, and may no wounds or gashes be dealt upon me, because it hath been taken away from me. May I exist in the body of my father Seb, and in the body of my mother Nut. I have not done evil against the gods. I have not sinned with boasting. Vignette: the deceased adoring a heart. Text, chapter 30a. The chapter of not letting the heart of a man be driven away from him in the underworld. He saith, My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart of my life upon earth, may not rise up against me in judgment in the presence of the Lord of the trial. Let it not be said concerning me of that which I have done, He hath done deeds against that which is right and true. May not be against me in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Omenta. Homage to thee, O my heart. Homage to thee, O my heart. Homage to you, O my reins. Homage to you, O ye gods who rule over the divine clouds, and who are exalted by reason of your scepters. Speak ye comfortably unto Ra, and make me to prosper before Nehebka. And behold him, even though he be joined to the earth in the innermost parts thereof, and though he be laid upon it, he is not dead in Amenta, but is a glorified being therein. Vignette: the deceased holding his heart to his breast with his left hand, and kneeling before a monster with a knife in its hand. Text, chapter 28. The chapter of not letting the heart of the deceased be carried away in the underworld. Saith he, Hail, lion god, I am that which I hate is the block of the god. Let not this my heart be taken away from me by the fighter in Anu. Hail thou who dost bind Osiris, and who hast seen Set. Hail thou who returnest after smiting and destroying him. This heart sitteth and weepeth in the presence of Osiris. It hath with it the staff for which it entreated him. May there be given unto me for it, may there be decreed unto me for it the hidden things of the heart in the house of Usek Ra. May there be granted unto it food at the bidding of the eight. Let not this heart be taken from me. I make thee to dwell in thy place, joining together hearts in Seket Hetepu, and years of strength in all places of strength, carrying away food at thy moment with thy hand according to thy great strength. My heart is placed upon the altars of Tamu, who leadeth it to the den of Set. He hath given unto me my heart, whose will hath been done by the godlike rulers in Neter Kurt. When they find the leg and the swathings, they bury them. Vignette: Ani and his wife Tutu, each holding the emblem of air in the left hand and drinking water with the right from a pool, on the borders of which are palm trees laden with fruit. Text, chapter 58. The chapter of breathing the air and of having power over the water in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, Open to me. Who art thou then, and whither dost thou fare? I am one of you. Who is it with thee? Is it Merti, separate thou from him, each from each, when thou enterest the meskin? He letteth me sail to the temple of the divine beings who have found their faces. The name of the boat is the Assembler of Souls. The name of the oars is Making the Hair to Stand on End. The name of the hold is Good, and the name of the rudder is Making Straight for the Middle. Grant ye to me vessels of milk together with cakes, loaves of bread, cups of drink, and flesh in the temple of Anubis. Rubric: if this chapter be known by Ani, he shall go in after having come forth from the underworld. Vignette: Ani kneeling beside a pool of water where grows a sycamore tree. In the tree appears the goddess Nut pouring water into Ani's hands from a vessel. Text, chapter 59. The chapter of sniffing the air and of getting power over the waters in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, Hail, sycamore tree of the goddess Nut, grant thou to me of the water and the air which are in thee. I embrace thy throne which is in Unu, and I watch and guard the egg of the great cackler. It groweth, I grow, it liveth, I live, it sniffeth the air, I sniff the air, I, the Osiris Ani, in triumph. Vignette: Ani seated upon a chair before a table of offerings. In his right hand he holds the Kerp scepter, and in his left a staff. Text, chapter 44. The chapter of not dying a second time in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, My place of hiding is opened, my place of hiding is revealed. Light hath shone in the darkness. The eye of Horus hath ordered my coming into being, and the god Apuat hath nursed me. I have hidden myself with you, O ye stars that never set. My brow is like unto that of Ra. My face is open, my heart is upon its throne. I utter words, and I know. In very truth I am Ra himself. I am not treated with scorn, and violence is not done unto me. Thy father, the son of Nut, liveth for thee. I am thy firstborn, and I see thy mysteries. I am crowned like unto the King of gods, and I shall not die a second time in the underworld. Vignette: the mummy of Ani, embraced by Anubis, the god of the dead. Text, chapter 45. The chapter of not corrupting in the underworld, saith Osiris Ani. O thou who art without motion like unto Osiris. O thou who art without motion like unto Osiris. O thou whose limbs are without motion like unto those of Osiris. Let not thy limbs be without motion. Let them not corrupt. Let them not pass away. Let them not decay. Let it be done unto me, even as if it were the god Osiris. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the Osiris Ani, he shall not corrupt in the underworld. Vignette: a doorway. By one post stands the soul of Ani in the form of a human-headed hawk, and by the other a bird. Text, chapter 46. The chapter of not perishing and of becoming alive in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, Hail, children of Shu! Hail, children of Shu! Children of the place of the dawn, who as the children of light have gained possession of his crown. May I rise up, and may I fare forth like Osiris. Vignette: Ani the scribe standing with his back to a block and knife. Text, chapter 40. The chapter of not entering in unto the block, saith Osiris Ani. The four bones of my neck and of my back are joined together for me in heaven by Ra, the guardian of the earth. This was granted on the day when my rising up out of weakness upon my 2 feet was ordered, on the day when the hair was cut off. The bones of my neck and of my back have been joined together by Set and by the company of the gods, even as they were in the time that is past. May nothing happen to break them apart. Make ye me strong against my father's murderer. I have gotten power over the 2 earths. Nut hath joined together my bones, and I behold them as they were in the time that is past, and I see them even in the same order as they were, when the gods had not come into being in visible forms. I am Penti, I, Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant, am the heir of the great gods. Plate 17. Vignette: Ani standing in adoration before 3 gods, each of whom holds a scepter in his left hand, and the symbol of life in his right. Text, chapter 93. The chapter of not letting a man pass over to the east in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, Hail, manhood of Ra, which advanceth and beateth down opposition. Things which have been without movement for millions of years come into being through the god Baba. Hereby am I made stronger than the strong, and hereby have I more power than they who are mighty. And therefore neither shall I be borne away nor carried by force to the east, to take part in the festivals of the fiends. Nor shall there be given unto me cruel gashes with knives, nor shall I be shut in on every side, nor gored by the horns of the god Khepera. Vignette: Ani adoring a god in a boat whose head is turned face backwards. Text, chapter 93a. Another chapter. Saith Osiris Ani, So then shall no evil things be done unto me by the fiends, neither shall I be gored by the horns of Khepera, and the manhood of Ra, which is the head of Osiris, shall not be swallowed up. Behold me, I enter into my homestead, and I reap the harvest. The gods speak with me. Gore thou, not them, O Ra Khepera. In very truth, sickness shall not arise in the eye of Tamu, nor shall it be destroyed. Let me be brought to an end. May I not be carried into the east to take part in the festivals of the fiends who are my enemies. May no cruel gashes be made in me. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, the teller of the divine offerings of all the gods, triumphant with happy victory, the Lord to be revered, am not carried away into the east. Text 43. The chapter of not letting the head of a man be cut off from him in the underworld. saith Osiris Ani. I am the Great One, son of the Great One. I am Fire, the son of Fire, to whom was given his head after it had been cut off. The head of Osiris was not carried away from him. Let not the head of Osiris Ani be carried away from him. I have knit together my bones. I have made myself whole and sound. I have become young once more. I am Osiris, the Lord of eternity. Vignette. The mummy of Ani lying on a bier. Above is his soul in the form of a human-headed bird, holding Shen, the emblem of eternity, in its claws. At the head and foot stands an incense burner with fire in it. Text. Chapter 89. The chapter of causing the soul to be united to its body in the underworld, saith Osiris Ani. Hail, thou god Ani-Tu, hail, O runner, dwelling in thy hall. O thou great God, grant thou that my soul may come unto me from wheresoever it may be. If it would tarry, then bring thou unto me my soul from whosoever it may be. If thou findest me, O eye of Horus, make thou me to stand up like those beings who are like unto Osiris, and who never lie down in death. Let not Osiris Ani triumphant, lie down in the death in Anu, the land wherein souls are joined unto their bodies, even in thousands. My soul doth bear away with it my victorious spirit, whithersoever it goeth. If it would tarry, grant thou that my soul may look upon my body. If thou findest me, O eye of Horus, make thou me to stand up like unto those. Hail, ye gods, who row in the boat of the Lord of millions of years, who tow it above the underworld, who make it to pass over the ways of Nu, who make souls to enter into their glorified bodies, whose hands are filled with righteousness, and whose fingers grasp your scepters, destroy ye the foe. The boat of the sun rejoiceth, and the great God advanceth in peace. Behold, ye gods, grant that the soul of Osiris Ani may come forth triumphant before the gods, and triumphant before you, from the eastern horizon of heaven, to follow unto the place where it was yesterday, in peace, in Amenta. May he behold his body, may he rest in his glorified frame, may he never perish, and may his body never see corruption. Rubric. To be set over a golden figure of a soul inlaid with precious stones, which is to be placed on the neck of Osiris. Vignette. Ani's soul in the form of a human-headed bird standing in front of a pylon. Text. Chapter 91. The chapter of not letting the soul of a man be captive in the underworld, saith Osiris Ani. Hail, thou who art exalted, thou who art adored, thou mighty one of souls, thou ram or soul, possessor of terrible power, who dost put fear into thee of the hearts of the gods. Thou who art crowned upon thy mighty throne, it is he who maketh the path for the Ku and for the soul of Osiris Ani. I am furnished with that which I need. I am a Ku furnished with that which I need. I have made my way unto the place wherein are Ra and Hathor. Rubric. If this chapter be known, Ani shall become like unto a shining being fully equipped in the underworld. He shall not be stopped at any door in the underworld from going in and coming out millions of times. Vignette. Ani standing at the doorway of the tomb, and Ani's shadow accompanied by his soul. Text. Chapter 92. The chapter of opening the tomb to the soul of the shadow, of coming forth by day, and of getting power over the legs. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani triumphant, the place of bondage is opened, that which was shut is opened, and the place of bondage is opened unto my soul, according to the bidding of the eye of Horus. I have bound and established glories upon the brow of Ra. My steps are made long, my thighs are lifted up. I have passed along the great path, and my limbs are strong. I am Horus, the avenger of his father, and I bring the Ureret crown to rest upon its place. The path of souls is opened to my soul. Plate 18. My soul seeth the great God within the boat of Ra on the day of souls. My soul is in the front among those who tell the years. Come, the eye of Horus, which establisheth glories upon the brow of Ra, and rays of light upon the faces of those who are with the limbs of Osiris, hath delivered my soul. O shut ye not in my soul, Fetter ye not my shade. May it behold the great God within the shrine on the day of judgment of souls. May it repeat the words of Osiris. May those beings whose dwelling places are hidden, who fetter the limbs of Osiris, who fetter the souls of the Khu, who shut in the shades of the dead, and can do evil unto me, may they do no evil unto me. May they turn away their path from me. Thy heart is with thee. May my soul and my Khu be prepared against their attack. May I sit down among the great rulers who dwell in their abodes. May my soul not be set in bondage by those who fetter the limbs of Osiris, and who fetter souls, and who shut in the shades of the dead. The place which thou possessest, is it not heaven? Rubric: if this chapter be known, he shall come forth by day, and his soul shall not be shut in. Vignette: Ani kneeling, with both hands raised in adoration, by the side of the Seker boat, placed upon its sledge. Text: Chapter 74. The chapter of walking with the two legs, and of coming forth upon earth. Saith Osiris Ani, Thou hast done all thy work, O Seker, thou hast done all thy work, O Seker, in thy dwelling place with my legs in the underworld. I shine above the leg of the sky. I come forth from heaven. I recline with the glorified spirits. Alas, I am weak and feeble. Alas, I am weak and feeble. I walk, I am weak and feeble in the presence of those who gnash with the teeth in the underworld. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace. Vignette: the emblem of Amenta and Ani standing with a staff in his left hand. Text: Chapter 8. The chapter of passing through Amenta and of coming forth by day. Saith Osiris Ani, The hour openeth. The head of Thoth is sealed up. Perfect is the eye of Horus. I have delivered the eye of Horus, which shineth with splendors on the forehead of Ra, the father of the gods. I am the same Osiris, dwelling in Amenta. Osiris knoweth his day, and that he shall not live therein, nor shall I live therein. I am the moon among the gods. I shall not come to an end. Stand up, therefore, O Horus. Osiris hath counted thee among the gods. Text, Chapter 2. The chapter of coming forth by day and of living after death. Saith Osiris Ani, Hail, only one shining from the moon. Hail, only one shining from the moon. Grant that this Osiris Ani may come forth among the multitudes which are round about thee. Let him be established as a dweller among the shining ones, and let the underworld be opened unto him. And behold, Osiris Ani shall come forth by day to do his will upon earth among the living. Vignette: Ani standing with both hands raised in adoration before a ram crowned with plumes and disc. In front of the ram is a table upon which are a libation vase and a lotus flower. Text, Chapter 9. The chapter of coming forth by day, having passed through the tomb, saith Osiris Ani, Hail, soul, thou mighty one of strength! Verily, I am here. I have come. I behold thee. I have passed through the underworld, and I have seen my father Osiris. I have scattered the gloom of night. I am his beloved one. I have come. I behold my father Osiris. I have stabbed Set to the heart. I have done the things needed by my father Osiris. I have opened every way in heaven and upon earth. I am the son beloved of his father Osiris. I have become a ruler. I have become glorious. I am furnished with what I need. Hail, all ye gods, and all ye shining ones. Make ye a way for me, the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant. Vignette: Ani with a staff in his left hand standing before a door. Text, Chapter 132. The text of making a man to return to see again his home upon earth. Saith Osiris Ani, I am the lion god coming forth with strides. I have shot forth arrows, I have wounded the prey, I have wounded the prey. I am the eye of Horus. I have opened the eye of Horus in his hour. I have come into the furrows. Let Osiris Ani come in peace. Vignette: Ani piercing a serpent. Text, Chapter 10, 48. Another chapter of one who cometh forth by day against his foes in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani, I have divided the heavens. I have passed through the horizon. I have traversed the earth, following upon his footsteps. I am borne away by the mighty and shining ones, because behold, I am furnished with millions of years, which have magic virtues. I eat with my mouth, I chew with my jaws, and behold, I am the god who is the lord of the underworld. May there be given unto me, Osiris Ani, that which abideth forever without corruption. Plate 19. Vignette. Ani standing with both hands raised in adoration before Ra, hawk-headed and seated in a boat floating upon the sky. On the bows sits Heru Pakrat, Harpocrates, or Horus the child, and the side is ornamented with feathers of mat, and the Utjat. The handles of the oars and the tops of the rowlocks are shaped as hawks' heads. Text, chapter 15. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth upon the horizon, and when he setteth in the land of life. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, Homage to thee, O Ra, when thou risest as Temu Heru Kuti, Harmaki. Thou art adored by me, when thy beauties are before mine eyes, and when thy shining rays fall upon my body. Thou goest forth in peace in the Sekhet boat with fair winds, and thy heart is glad. Thou goest forth in the Atet boat, and its heart is glad. Thou stridest over the heavens in peace, and thy foes are cast down. The never-resting stars sing hymns of praise unto thee, and the stars which never set glorify thee, as thou sinkest in the horizon of Manu. O thou who art beautiful in the two parts of heaven, thou Lord who livest and art established, O my Lord, homage to thee. O thou who art Ra, when thou risest, and Temu, when thou settest in beauty. Thou risest and shinest upon the back of thy mother, the sky. O thou who art crowned king of the gods. Nut doth homage unto thee, and everlasting and never-changing order embraceth thee at morn and at eve. Thou stridest over the heaven, being glad of heart, and the lake Testes is at peace. The fiend hath fallen to the ground, his arms and his hands have been hewn off, and the knife hath severed the joints of his body. Ra hath a fair wind, the Sekhet boat goeth forth, and sailing along it cometh into port. The gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east, praise thee, from whom all forms of life came into being. Thou sendest forth the word, and the earth is flooded with silence, O thou only one, who livest in heaven before ever the earth and the mountains were made. O runner, Lord, only one, thou maker of things which are, thou hast molded the tongue of the company of the gods. Thou hast drawn forth whatsoever cometh from the waters, and thou springest up from them over the flooded land of the lake of Horus. Make me to sniff the air which cometh forth from thy nostrils, and the north wind which cometh forth from thy mother, the sky. Make thou glorious my shining form, O Osiris. Make thou strong my soul. Thou art worshipped in peace, O Lord of the gods. Thou art exalted by reason of thy wondrous works. Shine with the rays of light upon my body day by day, upon me, Osiris, the scribe, the teller of the divine offerings, it of all the gods, the overseer of the granary, of the lords of Abydos, the royal it scribe in truth, who loveth him, i.e. Ra, Ani, triumphant in peace. Vignette, Ani standing with both hands raised in adoration. Behind him is his wife. Osiris, the lady of the house, priestess of Amen, Tutu. Text, chapter 15. A hymn of praise. O Osiris, Lord of eternity, Un-Nefer, Horus of the two horizons, whose forms are manifold, whose creations are without number, Ptah, Seker, Tem, in Anu, the Lord of the tomb and the creator of Memphis and of the gods, the guide of the underworld, whom the gods glorify when thou settest in Nut. Isis embraceth thee in peace, and she driveth away the fiends from the mouth of thy paths. Thou turnest thy face upon Amenta, thou makest the world to shine as with smoo metal. The dead rise up to behold thee, they breathe the air, and they look upon thy face when the disk shineth on its horizon. Their hearts are at peace, for that they behold thee, and thou who art eternity and everlastingness. Litany, homage to thee, O Lord of starry deities in An, and of heavenly beings in Keraba, thou God Unti, who art more glorious than the gods who are hidden in Anu. Homage to thee, O An in Antes, Horus, thou dweller in both horizons, with long strides thou stridest over heaven, O thou who dwellest in both horizons. Homage to thee, O soul of everlastingness, thou soul who dwellest in Tatu, O Nefer, son of Nut, thou art lord of Akert. Homage to thee, in thy dominion over Tatu, the Uraret crown is established upon thy head. Thou art the one whose strength is in himself, and thou who dwellest in peace in Tatu. Homage to thee, O Lord of the acacia tree. The Sekher boat is set upon its sledge. Thou turnest back the fiend, the worker of evil, and thou castest the Uchat to rest upon its seat. Homage to thee, O thou who art mighty in thine hour, thou great and mighty God, dweller in Anrutef. Lord of eternity and creator of everlastingness, thou art the Lord of Suten Henen. Homage to thee, O thou who restest upon right and truth. Thou art the Lord of Abtu, and thy limbs are joined into Tas-Sertet. Thou art he to whom fraud and guile are hateful. Homage to thee, O thou who art within thy boat, thou bringest happy, i.e. the Nile, forth from his source. The light shineth upon thy body, and thou art the dweller in Neken. Homage to thee, O creator of the gods, thou king of the north and of the south. O Osiris, victorious, ruler of the world in thy gracious seasons. Thou art the Lord of the world. O grant thou unto me a path whereon I may pass in peace, for I am just and true. I have not spoken less wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Plate 20. Vignette, Osiris and Isis in a sepulchral shrine. Text, chapter 15. A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of the heaven. They who are in his train rejoice, and lo, Osiris Ani in triumph saith, Hail, thou disk, thou lord of rays, who risest in the horizon day by day. Shine thou with thy beams of light upon the face of Osiris Ani, who is victorious. For he singeth hymns of praise unto thee at dawn, and he maketh thee to set at eventide with words of adoration. May the soul of Osiris Ani, the triumphant one, come forth with thee from heaven. May he go forth in the Metet boat. May he come into port in the Seket boat. May he cleave his path among the never-resting stars in the heavens. Osiris Ani, being at peace and in triumph, adoreth his Lord, the Lord of eternity, saying, Homage to thee, O Horus of the two horizons, who art Khepera, the self-created. When thou risest on the horizon and sheddest thy beams of light upon the lands of the north and the south, thou art beautiful. Yea, beautiful, and all the gods rejoice when they behold thee, the King of heaven. The goddess Nept Unet is established upon thy head. Her portions of the south and of the north are upon thy brow. She taketh her place before thee. The god Thoth is established in the bows of thy boat to destroy utterly all thy foes. Those who dwell in the underworld come forth to meet thee, bowing in homage as they come towards thee, and to behold thy beautiful image. And I have come before thee, that I may be with thee to behold thy disk every day. May I not be shut in the tomb, may I not be turned back. May the limbs of my body be made new again, when I view thy beauties, even as do all thy favored ones, because I am one of those who worship thee whilst they lived on earth. May I come in unto the land of eternity, may I come even into the everlasting land, for behold, O my Lord, this hast thou ordained for me. And lo, Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace, the triumphant one, saith homage to thee. O thou who risest in thy horizon as Ra, thou art established by a law which changeth not, nor can it be altered. Thou passest over the sky, and every face watcheth thee and thy course, for thou hast been hidden from their gaze. Thou dost show thyself at dawn and at eventide day by day. The Seket boat, wherein is thy majesty, goeth forth with might. Thy beams shine upon all faces. The number of thy yellow rays cannot be known, nor can thy bright beams be told. The lands of the gods and the colors of the eastern lands of Punt must be seen, ere that which is hidden in thee may be measured by man. Alone and by thyself thou dost manifest thyself, when thou comest into being above new. May Ani advance, even as thou dost advance. May he never cease to go forward, even as thy majesty ceaseth not to go forward, even though it be for a moment. For with strides dost thou in one little moment pass over the spaces which would need hundreds of thousands and millions of years for man to pass over. This thou doest, and then dost thou sink down. Thou puttest an end to the hours of the night, and thou dost number them, even thou. Thou endest them in thine own appointed season, and the earth becometh light. Thou settest thyself before thy handiwork in the likeness of Ra. Thou risest in the horizon. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, declareth his praise of thee when thou shinest, and when thou risest at dawn, he crieth in his joy at thy birth. Thou art crowned with the majesty of thy beauties. Thou mouldest thy limbs as thou dost advance, and thou bringest them forth without birth pangs in the form of Ra, as thou dost climb up into the upper air. Grant thou that I may come unto heaven which is everlasting, and unto the mountain where dwell thy favored ones. May I be joined unto those shining beings, holy and perfect, who are in the underworld, and may I come forth with them to behold thy beauties when thou shinest at eventide, and goest to thy mother Nut. Plate 21. Thou dost place thy disk in the west, and my two hands are raised in adoration of thee, when thou settest as a living being. Behold, thou art the maker of eternity, and thou art adored when thou settest in the heavens. I have given my heart unto thee without wavering, O thou who art mightier than the gods. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith, a hymn of praise to thee, O thou who risest like unto gold, and who dost flood the world with light on the day of thy birth. Thy mother giveth thee birth upon her hand, and thou dost give light unto the course of the disk. O thou mighty light, who shinest in the heavens, who dost strengthen the generations of men with the Nile flood, and dost cause gladness in all lands, and in all cities, and in all the temples. Thou art glorious by reason of thy splendors, and thou makest strong thy Ka with Hu and Chafau foods. O thou who art the mighty one of victories, thou art the power of all powers, who dost make strong thy throne against the power of wickedness, who art glorious in majesty in the Sekhet boat, and who art exceeding mighty in the Atet boat. Make thou glorious, Osiris Ani, with victory in the netherworld. Grant thou that the underworld may be void of sin. I pray thee to put away his faults behind thee. Grant that he may be one of thy venerable servants, who are with the shining ones. May be he joined unto the souls which are in Tessertet, and may he journey into the Sekhet Eru by a prosperous and happy path, he, the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant. Thou shalt come forth into heaven, thou shalt pass over the sky, and thou shalt be joined unto the starry deities. Praises shall be offered unto thee in thy boat. Thou shalt be hymned in the diet boat. Thou shalt behold Ra within his shrine. Thou shalt set together with his disk day by day. Thou shalt see the ant-fish when it springeth into being in the waters of turquoise, and thou shalt see the abtu-fish in his hour. May it come to pass that the evil one shall fall when he layeth a snare to destroy me, and may the joints of his neck and of his back be cut in sunder. Ra saileth with a fair wind, and the Sekhet boat draweth on, and cometh into port. The mariners of Ra rejoice, and the heart of Nebt-Ankh is glad, for the enemy of her lord hath fallen to the ground. Thou shalt behold Horus on the watch in the boat, and Thoth and Mat upon either side of him. All the gods rejoice when they behold Ra coming in peace, to make the hearts of the shining ones to live. May Osiris, Ani, triumphant, the scribe of the divine offerings of the lords of Thebes, be with them. Vignette: Ra, hawk-headed, with the disk upon his head and the emblem of life upon his knees, seated in the solar bark. Before him stands Ani with both hands raised in adoration. Text, chapter 133. To be said on the day of the month, Osiris Ani, the scribe, triumphant in peace, triumphant saith, Ra riseth in his horizon, and the company of his gods follow after the god when he appeareth from his secret place, when he showeth strength and bringeth himself forth from the eastern horizon of heaven at the word of the goddess Nut. They rejoice at the journeyings of Ra, the ancient one, the great one, rolleth along in his course. Thy joints are knitted together, O Ra, within thy shrine. Thou breathest the winds, thou drawest in the breezes. Thou makest thy jawbones to cat in thy dwelling, on the day when thou dost scent right and truth. Turn thou aside, the godlike followers, who saileth after the sacred boat, in order that they may return again unto the mighty ones according to thy word. Thou numberest thy bones, thou gatherest together thy members, thou turnest thy face towards the beautiful Amenta, thou comest thither renewed, day by day. Behold, thou image of gold, who possessest thy splendors of the disk of heaven, thou lord of terror, thou rollest along and art renewed day by day. Hail, there is rejoicing in the heavenly horizon, and shouts of joy are it raised to the ropes which tow thee along. May the gods who dwell in heaven ascribe praises unto Osiris Ani, when they behold him in triumph, as unto Ra. May Osiris the scribe Ani be a prince who is known by the Uraret crown, and may the meat offerings and the drink offerings of Osiris Ani, triumphant, be apportioned unto him. May he wax exceeding strong in his body, and may he be the chief of those who are in the presence of Ra. May Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant, be strong upon the earth and in the world under the earth. And, O Osiris, scribe Ani, triumphant, mayest thou rise up strengthened, like unto Ra day by day. Osiris Am, triumphant, shall not tarry, nor shall he rest without motion in the earth forever. Clearly, clearly shall he see with his 2 eyes, and with his 2 ears shall he hear what is right and true. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, cometh back from Anu. Osiris Ani, triumphant, is as Ra when he rangeth the oars among the followers of Nu. Plate 22. Osiris Ani, triumphant, hath not revealed what he hath seen. He hath not told again what he hath heard in the house which is hidden. Hail, there are shouts of joy to Osiris Ani, triumphant, for he is a god in the flesh of Ra. He is in the boat of Nu, and his Ka is well pleased according to the will of God. Osiris Ani, triumphant, is in peace. He is triumphant like unto Horus, and he is mighty because he hath diverse forms. Vignette: Ra seated in a boat, sailing across the sky towards the star-studded heaven. Rubric: these words shall be recited over a boat 7 cubits in length and painted green for the godlike rulers. Then shalt thou make a heaven of stars washed and purified with natron and incense. Behold, thou shalt make an image of Ra upon a table of stone painted yellow, and it shall be placed in the forepart of the boat. Behold, thou shalt make an image of the dead man, whom thou wilt make perfect in strength in the boat, and thou shalt make it to travel in the divine boat of Ra, and Ra himself will look upon it therein. Thou shalt show it to no man but thyself, or to thy father, or to thy son. Let them watch with their faces, and he shall be seen in the underworld as a messenger of Ra. Vignette: Ra, hawk-headed, with a disk upon his head, seated in a boat, before him is a large disk. Text: Chapter 134. A hymn of praise to Ra on the day of the month wherein he saileth in the boat. Osiris the scribe Ani saith, Homage to thee, O thou who art in thy boat. Thou risest, thou shinest with thy rays, and thou hast made mankind to rejoice for millions of years according to thy will. Thou showest thy face unto the beings whom thou hast created, O Khepera, in thy boat. Thou hast overthrown Apepi. O ye children of Seb, overthrow ye the foes of Osiris, Ani, triumphant, destroy ye the adversaries of righteousness from the boat of Ra. Horus shall cut off your heads in heaven, in the likeness of ducks. Ye shall fall down upon the earth and become beasts, and into the water in the likeness of fishes. Osiris the scribe Ani destroyeth every hostile fiend, male and female, whether he passeth through heaven, or appeareth upon earth, or cometh forth upon the water, or passeth along before the starry deities. And Thoth strengthened them. Coming forth from Anreti, Osiris the scribe Ani is silent, and becometh the second of Ra. Behold thou the god, the great slaughterer, greatly to be feared. He washeth in your blood, he batheth in your gore. Osiris the scribe Ani destroyeth them from the boat of his father, Ra Horus. The mother Isis giveth birth unto Osiris, the scribe Ani triumphant, whose heart liveth, and Nephthys nurseth him. even as they did for Horus, who drove back the fiends of Sut. They saw the Ur-Urtu crown stablished upon his head, and they fell down upon their faces. Behold, O ye shining ones, ye men and gods, ye damned ones, when ye behold Osiris Ani, triumphant like unto Horus, and adored by reason of the Ureret crown. Fall ye down upon your faces. For Osiris Ani is victorious over his foes in the heavens above and on the earth beneath, in the presence of the godlike rulers of all the gods and goddesses. Rubric. These words shall be recited over a great hawk, which hath the white crown set upon his head. Then shall the names of Tamu, Shu, Tefnut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Nephthys be written with green color upon a new table, anointed with unguents, and placed in a boat together with a figure of the dead man. Then shall they put incense upon the fire, and set ducks to be roasted. This is a rite of Ra when his boat cometh, and it shall cause the dead man to go with Ra into every place whithersoever he saileth, and the foes of Ra shall be slaughtered in very truth. The chapter of the Sekhet boat shall be recited on the 6th day of the festival. Vignette: the ladder by which the soul passes from the underworld to the body. Plate 23 and Plate 24. The whole of Plate 23 and part of Plate 24 contain a repetition of the 18th chapter of the Book of the Dead, which has also been given on Plates 13 and 14. The arrangement of the gods in the vignette is, however, slightly different. Plate 24. Vignette: Ani and his wife adoring 3 gods who are seated on a pylon or door-shaped pedestal. Text: Chapter 124. The chapter of going unto the godlike rulers of Osiris. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, My soul hath builded for me a dwelling place in Tatu. I have waxed strong in the town Pe. I have ploughed my fields in all my forms, and my palm tree standeth therein like unto the god Amsu. I eat not that which I abominate, I eat not that which I loathe. That which I abominate, and I feed not upon filth. There are food offerings and meat for those who shall not be destroyed thereby. I raise not up myself on my 2 arms unto my abomination. I walk not thereupon with my shoes, because my bread is made from white grain, and my ale from the red barley of the Nile. The Sekhet boat and the Etet boat bring them unto me, and I feed upon them under the trees, whose beautiful branches I myself do know. How glorious do I make the white crown when I lift up the Uraei. Hail, guardian of the door, who givest peace unto the 2 lands. Bring thou unto me those who make offerings. Grant that I may lift up the earth, that the shining ones may open their arms unto me, that the company of the gods may speak with the words of the shining ones unto Osiris Ani, that the hearts of the gods may direct him, and that they may make him powerful in heaven among the gods who have taken unto themselves visible forms. Yea, let every god and every goddess whom he passeth make Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant at the new year. He feedeth upon hearts, and consumeth them when he cometh forth from the east. He hath been judged by the forefather of light. He is a shining one arrayed in heaven among the mighty ones. The food of Osiris, the scribe of Ani, triumphant, is even the cakes and ale which are made for their mouths. I go in through the disk, I come out through the god, Ahui. I speak with the followers of the gods. I speak with the disk, I speak with the shining ones, and the disk granteth me to be victorious in the blackness of night, within Mehert, near unto his forehead. Behold, I am with Osiris, and I proclaim that which he telleth forth among the mighty ones. He speaketh unto me the words of men, and I listen, and I tell again unto him the words of the gods. I, Osiris Ani, triumphant, come even as one who is equipped for the journey. Thou raisest up right and truth for those who love them. I am a shining one, clothed in power, mightier than any other shining one. Plate 23 and Plate 24. The whole of Plate 23 and part of Plate 24 contain a repetition of the 18th chapter of the Book of the Dead, which has also been given on Plates 13 and 14. The arrangement of the gods in the vignette is, however, slightly different. Plate 24. Vignette. Ani and his wife adoring three gods who are seated on a pylon or door-shaped pedestal. Text. Chapter 124. The chapter of going unto the godlike rulers of Osiris. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, My soul hath builded for me a dwelling place in Tatu. I have waxed strong in the town Pei. I have ploughed my fields in all my forms, and my palm tree standeth therein, like unto the god Amsu. I eat not that which I abominate, I eat not that which I loathe. That which I abominate, and I feed not upon filth. There are food offerings and meat for those who shall not be destroyed thereby. I raise not up myself on my two arms unto my abomination. I walk not thereupon with my shoes, because my bread is made from white grain, and my ale from the red barley of the Nile. The Sekhet boat and the Etet boat bring them unto me, and I feed upon them under the trees, whose beautiful branches I myself do know. How glorious do I make the white crown when I lift up the Uraei. Hail, guardian of the door, who givest peace unto the two lands, bring thou unto me those who make offerings. Grant that I may lift up the earth, that the shining ones may open their arms unto me, that the company of the gods may speak with the words of the shining ones unto Osiris Ani, that the hearts of the gods may direct him, and that they may make him powerful in heaven among the gods who have taken unto themselves visible forms. Yea, let every god and every goddess whom he passeth make Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant at the new year. He feedeth upon hearts, and consumeth them when he cometh forth from the east. He hath been judged by the forefather of light. He is a shining one arrayed in heaven among the mighty ones. The food of Osiris, the scribe of Ani, triumphant, is even the cakes and ale which are made for their mouths. I go in through the disk, I come out through the god Ahui. I speak with the followers of the gods. I speak with the disk, I speak with the shining ones, and the disk granteth me to be victorious in the blackness of night, within Mehert, near unto his forehead. Behold, I am with Osiris, and I proclaim that which he telleth forth among the mighty ones. He speaketh unto me the words of men, and I listen, and I tell again unto him the words of the gods. I, Osiris Ani, triumphant, come even as one who is equipped for the journey. Thou raisest up right and truth for those who love them. I am a shining one, clothed in power, mightier than any other shining one. Plate 26. Underworld fear me, and they fight for me in their habitations. I, in very truth, I am a shining one, and a dweller in light, who hath been created and who hath come into being from the body of the god. I am one of the shining ones who dwell in light, whom Tamu himself hath created, and who have come into being from the eyelashes of his eye. He doth create and glorify and make noble the faces of those who live with him. Behold, the only one in Nu. They do homage unto him as he cometh forth from the horizon, and they strike fear of him into the gods, and into the shining ones who have come into being with him. I am the one among whom the worms which the eye of the Lord, the only one, hath created. And lo, before Isis was, and when Horus was not yet, I had waxed strong and flourished. I had grown old, and I had become greater than they who were among the shining ones who had come into being with him. And I, even I, arose in the form of a sacred hawk, and Horus made me worthy in the form of his own soul, to take possession of all that belongeth unto Osiris in the underworld. The double lion god, the warder of the things that belong to the house of the Neme's crown, which is in his hiding place, saith unto me, Get thee back to the heights of heaven, seeing that through Horus thou hast become glorified in thy form. The Neme's crown is not for thee. Thou hast speech even unto the ends of heaven. I, the guardian, take possession of the things which belong to Horus and Osiris in the underworld. Horus telleth aloud unto me that which his father had said concerning me in years gone by. On the day of the burial of Osiris, I have given unto thee the Nemes of the double lion god which I possess, that thou mayest pass onward and mayest travel over the path of heaven, and that they who dwell on the confines of the horizon may see thee, and that the gods of the underworld may fear thee, and might fight for thee in their habitations. The god Ahuet is of them, the gods, the lords of the boundaries of heaven. They who are the warders of the shrine of the Lord, the only one, have fallen before my words, have fallen down before my words. Hail! He that is exalted upon his tomb is on my side, and he hath bound upon my head the Neme's crown. The double lion God hath decreed it. The god Ahuat hath made a way for me. Even I, am exalted. And the double lion God hath bound the Neme's crown on me, and my head covering hath been given unto me. He hath established my heart through his strength and through his great might, and I shall not fall through Shu. I am Hetep, the lord of the two Uraei, the being who is adored. I know the shining God, and his breath is in my body. I shall not be driven back by the bull which causeth men to tremble. But I shall come daily into the house of the double lion God, and I shall come forth therefrom into the house of Isis. I shall behold sacred things which are hidden. There shall be done unto me holy hidden rites, and I shall see what is there. My words shall make full the majesty of Shu, and they shall drive away evil hap. I, even I, am Horus who dwell in splendors. I have gained power over his crown. I have gained power over his radiance, and I have traveled over the remotest parts of heaven. Horus is upon his throne. Horus is upon his seat. My face is that unto that of a divine hawk. I am one who hath been armed by his Lord. I have come forth from Tatu. I have seen Osiris. I have risen up on either side of him. Nut hath shrouded me. The gods behold me, and I have beheld the gods. The eye of Horus hath consumed me, who dwell in darkness. The gods stretch forth their arms unto me. I rise up, I get the mastery, and I drive back evil which opposeth me. The gods open unto me the holy way. They see my form, and they hear my words, which I utter in their presence. O ye gods of the underworld, who set yourselves up against me, and who resist the mighty ones, the stars which never set have led me on my way. I have passed along the holy paths of the Hemtet chamber unto your Lord, the exceedingly mighty and terrible soul. Horus hath commanded that ye lift up your faces to look upon me. I have risen up in the likeness of a divine hawk, and Horus hath set me apart in the likeness of his own soul, to take possession of that which belongeth unto Osiris in the underworld. I have passed along the way, I have traveled on, and I have come even among those who live in their hiding places and who guard the house of Osiris. I speak unto them of his power, and I make them to know the terrible power of him that is provided with two horns to fight against Sut. And they know who hath carried off the sacred food which the power of Tamu had brought for him. The gods of the underworld have proclaimed a happy coming for me. O ye who live in your hiding places and who guard the house of Osiris, and who have magnified your names, grant ye that I may come unto you. I bind together and I gather up your powers, and I order the strength of the paths of those who guard the horizon of the Hemtet of heaven. I have established their habitations for Osiris. I have ordered his ways. I have done what hath been bidden. I have come forth from Tatu. I have beheld Osiris. I have spoken unto him concerning the things of his son, the divine prince whom he loveth. There is a wound in the heart of Set, and I have seen him who is without. Plate 27. Continued from last plate. Life. O I have made them to know the plans of the gods which Horus hath devised at the bidding of his father Osiris. Hail, Lord, thou most terrible and mighty soul. Let me come, even me, let me lift myself up. I have opened and passed through the underworld. I have opened the paths of the warders of heaven and of the warders of the earth. I have not been driven back by them, and I have lifted up thy face, O Lord of eternity. Appendix. The following is the end of the 78th chapter according to the Paris Papyrus quoted by Naville, Todenbach. Thou art exalted upon thy throne, O Osiris. Thou hearest joyful things, O Osiris. Thy strength is vigorous, O Osiris. Thy head is bound to thy body, O Osiris. Thy brow is made firm, O Osiris. Thy heart is joyful. O be thou pleased to establish gladness for thy servants. Thou art established as a bull of Amenta. Thy son Horus is crowned king upon thy throne. All life is with him. Unto thy Son are given millions of years, and the fear of him shall endure for untold ages. The company of the gods shall fear him. Unto thy Son is given of the company of the gods. He changeth not his word. Horus is the food and the altar. I go to unite myself unto my Father, and deliverance cometh to my Father, from my brother, and from the friend of Horus. Horus is in the following of his Father. He dwelleth amid decay. He ruleth Chem. To thy Son have the gods given the crown of millions of years, and for millions of years it maketh him to live in the eye of Horus, the single eye of the god, which is called Nebercher, the queen of the gods. Vignette: the deceased kneeling with both hands raised in adoration before three gods. Text: chapter 79. The chapter of being among the company of the gods, and of being changed into the prince of the godlike rulers. The deceased saith, Homage to thee, O Tamu, Lord of heaven, thou creator of things which are and which come forth from the earth, who makest to come into being that which is sown, the Lord of things which shall be, the begetter of the gods, the great God who made himself, the Lord of life who maketh mankind to flourish. Homage to you, O ye lords of creation, ye pure being whose abodes are hidden. Homage to you, O ye lords of eternity, whose forms are hidden and whose dwelling places are unknown. Homage to you, O ye gods who dwell in the abode of the flooded lands. Homage to you, O ye gods who live in the underworld. Homage to you, O ye gods who dwell in heaven. Grant ye that I may come unto you, for I know you. I am pure, I am holy, I am mighty, I have a soul, I have become powerful, I am glorious. I have brought unto you perfume and incense and natron. Blot out from your hearts whatsoever ye have in them against me. I have come, having done away all the evil which dwelleth in your hearts against me. I have made an end of all the sin which I committed against you. I have brought unto you that which is good. I have made to come unto you that which is right and true. I, even I, know you. I know your names. I know your forms which are not known, which come into being with you. I have come unto you. I have risen among men like unto the God, living among the gods. I am strong before you like unto the God who is exalted upon his resting place. When he cometh, the gods rejoice, and goddesses and mortal women are glad when they behold him. I have come unto you. I have risen upon the throne of Ra. I sit upon my seat on the horizon. I receive offerings upon my altar. I drink drink offerings at eventide as one made noble by the Lord of mortals. I am exalted even as the holy God, the Lord of the great house. The gods rejoice when they see him in his beautiful manifestation on the body of Nut, who giveth birth unto him daily. Vignette: the serpent Sita with human legs. Text: chapter 86. The chapter of changing into Sita. Osiris Ani triumphant saith, I am the serpent Sita, whose years are many. I lie down, and I am born day by day. I am the serpent Sita, which dwelleth in the limits of the earth. I lie down, I am born, I renew myself, I grow young day by day. Vignette: a crocodile upon a pylon or doorway. Text: chapter 88. The chapter of changing into a crocodile. Saith Osiris Ani triumphant, I am the crocodile which dwelleth in terror. I am the sacred crocodile, and I cause destruction. I am the great fish in Kamui. I am the Lord to whom homage is paid in Sekhem. And Osiris Ani is the Lord to whom homage is paid in Sekhem. Vignette: the god Ptah in a shrine, before which is a table of offerings. Text: chapter 82. The chapter of changing into Ptah. Saith Osiris Ani triumphant, I eat bread, I drink ale, I put on apparel, I fly like a hawk, I cackle like a goose, and I alight upon the path, hard by the hill of the dead on the festival of the great being. That which is abominable, have I not eaten, and that which is foul have I not swallowed. That which my cod doth abominate hath not entered into my body. I have lived according to the knowledge of the glorious gods. I live and I get strength from their bread. I get strength when I eat it beneath the shade of the tree of Hathor, my lady. I make an offering, and I make bread in Tatu, and oblations in Anu. I array myself in the robe of the goddess Metate. And I rise up and I sit me down wheresoever my heart desireth. My head is like unto the head of Ra. When my limbs are gathered together, I am like unto Tumu. The four regions of Ra are the limits of the earth. I come forth. My tongue is like unto the tongue of Ptah. My throat is even as that of Hathor. And I tell forth the words of my father Tumu with my lips. He it is who constrained the handmaid, the wife of Seb, and unto him are bowed all heads, and there is fear of him. Hymns of praise are sung in honor of the mighty deeds, and I am accounted the heir of Seb, the lord of the earth, the protector. The god Seb giveth cool water, he maketh his dawnings to be mine. They who dwell in Anu bow down their heads before me, for I am their bull. I grow strong from moment to moment, my loins are made strong for millions of years. Vignette, a ram. Text, chapter 85. The chapter of changing into the soul of Tumu, saith Osiris Ani triumphant. I have not entered into the house of destruction. I have not been brought to naught. I have not known decay. I am Ra who come forth from Nu, the divine soul, the creator of his own limbs. Sin is an abomination unto me, and I look not thereon. I cry not out against right and truth, but I have my being therein. I am the God who, and I never die, in my name of soul. I have brought myself into being together with Nu in my name of Khepera. In the forms have I come into being in the likeness of Ra. I am the Lord of Light. Appendix. In other ancient papyri, the 85th chapter of the Book of the Dead ends as follows, Navil Totenbach. What I hate shall be buried. Let me not enter into the secret place of the god Tua. I ascribe glory unto Osiris, and I pacify the heart of those who dwell in the God of creation, who love me, who spread abroad fear of me, and who strike terror of me into those who dwell in their own places. Behold me, for I am exalted upon my resting place, Nu upon the place which is adjudged unto me. I am Nu, and those who work evil shall not overthrow me. I am the eldest and the firstborn son of matter. My soul is the God's, who are the eternal souls. I am the creator of darkness, who maketh his dwelling place in the limits of the regions of heaven. I come, and my soul advanceth over the way of the ancient ones. I cause darkness in the limits of the sky. And at my will I come unto the boundaries thereof. I walk upon my feet. I am strong to pass over the sky, and I fetter with bonds the darkness and the worm that hideth therein. I make my steps to advance unto the Lord of the two hands. My soul and the soul of my body are the Uriai, and I live forever, the Lord of years and the Prince of eternity. I am exalted as Lord of the earth. I am exalted. I grow young in the cities. I grow youthful in my homestead. My name decayeth not. I am the soul, the creator of Nu, who maketh his dwelling place in Nitterkert. My nest is not seen, my egg is not broken. I am the Lord of millions of years. I make my nest in the limits of heaven. I descend unto the earth of Seb. I do away with my faults. I behold my father, the Lord of Mash, and his body breatheth in Anu. I am provided with what I need by Kanamu and Kui in the place of burial in Amenta. Vignette, a Bennu bird. Text, chapter 83. The chapter of changing into a Bennu. Saith Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace. I came into being from unformed matter. I created myself in the image of the god Khepera, and I grew in the form of plants. I am hidden in the likeness of the tortoise. I am formed out of the atoms of all the gods. I am the yesterday of the 4 quarters of the world, and I am the 7 Uriae, which came into existence in the east, the mighty one who illumineth the nations by his body. He is God in the likeness of Set, and Thoth dwelleth in the midst of them by judgment of the dweller in Sekhem and the spirits of Anu. I sail among them, and I come. I am crowned, and I become a shining one. I am mighty. I am become holy among the gods. I am the god Khonsu, who driveth forth back all that opposeth him. Appendix. The following rubric to this chapter is found in a papyrus at Paris, see Navil Totenbach. If this chapter be known, the purified one shall come forth by day after his burial, and he shall change his forms at his heart's desire. He shall dwell among the servants of Unefer, and he shall be satisfied with the food of Osiris, and with the meals of the tomb. He shall behold the disk of the sun, and shall travel over the earth with Ra. He shall be triumphant before Osiris, and there shall no evil thing get dominion over him forever and for all eternity and forever. Plate 28. Vignette, a heron. Text, chapter 84. The chapter of changing into a heron. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, I have gotten dominion over the beasts which are brought for sacrifice, with the knife held at their heads and their hair. For those who dwell in the emerald fields, the ancient and the shining ones who make ready the hour of Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace. He maketh slaughter upon earth, and I make slaughter upon earth. I am strong, and I have passed along the lofty path which leadeth unto heaven. I have made myself pure, with long strides I have gone unto my city, holding on my way to Sepu. I have established the one who is in Unu. I have set the gods upon their places, and I have made glorious the temples of those who live in their shrines. I know the goddess Nut. I know the god Tatunen. I know Teshert. I have brought with me their horns. I know Heka. I have heard his words. I am the red calf which is limbed with the pen. When they hear my words, the gods say, Let us bow down our faces, and let him come unto us. The light shineth beyond you. My hour is within my body. I have not spoken evil in the place of right and truth, and each day I advance in right and truth. I am shrouded in darkness when I sail up to celebrate the festival of the dead one, and to embalm the aged one, the guardian of the earth. I, the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant. I have not entered into the hiding places of the starry deities. I have ascribed glory unto Osiris. I have pacified the heart of the gods who follow after him. I have not felt fear of those who cause terror, and those who dwell in their own lands. Behold, I am exalted upon my resting place upon my throne. I am new, and I shall never be overthrown by the evildoer. I am the god Shu, who sprang from unformed matter. My soul is God. My soul is eternity. I am the creator of darkness, and I appoint upon it a resting place in the uttermost parts of heaven. I am the prince of eternity. I am the exalted one in Nabu. I grow young in my city. I grow young in my homestead. My name is never failing. My name is Soul, creator of new, who maketh his abode in the underworld. My nest is not seen, and I have not broken my egg. I am Lord of millions of years. I have made my nest in the uttermost parts of heaven. I have come down unto the earth of Seb. I have done away with my faults. I have seen my father as the Lord of Shatat. As concerning Osiris Ani, may his body dwell in Anu. May it be manifested unto those who are with the Shining One in the place of burial in Amenta. Vignette, a human head springing from a lotus in a pool of water. Text, chapter 81. The chapter of changing into a lotus. Saith Osiris Ani, I am the pure lotus which cometh forth from the god of light, the guardian of the nostrils of Ra, the guardian of the nose of Hathor. I advance, and I hasten after him who is Horus. I am the pure one who cometh forth from the field. Vignette, a god with a disk upon his head. Text, chapter 80. Tim, chapter of changing into the god who giveth light in the darkness. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, I am the girdle of the robe of the god Nu, who shineth and sheddeth light, which abideth in his presence and sendeth forth light into the darkness, which knitteth together the two fighters who live in my body through the mighty spell of the words of my mouth, which raiseth up him that hath fallen. For he who was with him in the valley of Abtu hath fallen, and I rest. I have remembered him. I have carried away the god Hu from my city wherein I found him, and I have led away the darkness captive by my might. I have upheld the eye of the sun when its power waned at the coming of the festival of the 15th day, and I have weighed Sut in the heavenly mansions beside the aged one who was with him. I have endowed Thoth in the house of the moon god with all that is needful for the coming of the festival of the 15th day. I have carried off the Uraret crown. Right and truth are in my body. The months are of the emerald and crystal. My homestead is among the sapphire furrows. I am the lady who sheddeth light in darkness. I have come to give forth light in darkness, and lo, it is lightened and made bright. I have illumined the blackness, and I have overthrown the destroyers. I have made obeisance unto those who are in darkness, and I have raised up those who wept, and who had bidden their faces, and had sunk down. Then did they look upon me. I am the lady, and I will not let you hear concerning me. Plates 29 and 30. Vignette, plate 29. Ani and his wife standing with raised hands in adoration before the god Thoth, who has Ankh, life, upon his knees, and is seated on a pylon-shaped throne. Text, chapter 175. The chapter of not dying a second time. Saith Osiris Ani triumphant, Hail, Thoth! What is it that hath happened unto the holy children of Nut? They have done battle, they have upheld strife, they have done evil, they have created the fiends, they have made slaughter, they have caused trouble. In truth, in all their doings the mighty have worked against the weak. Grant, O might of Thoth, that which the god Tamu hath decreed may be done. And thou regardest not evil, nor art thou provoked to anger when they bring their years to confusion, and throng in and push to disturb their months. For in all that they have done unto thee they have worked iniquity in secret. I am thy writing pallet, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not of those who work iniquity in their secret places. Let not evil happen unto me. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, Hail Tamu! What manner of land is this which I have come? It hath not water, it hath not air. It is deep, unfathomable. It is black as the blackest night, and men wander helplessly therein. In it a man may not live in quietness of heart, nor may the longings of love be satisfied therein. But let the state of the shining ones be given unto me for water and for air and for the satisfying of the longings of love, and let quietness of heart be given unto me for bread and for ale. The god Tamu hath decreed that his course shall be among the holy princes. In truth, he shall rule over thy throne, and he shall be heir of the throne of the dweller in the lake of fire. It hath been decreed that in me he shall see his likeness, and that my face shall look upon the Lord Tamu. How long then I have to live? It is decreed that thou shalt live for millions of years, a life of millions of years. May it be granted that I pass on unto the holy princes, for I am doing away with all that I did when this earth came into being from new, and when it sprang from the watery abyss, even as it was in the days of old. I am Fate and Osiris, and I have changed my form into the likeness of diverse serpents. Man knoweth not, and the gods cannot see, the twofold beauty which I have made for Osiris, who is greater than all the gods. I have granted that he shall rule in the mount of the dead. Verily, his son Horus is seated upon the throne of the dweller in the double lake of fire as his heir. I have set his throne in the boat of millions of years. Horus is established upon his throne, and the friends of Osiris and all that belonged unto him. Verily, the soul of Sut, which is greater than all the gods, hath departed to Amenta. May it be granted that I bind his soul in the divine boat at my will. O my Osiris, thou hast done for me that which thy father Ra did for thee. May I abide upon the earth lastingly. May I keep possession of my throne. May my heir be strong. May my tomb and my friends who are upon the earth flourish. May my enemies be given over to destruction and to the shackles of the goddess Circe. I am thy son, and Ra is my father. For me likewise hast thou made life, strength, and health. Horus is established upon his throne. Grant that the days of my life may come unto worship and honor. Appendix. From the fragmentary copy of this chapter which Neville has published in his Totenbuch, it is clear that the text given in the Papyrus of Ani forms only about one half of it, and that its contents refer to the glorious state of the deceased, who lives again in the form of Horus. He enters among the revered dead. Shouts of joy ascend in Sutenhenen, and gladness reigns in Nerutef. He hath inherited the throne of Osiris, and ruleth the whole earth, and the company of the gods are content thereat. The god Set feareth him. All sorts and conditions of men, both dead and living, come before him, and bow down in homage when they behold him. The god hath made all to fear him. Set cometh unto him with head bent low to the earth. The deceased breaketh and turneth up the earth in blood in Sutenhenen. Compare chapter 18, A and G. His name shall endure for millions of years. His name shall abide in Sutenhenen, and he shall wear the mighty Atef crown upon his head for millions, and hundreds of thousands, and tens of thousands, and thousands, and hundreds, and tens of years. Bread, ale, oxen, wild fowl, all good and pure things, and fresh water from the river shall in abundance be offered unto him, etc. From the concluding lines we find that the chapter was to be recited over a figure of the god Horus made of lapis lazuli, which was to be placed near the neck of the deceased, and which was supposed to give him power upon earth with men, gods, and the shining spirits. The effect upon him would, moreover, be exceedingly beneficial if it were recited in the underworld. Vignette 1, Plate 30. The god Osiris, bearded and wearing the id-white crown, stands in a shrine, the roof of which is surmounted by a hawk's head and uraei. At the back of his neck hangs the menet, and in his hands he holds the crook, scepter, and flail, emblems of royalty, power, and dominion. Behind him stands the goddess Isis, who rests her right hand upon his right shoulder. In her left hand she holds the sign of life. Before Osiris, upon a lotus flower, stand the 4 children of Horus, the gods of the cardinal points, Mesta, Hapi, Tuametef, and Kebsenef. Vignette 2, Plate 29. Ani and his wife Tutu standing with hands raised in adoration to Osiris before a table of offerings. Text, chapter 125. The chapter of entering into the hall of double right and truth. A hymn of praise to Osiris, the dweller in Mentet. Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, I have come, and I have drawn nigh to see thy beauties. My 2 hands are raised in adoration of thy name right and truth. I have drawn nigh unto the place where the acacia tree groweth not, where the tree thick with leaves existeth not, and where the ground yieldeth neither herb nor grass. And I have entered unto it, the place of secret and hidden things. I have held converse with the god Sut. Osiris, the scribe Ani, hath entered into the house of Osiris, and he hath seen the hidden and secret things which are therein. The holy rulers of the pylons are in the form of shining ones. Anubis spake unto him with the speech of a man when he came from Tamara, saying, He knoweth our paths and our cities. I have been pacified, and the smell of him is to me even as the smell of one of you. Ani saith unto him, I am Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, triumphant. I have drawn nigh to behold the great gods, and I feed upon the meals of sacrifice, wherein their Kas feed. I have been to the boundaries of the lands of the Ram, the Lord of Tattoo, and he hath granted that I may come forth as a Bennu bird, and that I may have the power of speech. I have passed through the river flood. I have made offerings with incense. I have made my way by the side of the thick-leaved tree of the children. I have been in Abtu, in the house of Setet. I have flooded, and I have sunk the boat of my enemies. I have sailed forth upon the lake in the Neshem boat. I have seen the noble ones of Kamur. I have been in Tattoo, and I have constrained myself to silence. I have set the divine form upon his 2 feet. I have been with the god Peteptuef, and I have seen the dweller in the holy temple. I have entered into the house of Osiris, and I have arrayed myself in the apparel of him who is therein. I have entered into Restau, and I have beheld the hidden things which are therein. I have been swathed, but I have found for myself a thoroughfare. I have entered into An-Aratef, and I have clothed my body with the apparel which is therein. The Antu unguent of women hath been given unto me. Verily, Sut spake unto me the things which concern himself, and I said, I let the thought of the trial of the balance by thee be even within our hearts. The majesty of the god Anubis saith, Dost thou know the name of this door to declare it unto me? Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, saith, Driven away of Shu is the name of this door, saith the majesty of the god Anubis. Dost thou know the name of the upper leaf and of the lower leaf thereof? Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, saith, Lord of right and truth, standing upon his 2 feet in the name of the upper leaf, and Lord of might and power, dispenser of cattle, is the name of the lower leaf. The majesty of the god Anubis saith, Pass thou, for thou knowest the names. O Osiris, the scribe, teller of the divine offerings of all the gods of Thebes, Ani, triumphant Lord, to be revered. Appendix. The usual instruction to the 125th chapter reads, see Naville Totenbock, as follows. The following shall be said by a man when he cometh unto the hall of double right and truth, wherein he is purged of all the sins which he hath done, and wherein he seeth the faces of all the gods. Hail to thee, great God, the Lord of right and truth. I have come unto thee, O my Lord, and I have drawn nigh that I may look upon thy beauties. I know thee, and I know the names of the 42 gods who dwell with thee in this, the hall of double right and truth, and that they may set the sinners in the gives, who live and who feed upon their blood on the day when the natures of men are accounted before Uneferu. In very truth, recti merti effent mat is thy name. Verily, I have come unto thee, and I bring before thee right and truth. For thy sake I have rejected wickedness. I have done no hurt unto man, nor have I wrought harm unto beasts. I have committed no crime in the place of right and truth. I have no knowledge of evil, nor have I acted wickedly. Each day I have labored more than was required of me. My name hath not come forth to the boat of the prince. I have not despised God. I have not caused misery, nor have I worked affliction. I have done not that which God doth abominate. I have caused no wrong to be done to the servant by his master. I have caused none to feel pain. I have made no man to weep. I have not committed murder, nor have I ever bidden any man to slay on my behalf. I have not wronged the people. I have not flinched that which had been offered in the temples. Nor have I purloined the cakes of the gods. I have not carried away the offerings made unto the blessed dead. I have not committed fornication, nor have I defiled my body. I have not added unto, nor have I minished the offerings which are due. I have not stolen from the orchards, nor have I trampled down the fields. I have not added to the weight of the balance, nor have I made light the weight in the scales. I have not snatched the milk from the mouth of the babe. I have not driven the cattle from their pastures. I have not snared the waterfowl of the gods. I have not caught fishes with bait of their own bodies. I have not turned back water at its springtide. I have not broken the channel of running water. I have not quenched the flame in its fullness. I have not disregarded the seasons for the offerings which are appointed. I have not turned away the cattle set apart for sacrifice. I have not thwarted the processions of the god. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure with the purity of the great Banu bird which is in Sutenhennen. For lo, I am the nostrils of the Lord of the winds, who maketh all men to live on the day when the eye of the sun becometh full in Anu, and in the 2nd month of the season of coming forth until the end thereof, in the presence of the Lord of this earth, I behold the eye of the sun wax full in Anu. Make no evil happen unto me in this land, in the hall of double right and truth, because I know, even I, the names of the gods who live therein, and who are the followers of the great God. Plates 31 and 32. Vignettes. The hall of double right and truth, wherein Ani has to address severally the 42 gods, who are seated in a row in the middle of the hall. At each end is a door that on the right is called Neb Mat Heritep Retuif, and that on the left, Neb Peti Thesu Menment. On the center of the roof, which is crowned with a series of uraei and feathers emblematic of Mat, is a seated deity with his hands extended, the right hand over the eye of Horus and the left over a pool. See the vignette of Plate 8. On the right, at the end of the hall, Plate 32, are 4 small vignettes. in which are depicted two seated figures of the goddess Mat with emblematic of right and truth on the head and scepters and emblems of life in the right and left hands. Osiris seated wearing the Atef crown and holding in his hands the crook and flail. Before him, by the side of an altar of offerings, stands Ani with both hands raised in adoration, a balance with the heart symbolizing the conscience of Ani in one scale and the emblematic of right and truth in the other. Beside the balance is the triformed monster, Amenet. Thoth, ibis-headed, seated on a pylon-shaped pedestal, painting a large feather of Mat. Text: the negative confession. Ani saith, Hail, thou whose strides are long, who comest forth from Anu. I have not done iniquity. Hail, thou art who embraced by flame, who comest forth from Kerubah. I have not robbed with violence. Hail, Fentiu, who comest forth from Kenemu. I have not stolen. Hail, devourer of the shade, who comest forth from Kernet. I have done no murder. I have done no harm. Hail, Nahau, who comest forth from Restau. I have not defrauded offerings. Hail, God in the form of two lions, who comest forth from heaven. I have not minished oblations. Hail, thou whose eyes are of fire, who comest forth from Saut. I have not plundered the god. Hail, thou flame which comest and goest. I have spoken no lies. Hail, crusher of bones, who comest forth from Sutan-Henan. I have not snatched away food. Hail, thou who shootest forth the flame, who comest forth from Het-Pakaka. I have not caused pain. Hail, Kerer, who comest forth from Amentet. I have not committed fornication. Hail, thou whose face is turned black, who comest forth from thy hiding place. I have not caused shedding of tears. Hail, Bast, who come forth from the secret place. I have not dealt deceitfully. Hail, thou whose legs are of fire, who comest forth out of darkness. I have not transgressed. Hail, devourer of blood, who comest forth from the block of slaughter. I have not acted guilefully. Hail, devourer of the inward parts, who comest forth from Mebet. I have not laid waste the plowed land. Hail, Lord of right and truth, who comest forth from the city of right and truth. I have not been an eavesdropper. Hail, thou who dost stride backwards, who cometh forth from the city of Bast. I have not set my lips in motion against any man. Hail, Surtiu, who comest forth from Anu. I have not been angry and wrathful except for a just cause. Hail, thou being of twofold wickedness, who comest forth from Ati. I have not defiled the wife of any man. Hail, thou two-headed serpent, who comest forth from the torture chamber. I have not defiled the wife of any man. Hail, thou who dost regard what is brought unto thee, who comest forth from Pa-am-su. I have not polluted myself. Hail, thou chief of the mighty, who comest forth from Amentet. I have not caused terror. Hail, thou destroyer, who comest forth from Kesiu. I have not transgressed. Hail, thou who orderest speech, who cometh forth from Urit. I have not burned with rage. Hail, thou babe, who comest forth from Uab. I have not stopped my ears against the words of right and truth. Hail, Kenemti, who comest forth from Kenemet. I have not worked grief. Hail, thou who bringest thy offering. I have not acted with insolence. Hail, thou who orderest speech, who comest forth from Unaset. I have not stirred up strife. Hail, Lord of faces, who comest forth from Netchfet. I have not judged hastily. Hail, Sekariu, who comest forth from Uten. I have not been an eavesdropper. Hail, Lord of the two horns, who comest forth from Sais. I have not multiplied words exceedingly. Hail, Nefer-Temu, who comest forth from Het-Pataka. I have done neither harm nor ill. Plate 32. Hail, Temu, in thine hour, who comest forth from Tatu. I have never cursed the king. Hail, thou who workest with thy will, who comest forth from Tebu. I have never fouled the water. Hail, thou bearer of the sistrum, who comest forth from Nu. I have not spoken scornfully. Hail, thou who makest mankind to flourish, who comest forth from Sais. I have never cursed God. Flail, Nahabka, who comest forth from thy hiding place. I have not stolen. Hail, Nahab Nefert, who comest forth from thy hiding place. I have not defrauded the offerings of the gods. Hail, thou who dost set in order the head, who comest forth from thy shrine. I have not plundered the offerings to the blessed dead. Hail, thou who bringest thy arm, who comest forth from the city of Mati. I have not filched the food of the infant, neither have I sinned against the God of my native town. Hail, thou whose teeth are white, who comest forth from Tashi. I have not slaughtered with evil intent the cattle of the god. Appendix. The following version of the negative confession is given in the Nebseni Papyrus, Neville Todenbach, showing important variations in the text and in the order in which the gods are addressed. Hail, thou whose strides are long, who comest forth from Anu, I have not done iniquity. Hail, thou who art embraced by flame, who comest forth from Keraba, I have not robbed with violence. Hail, Fenty, who comest forth from Kenamu, I have not made any to suffer pain. Hail, devourer of shades, who comest forth from thy retreat, I have not robbed. Hail, thou whose limbs are terrible to look upon, who comest forth from Restau, I have done no murder. Hail, thou guard who art in the form of 2 lions, who comest forth from heaven, I have not defrauded offerings. Hail, thou god whose 2 eyes are of the fire, who comest forth from Sikhem, I have not done harm. Hail, fiery god who comest and goest, I have not robbed God. Hail, crusher of bones, who comest forth from Suttenhennen, I have told no lies. Hail, thou who shootest thyself forth from the flame, who comest forth from Het Pataka, I have not snatched away food. Hail, Kurti, who comest forth from Ementet, I have not worked affliction. Hail, thou whose teeth are white, who comest forth from Tashi, I have not transgressed. Hail, devourer of blood, who comest forth from the block, I have not slaughtered the cattle which are set apart for the gods. Hail, devourer of the inward parts, who comest forth from Mabit, I have done no evil. Hail, Lord of right and truth, who comest forth from Mati, I have not laid waste the plowed lands. Hail, Strider, who comest forth from Bast, I have not been an eavesdropper. Hail, Ati, who comest forth from Anu, I have not set my lips in motion against any man. Hail, thou God of 2-fold evil, who comest forth from Anti, I have not been angry without a cause. Hail, thou God who art in the likeness of a serpent, who comest forth from the torture chamber, I have not committed adultery with the wife of any man. Hail, thou who regardest that which is brought before thee, who comest forth from Pa-Amsu, I have not polluted myself. Hail, thou mighty chief, who comest forth from the city of acacia trees, I have not caused terror. Hail, Kemi, who comest forth from Kisui, I have not done that which is abominable. Hail, thou who orderest speech, who come forth from Urub, I have never uttered fiery words. Hail, thou babe, who comest forth from the Hek at Nom, I have not stopped my ears against the words of right and truth. Hail, thou who orderest speech, who comest forth from Unez, I have not stirred up strife. Hail, Bast, who comest forth from the secret city, I have not caused any to weep. Hail, thou whose face is turned behind thee, I have not lusted, nor have I committed fornication, nor have I done any other abominable thing. Hail, blazing feet, who comest forth from the darkness, I have not avenged myself. Hail, Kenemti, who comest forth from Kenemti, I have never worked grief. Hail, thou who bringest thy offering, who comest forth from Sao, I have not acted insolently. Hail, Lord of faces, who comest forth from Chephet, I have never judged hastily. Hail, Sekariu, who comest forth from Unth, I have not transgressed, nor have I vexed or angered God. Hail, Lord of the 2 horns, who comest forth from Sawi, I have not multiplied my speech overmuch. Hail, Nefer Tamu, who comest forth from Het Pataka, I have not done no harm, nor have I done evil. Hail, Tamu, in thine hour, who comest forth from Tatu, I have not worked treason. Hail, thou who workest in thy heart, who comest forth from Tebtu, I have never befouled the water. Hail, thou bearer of the sistrum, who comest forth from Nu, I have not spoken scornfully. Hail, thou who dost make mankind to flourish, who comest forth from thy hall, I have not cursed God. Hail, Neheb Nefert, who comest forth from, I have not behaved myself with arrogance. Hail, Neheb Kau, who comest forth from thy city, I have not been overweeningly proud. Hail, Tesher Tep, who comest forth from thy hiding place. I have never magnified my condition beyond what was fitting. Hail, thou who bringest thine arm, who comest forth from Okert. I have never slighted the god in my town. In the Nebseni Papers, Navil Totenbook, the 125th chapter ends as follows. Homage to you, O ye gods, I know you, and I know your names. Cast me not down to your knives of slaughter, and bring not my wickedness into the presence of the God whom ye follow. And let not the time of my failings come before you. I pray you, declare me right and true in the presence of the universal God, because I have done that which is right and true in Tamara. I have not cursed the God. Homage to you, O ye gods who live in your hall of right and truth, and who have no evil in your bodies, who feed on your own substance in the presence of Horus who liveth in his disk. Deliver ye me from Babi, who feedeth on the inwards of the mighty ones, on the day of the great judgment, which shall be holden by you. I have come unto you. I have committed no faults. I have not sinned. I have done no evil. I have accused no man falsely. Therefore let nothing be done against me. I live in right and truth, and I feed my heart upon right and truth. That which men have bidden I have done, and the gods are satisfied thereat. I have pacified the God, for I have done his will. I have given bread unto the hungry, and water unto those who thirst, clothed unto the naked, and a boat unto the shipwrecked mariner. I have made holy offerings unto the gods. I have given meals of the tomb to the sainted dead. O then deliver ye me, and protect me. Accuse me not before the great God. I am pure of mouth, and I am pure of hands. May those who see me say, Come in peace, come in peace. For I have heard the speech with the ass held with the cat in the house of Hept-Re. I have borne witness before him, the God, and he hath given judgment. I have beheld the dividing of the Persea trees within Ristau. I offer up prayers in the presence of the gods, knowing that which concerneth them. I have come forward to make a declaration of right and truth, and to place the balance upon its supports within the groves of Amaranth. Hail, thou who art exalted upon thy resting place, thou Lord of the Etef crown, who declarest thy name as the Lord of the winds. Deliver thou me from thine angels of destruction, who make dire deeds to happen and calamities to arise, and who have no covering upon their faces, because I have done right and truth. O thou Lord of right and truth. I am pure. In my foreparts have I been made clean, and in my hinder parts have I been purified. My reins have been bathed in the pool of right and truth, and no member of my body was wanting. I have been purified in the pool of the south. I have rested in Hemet, on the north of the field of the grasshoppers, wherein the holy mariners do purify themselves in the night season, that they may pacify the heart of the gods, after I have passed over it by night and by day. May the gods say unto me, We let him come. And they say unto me, Who art thou, and what is thy name? My name is, I grew among the flowers, dwelling in the olive tree. Then shall they say unto me, Pass on straightway. I have passed by the city on the north of the groves, and the gods say, What didst thou see there? I saw the leg and the thigh. What hadst thou to do with them? I saw rejoicings in the lands of the Fenku. What did they give thee? They gave me a flame of fire together with a crystal tablet. What didst thou therewith? I burned it at the place of Mati together with the things of the night. What didst thou find there at the place of Mati? A scepter of flint which maketh a man to prevail. What then is the name of the scepter of flint? Giver of winds is its name. What then didst thou unto the flame of fire with the tablet of crystal after thou didst bury it? I uttered words over it. I made abjuration thereby. I quenched the fire, and I used the tablet to create a pool of water. Come then, pass through the door of this hall of twofold Mati, for thou knowest us. I will not let thee enter in over me, saith the bolt of the door, unless thou tell my name. Weight of the place of right and truth is thy name. I will not let thee pass in by me, saith the right post of the door, unless thou tell me my name. Weigher of the labors of right and truth is thy name. I will not let thee enter in by me, saith the left post of the door, unless thou tell me my name. Judge of wine is thy name. I will not let thee pass, saith the threshold of the door, unless thou tell me my name. Ox of Seb is thy name. I will not open unto thee, saith the bolt socket of the door, unless thou tell my name. Flesh of his mother is thy name. I will not open unto thee, saith the lock of the door, unless thou tell my name. The Uchat of Sebek, the Lord of Bakan, liveth is thy name. I will not open unto thee, and I will not let thee pass over me, saith the dweller at the door, unless thou tell my name. Arm of Shu that places itself to protect Osiris is thy name. We will not let thee pass by us, say the posts of the door, unless thou tell our names. Serpent children of Renut are your names. Thou knowest us, pass thou by us. Thou shalt not tread upon me, saith the floor of the hall, I, unless thou tell my name. I am silent, I am pure. I know not the names of thy 2 feet with which thou wouldst walk upon me. Tell them unto me. Before Amsus is the name of my right foot, Grief of Nephthys is the name of my left foot. Tread thou upon me, for thou knowest me. I will not question thee, saith the warder of the door of the hall, unless thou tell my name. Discerner of hearts, searcher of reins is thy name. I will question thee now. Who is the God that liveth in this hour? Say thou. The teller of the 2 lands. Who then is the teller of the 2 lands? It is Thoth. Come then, saith Thoth, come hither, and I come forward to the test. What now is thy condition? I am pure from all evil. I am shielded from the baleful acts of those who live in their days, and I am not among them. I have tried thee. Who is he that goeth down into the fire, the walls whereof are crowned with uraei, and whose paths are in the lake of fire? He who passeth through it is Osiris. Advance thou. In very truth thou hast been tested. Thy bread is in the Uchat, thine ale is in the Uchat, and meals of the tomb are brought forth unto thee upon earth from the Uchat. This has been decreed for thee. Plate 32, continued. Vignette, the god Nu. Text, the hair of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the hair of Nu. Vignette, Ra, hawk-headed, and wearing a disc. Text, the face of Osiris, the scribe Ani, is the face of Ra. Vignette, the goddess Hathor, wearing disc and horns. Text, the eyes of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the eyes of Hathor. Vignette, the god Apuat and standard. Text, the ears of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the ears of Apuat. Vignette, the god Anpu, jackal-headed. Text, the lips of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the lips of Anpu. Vignette, the scorpion Serket, holding the Shen and Ankh. Text, the teeth of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the teeth of Serket. Vignette, the goddess Isis. Text, the neck of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the neck of Isis. Vignette, the ram-headed god, with Uraeus between the horns. Text, the hands of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the hands of the ram, the lord of Tattoo. Vignette, the god Uatchit, serpent-headed. Text, the shoulder of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the shoulder of Uatchit. Vignette, the goddess Mert, with outstretched hands, standing upon the emblem of gold and having on her head a cluster of plants. Text, the throat of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the blood of Mert. Vignette, the goddess Neith. Text, the forearms of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the forearms of the Lady of Sais. Vignette, the god Sat. Text, the backbone of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the backbone of Sat. Vignette, a god. Text, the flesh of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the flesh of the mighty one of terror. Vignette, the goddess Sekhet, lion-headed, wearing a disc. Text, the reins and back of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the reins and back of Sekhet. Vignette, an Uchat upon a pylon. Text, the buttocks of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the buttocks of the eye of Horus. Vignette, Osiris wearing the Etef crown and holding the flail and crook. Text, the privy member of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the privy member of Osiris. Vignette, the goddess Nut. Text, the legs of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the legs of Nut. Vignette, the god Ptah. Text, the feet of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the feet of Ptah. Vignette, the star Orion. Text, the fingers of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the fingers of Sa, Orion. Vignette, 3 Uraei. Text, the leg bones of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the leg bones of the living Uraei. Appendix, the complete version of the 42nd chapter of the Book of the Dead, referring to the identification of the body of Osiris with those of the gods, reads as follows. Chapter 42. The chapter of driving back slaughter in Sutenhenan. Saith Osiris, O land of the scepter, O white crown of the divine form, O holy resting place, I am the child, I am the child, I am the child, I am the child. Hail, thou goddess Abert, thou sayest daily, the slaughter block is made ready as thou knowest, and thou who wert mighty hast been brought to decay. I establish those who praise me. I am the holy knot within the tamarisk tree, more beautiful in brightness than yesterday. To be said 4 times, I am Ra who established those who praise him. I am the knot within the tamarisk tree, more beautiful in brightness than the disk of yesterday. Going forth on this day, my hair is the hair of Nu, my face is the face of Ra, mine eyes are the eyes of Hathor, mine ears are the ears of Apuat, my nose is the nose of Kent Sheps, my lips are the lips of Ampu, my teeth are the teeth of Khepera, my neck is the neck of Isis, the divine lady. My hands are the hands of Kenemu, the lord of Tattoo. My forearms are the forearms of Neith, the lady of Sais. My backbone is the backbone of Sut. My privy member is the privy member of Osiris. My reins are the reins of the lords of Karabah. My breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one. My belly and my backbone are the belly and the backbone of Sekhet. My buttocks are the buttocks of Var. Kentet Kas, Kentet Kaset, and Kenti Sekhem, the eye of Horus. My hips and thighs are the hips and thighs of Nut. My feet are the feet of Ptah. My fingers and leg bones are the fingers and leg bones of the living Uraei. There is no member of my body which is not the member of some god. Thoth shielded my body altogether, and I am like unto Ra every day. None shall seize me by mine arms, none shall drag me away by my hand, and there shall do me hurt neither men, nor gods, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any one of those olden times, nor any mortal, nor human being. I come forth and advance, and my name is unknown. I am yesterday, and my name is seer of millions of years. I travel along the path of Horus the judge. I am the Lord of eternity. I feel and I have power to perceive. I am the Lord of the red crown. I am the sun's eye, yea. I am in my egg, in my egg. It is granted unto me to live therewith. I am in the sun's eye when it closeth, and I live by the strength thereof. I come forth and I shine. I enter in and I come to life. I am in the sun's eye, my seat is on my throne, and I sit thereon within the eye. I am Horus, who passed through millions of years. I have governed my throne, and I rule it by the words of my mouth. And whether I speak or whether I keep silence, I keep the balance even. Verily, my forms are changed. I am the god Unen, from season unto season. What is mine is within me. I am the only one, born of an only one, who goeth round about in his course. I am within the eye of the sun. Things are not evil, nor hostile unto me, nor are they against me. I open the door of heaven. I govern my throne, and I give new birth to myself on this day. I am not the child who trod the path of yesterday, but I am today for untold nations. It is I who make you strong for millions of years, whether ye be in the heaven, or in the earth, or in the south, or in the north, or in the west, or in the east. Fear of me is in your hearts. I am the pure one who dwell within the sacred eye. I shall not die again. My hour resteth with you, but my forms are within my dwelling place. I am he who is unknown, and the gods with rose-bright countenances are with me. I am the unveiled one, the season wherein the God created heaven for me and enlarged the bounds of the earth, and made great the progeny thereof cannot be found out. My name setteth itself apart and removeth from all evil things through the words which I speak unto you. I am he who riseth and shineth, the wall of walls, the only one, son of an only one. Ra never lacketh his form, he never passeth away, he never passeth away. Verily, I say, I am the plant which cometh forth from new, and my mother is nut. Hail, O my Creator! I am he who hath no power to walk, the great knot within yesterday. My power is in my hand. I am not known, but I am he who knoweth thee. I cannot be held with the hand, but I am he who can hold thee in his hand. Hail, O egg! Hail, O egg! I am Horus, who lived for millions of years, whose flame lighteth upon your faces and blazeth in your hearts. I have the command of my throne, and I advance in mine hour. I have opened the paths. I have turned myself away from all evil. I am the ape of gold, 3 palms and 2 fingers high, which is without legs and without arms, and which dwelleth in the house of Ptah. I go forth even as goeth forth the ape of gold, 3 palms and 2 fingers high, which hath neither legs nor arms, and which dwelleth in the house of Ptah. When thou hast said this chapter, thou shalt open a way and enter thereon. Plate 33. Vignette: a lake of fire, at each corner of which is seated a dog-headed ape. Rubric: Osiris Ani, triumphant, is girt about with fine raiment. He is shod with white sandals, and he is anointed with very precious anta-ointment. And a bull, and herbs, and incense, and ducks, and flowers, and ale, and cakes have been offered unto him. And behold, thou shalt limn upon a clean tile the image of a table of offerings in clean colors, and thou shalt bury it in a field whereon swine have not trampled. If this word then be written upon it, he himself shall rise again, and his children's children shall flourish even as Ra flourisheth without ceasing. He shall dwell in favor in the presence of the king among the chiefs, and cakes and cups of drink and portions of meat shall be given unto him upon the table of the great God. He shall not be thrust from any door in Amentet. He shall travel on together with the kings of the north and of the south, and he shall abide with the followers of Osiris near Unefer, forever and forever and forever. Vignette: a Tet. Text: Chapter 155. The chapter of a Tet of gold. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith, Thou risest, O still heart. Thou shinest, O still heart. Place thou thyself upon my side. I have come arid. I have brought unto thee a Tet of gold. Rejoice thou in it. Appendix. In the late recension of this chapter, Lepsius, Totenbock, the rubric is divided into 2 parts, which read, to be recited over a Tet of gold inlaid in sycamore wood and placed on the neck of the Shining One, and he shall pass in through the doors of the underworld by the might of the words here spoken. It shall set him in his place on the day of the new year among the followers of Osiris. If this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall become perfect in the underworld. He shall not be thrust back at the doors of Amentet. Cakes and ale and meat offerings shall be offered unto him upon the altars of Ra, or as some say, of Osiris Unefer, and he shall triumph over his foes in the underworld forever and forever. Vignette: a buckle or tie. Text: Chapter 156. The chapter of a buckle of carnelian. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, the blood of Isis, the charms of Isis, the power of Isis, are a protection unto me, the chief, and they crush that which I abhor. Appendix. Rubric. This chapter shall be said over a buckle of red jasper or carnelian, which hath been dipped in water of oncum flowers and inlaid in sycamore wood, and hath been placed on the neck of the Shining One. If this chapter be inscribed upon it, it shall become the power of Isis, and it shall protect him. And Horus, the son of Isis, shall rejoice when he seeth it. No way shall be impassable to him, and one hand shall extend unto heaven, and the other unto earth. If this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall be among those who follow Osiris, unnefer, triumphant. The gates of the underworld shall be opened unto him, and a homestead shall be given unto him, together with wheat and barley in the Seket Aru. And the followers of Horus who reap therein shall proclaim his name as one of the gods who are therein. Vignette, a heart. Text, chapter 29b. The chapter of a heart of carnelian. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant, I am the Bennu, the soul of Ra, and the guide of the gods into the underworld. The souls come forth upon the earth to do the will of their cause, and the soul of Osiris Ani cometh forth to do the will of his Ka. Vignette, a headrest. Text, chapter 166. The chapter of the pillow which is placed under the head of Osiris Ani, triumphant, to ward off woes from the dead body of Osiris. Ani saith, Lift up thy head to the heavens, for I have knit thee together triumphantly. Ptah hath overthrown his foes and thine. All his enemies have fallen, and they shall never more rise up again, O Osiris. Plates 33 and 34. Vignette. The mummy chamber, arranged as a plan, representing the floor and walls laid flat, in 15 compartments. In the center, under a canopy, is placed the bier bearing the mummy of Ani, beside which stands the god Anubis, with hands outstretched over the body. At the foot of the bier kneels the goddess Isis, and at the head the goddess Nephthys, each being accompanied by a flame of fire, which is placed in the compartment immediately behind her. The Tet occupies the compartment immediately above the bier, and the jackal, emblematic of Anubis or Apuat, couchant on the tomb, with a scepter having pendant manats, occupies the compartment below. The 4 children of Horus, or gods of the cardinal points, Mesta, Hapi, Tuametef, and Kebsenev, stand in the corners of the 4 adjoining compartments. In each of the 2 upper and outer compartments is the human-headed bird, emblematic of the soul, standing on a pylon, the one on the right being turned to the west, or setting sun, the other on the left facing the east, or rising sun. In the right lower compartment stands the figure of the perfected soul. In the corresponding compartment on the left is the Ushapti figure. Text, chapter 151. Isis saith, I have come to be a protector unto thee. I waft unto thee air for thy nostrils, and the north wind, which cometh forth from the god Tamu, unto thy nose. I have made whole thy lungs. I have made thee to be like unto a god. Thine enemies have fallen beneath thy feet. Thou hast been made victorious in Nut, and thou art mighty to prevail with the gods. Nephthys saith, I have gone round about to protect thee, brother Osiris. I have come to be a protector unto thee. My strength shall be behind thee, my strength shall be behind thee forever. Ra hath heard the cry, and the gods have granted that thou shouldst be victorious. Thou art raised up, and thou art victorious over that which hath been done unto thee. Ptah hath thrown down thy foes, and thou art Horus, the son of Hathor. The flame of Isis saith, I protect thee with this flame, and I drive away him, the foe, from the valley of the tomb, and I drive away the sand from thy feet. I embrace Osiris Ani, who is triumphant in peace and in right and truth. The flame of Nephthys saith, I have come to hew in pieces. I am not hewn in pieces, nor will I suffer thee to be hewn in pieces. I have come to do violence, but I will not let violence be done unto thee, for I am protecting thee. The Tet saith, I have come quickly, and I have driven back the footsteps of the god whose face is hidden. I have illumined his sanctuary. I stand behind the sacred Tet, or the day of repulsing disaster. I protect thee, O Osiris. Mesta saith, I am Mesta, thy son, O Osiris Ani, triumphant. I have come to protect thee, and I will make thine abode to flourish everlastingly. I have commanded Ptah, even as Ra himself commanded him. Hapi saith, I am Hapi thy son, O Osiris Ani, triumphant. I have come to protect thee. Thy head and thy limbs are knit together, and I have smitten down thy enemies beneath thee. I have given unto thee thy head forever and forever. O Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace. Tuametef saith, I am thy beloved son Horus. I have come to avenge thee, O my father Osiris, upon him that did evil unto thee, and I have put him under thy feet forever, and forever, and forever. O Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace. Kebsenef saith, I am thy son, O Osiris Ani, triumphant. I have come to protect thee. I have collected thy bones, and I have gathered together thy members. I have brought thy heart, and I have placed it upon its throne within thy body. I have made thy house to flourish after thee, O thou who livest forever. The bird which faceth the setting sun saith, Praise be to Ra when he setteth in the western part of heaven. Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace in the underworld, saith, I am a perfected soul. The bird which faceth the rising sun saith, Praise be to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven from Osiris Ani, triumphant. The perfected soul saith, I am a perfected soul in the holy egg of the Abtu fish. I am the great cat which dwelleth in the seat of right and truth wherein riseth the god Shu. The text near the Ushabti figure, chapter 6, reads, Osiris Ani, the overseer triumphant, saith, Hail, Shabti figure! If it be decreed that Osiris Ani shall do any of the work which is to be done in the underworld, let all that standeth in the way be removed from before him, whether it be to plow the fields, or to fill the channels with water, or to carry sand from the east to the west. The Shabti figure replies, I will do it. Verily, I am here when thou callest. Vignette: Ani, with both hands raised in adoration, standing before a table of offerings. Behind him is his wife holding lotus and other flowers in her left hand. Text, chapter 110. Here begin the chapters of the Sekhet Hetepu, and the chapters of coming forth by day, and of going into, and of coming out from the underworld, and of arriving in the Sekhet Anru, and of being in the peace in the great city wherein are fresh breezes. Let me have power there. Let me become strong to plow there. Let me reap there. Let me eat there. Let me drink there. Let me woo there. And let me do all these things there, even as they are done upon earth. Saith Osiris Ani, triumphant. Set hath carried away Horus to see what is being built in the field of peace, and he spreadeth the air over the divine soul within the egg in its day. He hath delivered the innermost part of the body of Horus from the holy ones of Akert. Behold, I have sailed in the mighty boat on the lake of peace. I, even I, have crowned him in the house of Shu. His starry abode reneweth its youth, I have sailed on its lake that I may come unto its cities, and I have drawn nigh into the city Hetep. For behold, I repose at the seasons of Horus. I have passed through the region of the company of the gods who were aged and venerable. I have pacified the two holy fighters who keep ward upon life. I have done that which is right and fair, and I have brought an offering, and have pacified the two holy fighters. I have cut off the hairy scalp of their adversaries, and I have made aft end of the woes which befell their children. I have done away all the evil which came against their souls. I have gotten dominion over it. I have knowledge thereof. I have sailed forth on the waters of the lake, that I may come unto the cities thereof. I have power over my mouth, being furnished with charms. Let not the fiends get the mastery over me. Let them not have dominion over me. May I be equipped in thy fields of peace. What thou wishest thou shalt do, saith the god. Vignette: the Sekhet Hetepet, or fields of peace, surrounded and intersected with streams. They contain the following. A. Thoth, the scribe of the gods, holding pen and palette, introduces Ani, who is making an offering, and his Ka to three gods who have the heads of a hare, serpent, and bull respectively, and are entitled Pauti, the company of the gods. Ani and a table of offerings in a boat. Ani addressing a hawk, standing on a pylon-shaped pedestal, before which are an altar and a god. Three ovals, the legend reads, Un-em hetep sekset nifu erfent, being at peace in the field of peace and having air for the nostrils. B. Ani reaping wheat, with the words Asex Osar, Osiris reaps, guiding the oxen treading out the corn, standing with hands and holding the Kerp scepter and kneeling before two vessels of red barley and wheat. The hieroglyphics seem to mean the food of the shining ones. 3 ovals. C. Ani plowing with oxen in a part of the fields of peace called Saket Anre, with the word sakau to plow. The 2 lines of hieroglyphics read, Re-en hetet atru 1000, mo fa'antet, useksef, anum remu nebamaf, and hafau nebt amaf. Chapters of the River Horse. The river is 1,000 cubits in its length. Not can it be told its width. Not exists fishes any in it. Not exists serpents any in it. D. A boat bearing a flight of steps and floating on a stream. Above is the legend Tehfau. A boat of 8 oars, each end shaped like a serpent's head, bearing a flight of steps. At the stern is written, and at the bows, Meter am Unefer. The god therein is Unefer. The stream which flows on the convex side of the small island is called Eshet Pet, flood of heaven. On the other island is placed a flight of steps, by the side of which is written, The space to the left represents the abode of the blessed dead, and is described as the seat of the shining ones. Their length is cubits 7, the wheat cubits 3, the blessed dead who are perfected, they reap it. Plates 35 and 36. Vignette. A hall within which, on the left, Ani stands before 2 tables of offerings bearing libation, water, and lotus flowers, with hands raised, adoring Ra, hawk-headed. Next are ranged 7 cows, each one koshant before a table of offerings, and each having a manat attached to the neck, and a bull standing before a table of offerings. Behind them are 4 rudders, and on the extreme right are 4 triads of gods, each triad having a table of offerings bearing a libation vase and a lotus flower. Text, chapter 148. Saith Osiris Ani triumphant, Homage to thee, O thou Lord of right and truth, the One, the Lord of eternity and Creator of everlastingness. I have come unto thee, O my Lord Ra. I have made meat offerings unto the 7 kine and unto their bull. O ye who give cakes and ale to the shining ones, grant ye to my soul to be with you. May Osiris Ani triumphant be borne upon your thighs. May he be like unto one of you, forever and ever. And may he become a glorious being in the beautiful Amenta. Address to the rudders. Hail, thou beautiful power, thou beautiful it rudder of the northern heaven. Hail, thou who goest round about heaven, thou pilot of the world, thou beautiful rudder of the western heaven. Hail, thou shining one, who livest in the temple wherein are the gods in visible forms, thou beautiful rudder of the eastern heaven. Hail, thou who dwellest in the temple of the bright-faced ones, thou it beautiful rudder of the southern heaven. Addressed to the 4 triads. Hail, ye gods who are above the earth, ye pilots of the underworld. Hail, ye mother gods who are above the earth, who are in the underworld, who are in the house of Osiris. Hail, ye gods, ye pilots of Tessert, ye who are above the earth, ye pilots of the underworld. Hail, ye followers of Ra, who are in the train of Osiris. Vignette. Ani standing before a table of offerings with both hands raised in adoration. Behind him is his wife, wearing a lotus flower and a cone upon her head, and holding a sistrum and lotus flower in her left hand. Text, chapter 185. A hymn of praise to Osiris, the dweller in Amentet, on Nefer, within Ab-2. Osiris Ani triumphant saith, Hail, O my Lord, who dost traverse eternity, and whose existence endureth forever. Hail, Lord of lords, King of kings, Prince, the God of gods, who live with thee. I have come unto thee. Make thou for me a seat with those who are in the underworld, and who adore the images of thy Ka, and who are among those who endure for 6 millions and millions of years. May no delay arise for me in Tamara. Grant thou that they all may come unto me, great as well as small. Mayest thou grant unto the Ka of Osiris Ani the power to go into and to come forth from the underworld, and suffer him not to be driven back at the gates of the Tuat. Plate 37. Vignette. a shrine wherein stands Sekeri Osar, Neb Setate, Neter, Anab, Neter, Zert, Seker, Osiris, Lord of the hidden place, the great god, the Lord of the underworld. He wears the white crown with feathers and holds in his hand the scepter, flail, and crook. The goddess Hathor, in the form of a hippopotamus, wearing upon her head a disc and horns. In her right hand she holds an unidentified object, and in her left the emblem of life. Before her are tables of meat and drink offerings and flowers. Behind the hippopotamus, the divine cow, Mehurit, symbolizing the same goddess, looks out from the funeral mountain, wearing the manat on her neck. At the foot of the mountain is the tomb, and in the foreground grows a group of flowering plants. Text, chapter 186. Hathor, lady of Amentet, dweller in the land of Urt, lady of Tessert, the eye of Ra, the dweller in his brow, the beautiful face in the boat of millions of years. Thank you for listening to the Egyptian Book of the Dead, translated by E.A. Wallace Budge, read by Graham Dunlop. This has been an Adult Brain audiobook production. For more titles like this, please visit adultbrain.ca.